Good morning, Chatty House.
Mics being both on and up is important. If anybody wants to know the secret to radio, that's it.
I see it.
What's going on, everybody?
Congrats to Ramsey. Another belt.
That's 6 in a row.
It's big time. 7, I think. I think he ended the week before, plus all last week.
I feel like we just got to the point where Ramsey's
Just
just
under.
being selfish.
What up, Warren? Bryce?
We did have a Kings Beat live podcast yesterday, and someone came in there and complained about Ramsey and his band hammer in the chat on the while we were on the podcast.
Hilarious.
And the whole time I was kind of wanting to ban the guy. Just saying. I don't remember his name. It'll come to me eventually, but.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, psyched for my Timberwolves. Our Timberwolves. Fired up for our guys. I bought this hat at Hat Club. It was like $10 because it was when the Timberwolves changed their logos.
Oh.
And this hat just went on crazy sale. I was like, all right, copped. It's a good hat. We have 15 seconds. Oh, I need to delete this.
Oh.
I need to delete. What do I delete? That one? Yeah. All right. Let's have a great show, everyone. Oh, yeah, the vibes are up on a Monday. We have a whole gang of new drops to use because the Thunder and the Timberwolves, or excuse me, the Nuggets and the Timberwolves gave us some outstanding sound from their post-game press conferences yesterday.
I love it. I'm here for all of the sound drops.
Yeah, I'm not going to play them yet because we need to play the actual sound first.
Yeah.
So we have the context of them. But yeah, I was just sitting there yesterday, just bookmarking tweets of all the funny things that I wanted sound of. So we'll have that for you coming up a little bit later on. We'll also have a ton of Kings and Jonas Valanciunas stuff to get into today. That was a story that came out over the weekend. The Kings are the betting favorites to land the New Orleans Pelicans big man. Take that for whatever it's worth. I tend to look at betting markets for those kind of things because I do think it's interesting. They can be misleading, but it's worth keeping an eye on. So we will talk about that and what it means as we continue our Kings off-season list building, going division by division, team by team, and figuring out what players might be available for the Kings this off-season. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Kyle.
Chilling, bro. I'm hanging in there.
This is an exciting day. We've got so much to talk about. There was some really, really good basketball this weekend. I thought it was fun.
It was great. So which game 7 was more surprising to you? You have the Timberwolves coming back from 15 down on the road to beat the defending champion Nuggets 98-90, the third road victory of the series, or is it the Indiana Pacers who not only went into Madison Square Garden in a game 7, but beat down the Knicks? 130-109 was the final there.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Minnesota winning just because you had the champs who had a big lead on their home court.
It was over.
It looked like it was over.
It's done.
It looked like they were, like what we've talked about, inevitable.
Yes.
And then they just couldn't put them away. Although I saw the switch. I was like, uh-oh. Yeah. That's not good. I think they're done.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you look at the other game, I mean, like, look, Indiana went in there and beat them. But you also, OG Anunoby played less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough watch.
And then you had Brunson break his hand.
Yeah.
and missed the final whatever. I thought Dante DiVincenzo was incredible,
It's ridiculous.
just giving them any glimmer of hope that they had.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could make an argument for the Pacers, but I can't because that series was so close kind of the whole way. So I wish I could sit here and talk about how I'm so shocked by how the Pacers went in. And I kind of frankly I was definitely a little surprised that they just controlled that game really from the outset.
Yeah.
And I know the Knicks at one point cut it to 7, but the Pacers got it comfortably back to double digits pretty quickly after the Knicks made a run. And they just kind of controlled that game from start to finish. But had you told me, here's the thing, and this is why I agree with you. I agree that the Timberwolves is the more surprising one, because if you had told me before the Pacers game, hey, FYI, the Pacers win this one by a bunch, it's like, okay, well, OG obviously couldn't be effective.
Yep.
Jalen Brunson might have run out of gas. He ended up getting hurt, but maybe Jalen Brunson didn't have a great game and ran out of gas.
Hart was injured coming
Josh
in.
Hart banged up. Probably they were talking about like Josh Hart and OG potentially being out, and both of them tried to play. So it's like, okay, I can see the map. I can see if you had told me, yeah, hey, the Nuggets are going to lead this game by 20. I'd been like, oh, okay, well that's a wrap then.
Yeah.
And eventually the Timberwolves, they were up by as many as 10 in the second half. They win it 98-90. Their defense in the second half was crazy. They gave up 37 points in the entire second half while scoring 60.
You know, like we were waiting for a moment for the defensive team. Like they've shown it that the first 2 games of the series, they showed how good they were defensively throughout the year. But then you're like, okay, adjustments have been made, things going back and forth, all that stuff. I thought when they lost 3 games in a row in the middle of the series that it was over.
Yep.
And then to watch a team literally growing in front of your eyes, you're seeing the growth that everybody hopes to see from their team, like on the biggest stage, and just systematically find their footing 1 minute after another.
Yes.
And even to have, Anthony Edwards have a horrible shooting night, 6 of 24 from the field, 2 of 10 from 3, only scored 16 points. But to have all of these other players step up, Jaden McDaniels took just such a tremendous leap in that game.
Insane.
Like him going to the basket, like, what are we doing here?
Insane.
Yeah, I thought it was spectacular.
Yeah, Jaden McDaniels in the second half, 3 for 3 from the field, 2 of 2 from beyond the arc. Anthony Edwards found his shot a little bit down the stretch. Karl Anthony Towns was outstanding yesterday. I have given that guy more grief than anybody on that team.
Yeah.
And he was really, really good yesterday. He goes 8 of 14, just 1 of 6 from 3. The Timberwolves as a team didn't shoot it great. But we talk about this with Sacramento all the time. It's creating offense through your defense and getting stops and getting out and running and not letting the opposing defense get set. You're going to get open looks. You're going to get to the lane. I was the way they not only came out in the third quarter, but then sustained that through the final 24 minutes. It's not supposed to go that way. It's not that's not. We've seen the Denver Nuggets just kind of cruise in this series. We've seen teams before where in the Timberwolves spot where, okay, you've been to the playoffs, but you know what? The champs are the champs for a reason. They have that pedigree, and it just didn't. It felt like is that like an axiom? All the things that we know, all the givens in a playoff series just got flipped on their ear. Good for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, totally good. They figured out once again how to take away Aaron Gordon, and that was a huge, huge moment. So he only goes 2 of 5 in 42 minutes. Michael Porter Jr. just didn't show up. I thought Michael Porter Jr. made so many egregious mistakes on both ends of the court. He was slow to rotate. He was out of position all the time on the defensive end. And then his ill-advised shots were just horrible, just like so overwhelmed by the moment. And I'm like, man, you have been here before.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And I thought he was just a hot mess.
It was as if he was like, I'm due to make one eventually.
Yes.
I'm going to get rolling here eventually. It's like, that's not your role, man.
Yeah.
You're not, hey, I got to get myself going guy. That's not what you're supposed to do on this team. And it felt like over the final 15 minutes, maybe. It felt like every time Michael Porter Jr. wound up shooting it, it's like, that's a win for the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves will take that.
And the same with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I thought he took like running and gunning threes. It didn't make any sense. Like,
Yeah.
what are
They-
you doing?
They panicked.
Yeah.
There was that game was there for the taking with like 6 minutes to go, 5-6 minutes to go. And for Denver, it was like panic time. Like you said, so many rushed threes,
Mhm.
so many looks in transition where it's like, God, you could get to the basket. You have
Yeah.
plenty of time to go get a layup and then try and get a stop. But very out of character.
Who was
for
calling
Denver.
that game?
On TNT.
Yeah.
That was
Was it Reggie Miller? I can't remember who it was, but
yeah, I think it was Reggie and Kevin Harlan.
The analyst said when Rudy Gobert fouls out and they put in Karl Anthony Towns, well, they're bringing in Towns, he's got 5 fouls, but he's their best post defender anyways. I'm like,
yeah, they said he was the best defender against Jokic.
I'm like, wait a
He's
sec.
been the most effective at defending Jokic.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, you have the defensive player of the year there. Like, what are we doing here? And to be honest, I thought Naz Reid was phenomenal against Jokic. Like, there are so many times where he just took away the weird flop, the weird flip shot that Jokic has in the key.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost always automatic. He just did such a good job.
That's just one of those things that you learn about players when you play them night in and night out. Oh yeah, that's right. It was Kevin Harlan, Jamal Crawford, and Reggie Miller. That's right.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what happens when you watch most games on mute.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. I was already in. I said it on Friday. Regardless of the outcome in Game 7, I'm in on the Timberwolves moving forward. All the questions I have about Rudy Gobert and all the questions I have about Karl Anthony Towns or any concern I might have had about Anthony Edwards, not a lot. I'm in on them as a contender moving forward. And after that, man, I don't know if I'm more in on the Timberwolves or if I'm now more down on the Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean,
that's gonna be where I'm landing on.
That's gonna be the problem for the Nuggets. Like, how do you recover from this? How do you rebuild? Because again, we all know, like, cap wise and everything else, they're just like everyone else. They're up against it. They're in the luxury
kind of
tax.
is what it is.
Yeah, and it's like, well, how do you improve? How do you find guys? And I guess you're gonna have some natural growth from Christian Brown, and maybe you get one or two of their other guys hiding on the bench, Watson or Zeke and Najee to step up. But like, that team is kind of built, and that's who they are right now, and it's going to be difficult.
The thing is, though, and this is where I don't want to overreact necessarily, because Minnesota might just be the only team. There's been that whole thing this entire series about Tim Connelly, right? Tim Connelly was in Denver. He was the architect of this Denver team, and then he went to Minnesota and built a team to destroy what he had built in Denver. So maybe Minnesota is just the only team that's capable of doing this.
That's kind of what Jokic led. Like, his comments after he's like, this team is built to beat us.
Yeah, they're our rival.
Yeah,
because they're built to beat us.
Yeah, they are built to beat us. And he went on to say just how impressed he was with almost everyone there, including, I think, Mike Conley. He said, people forget about him, but he said he's one of my favorite players. He's like, he's the most underrated player in the NBA, and he has been for a long time. I
think his return for games 6 and 7 were a huge reason that Minnesota won those games.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's just like, he's not going to put, what was he yesterday? 3 for 10. He was 3 of 5 from 3, had 10 points, 4 assists, a couple of steals, 8 rebounds for Mike Conley, but just that steadying presence. You could see in Game 5 when he was out, the Timberwolves just had nothing, like no idea what to do offensively.
Oh, totally.
In crunch time.
Yeah, anytime like it got sticky, like anytime the game slowed down, they were in trouble.
It was like, Ant, please do something.
Yeah, somebody just create one-on-one. Like, who's got it?
Yeah, that's not going to fly.
No.
Really, really interested to see that Mavs Timberwolves Western Conference Finals. Pacers Celtics is our Eastern Conference Finals. Shocker, dude. Just for the Pacers to make this kind of run, because I was mostly in the camp with you that this is a nice story. They make the playoffs. That's great for them. But they're gonna run into the Bucks. But then you know what? Sneak past the Bucks. Oh, get the Knicks. Oh, you know what? Sneak past the Knicks. And here they are. I think they're probably more likely to be the Hawks of 2021. And the Hawks made a deep run and then got to where they are. I think they're probably closer to that than a legitimate long-term contender. But I'm not after what happened yesterday. I'm definitely not writing them off moving forward.
No, you have to at least give them their respect. I mean,
shout out to Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, he showed up big. He showed up big in a couple of big moments late. Yeah, so it's good to see him like grow through the playoff experience as well.
Yeah. Really, really fun couple of conference finals matchups coming up. We'll talk about those as we get closer. Let's talk about the Mavs in Oklahoma City, because there's some big picture stuff that came out of that series that I would like to get to as it relates to the Kings. And then we'll get to our Kings offseason discussions as well. Plenty of NBA playoffs, plenty of Kings all coming up right here on ESPN. Oh, and the 49ers started OTAs today. We might get into that as well right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's Sports Leader. We're clear, and I was a little late.
Well, not super late, though.
No. The break was a tick longer than normal.
What's going on, everybody? What's up, Spencer? Thanks for dropping by on the podcast yesterday, Spencer. We had a lot of people for Sunday afternoon while everyone's just kind of hanging out watching basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Leezy. See Dr. David in here. Drew Down. Yeah, this is an interesting question, Drew. Like, what does OKC do with a ton of picks and cap space? The problem is that their cap space is going to go away very quickly because they already have guys lining up to get their big paydays. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. I don't know that Obi has ever taken the big step. Obi Toppin in an HB spot. I just,
I don't know if he's better than Harrison Barnes.
Well, and that's the problem. Like, I know Jalen Smith is the soup du jour, like Jerry Reynolds guy. But again, like, you got to be really good in order to help a team like the Kings. You got to be able to play.
Weekend was good, man. Chill.
Going on.
Had a lazy ass Sunday. It was great.
We had too much stuff going on Sunday.
What did I do Saturday? Oh, I went and saw TXT on Saturday. That was a blast.
Oh.
I'd never been to the only K-pop show I'd ever been to with a girl group was Blackpink.
Okay.
So this is my first time going to see a male K-pop group. Very different experience. It was bananas.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a fun time. I don't know their music that well. Like, I recognized most of the songs, probably 70% of the songs I recognized, but I don't know them the way I know.
Okay.
Like Blackpink or Stray Kids songs.
Did you find us any intros?
No, I wouldn't do. I might. Maybe. We'll see. I need to rewrite our intro.
This wasn't a big, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. You kind of saw it coming, right? We'll get to this Crown Sacktown.
Oh yeah, we will. I don't know when. We're gonna squeeze it in.
Did any of you guys make it out to the card show in, I think it was Roseville this weekend, where Malik Monk was? Randy Lilly, I am caught up on Survivor.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. They sponsor the program.
Mm-hmm.
The Mavs beat Oklahoma City 117-116 over the weekend. In Game 6, they avoided Game 7 in that series. The Mavs punched their ticket to the Western Conference Finals. Really fun game. Before I have a big picture thing I want to get to. Did you think it was a foul on Shea? So PJ Washington going to shoot 3 with the Mavs down 1. Tie game. Tie game? Mavs down 1?
I think Mavs were down 1.
Mavs were down 1. Yeah, because they won by 1 and he made 2. That's right. So Mavs down 1. He goes to shoot a 3, gets fouled by Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yep.
Goes to the line, hits the first 2, misses the third intentionally to run the clock, ball game over. Man, I think that's one of those plays that the reason it's such a question for me was because of the scenario.
Yeah.
But if that exact play happens in the first quarter, I don't think I even think about it. I don't think I go, ooh, that was a tough call. That was the wrong call. I didn't.
Well, I think it's something that we saw called this season, like in weird times more than we ever had before, where if you get the ball first, then you're allowed to like hit somebody.
Yeah, you just maul them after you hit the ball.
So like it seems like it's strange that you were able to like change the rule. Like you got all ball and then his hand slid off and grabbed it, it hit his arm. I get it. I just don't know. It feels like it's kind of like, what did you call the foul on?
Right.
Because if you called the foul on the all ball, then it doesn't matter what happens afterwards. Whistle blow.
Sure.
And so that adds another element. So if you were wrong, you were wrong. It felt like we were wrong, but we're not wrong. And so we're gonna call it the way we called it, even though you got all ball first. So I think in that situation, I would have had a tough time calling it.
Yeah, but also once you've whistled it on the floor, I don't think there was anything in the replay that made me go, "Oh wow, they missed that." I just think he fouled him.
No, he did. Like eventually, he did foul him. Like the initial, it was all ball to start, and then again.
I don't know enough about the specifics of that rule. To me, it looked like a foul.
I felt like this year.
I think the only reason there's a discussion is because of when it happened.
Yeah, I think this year we have like a new interpretation of that rule because I never felt like the rule was that if you got the ball first, you were allowed to hit a guy on the hand, and then all of a sudden it started being called that way. I'm like, I don't remember this being a rule where you can foul a shooter as long as you don't, as long as you get the ball first. Like, yeah, if the ball's away, that's one thing, but I'm talking like the ball's still in hand. Like if you foul somebody, you foul somebody. So I find it really strange. Yeah.
Although I go back to, and this is just an example that's in my head. There are a billion examples. If you have your own, use your own here. I go back to Warriors Pelicans in New Orleans in the 2015 playoffs. Steph hit a 3 in the corner to tie the game to send it to overtime. And he got clobbered on the play. It's like Anthony Davis and somebody else just took him out. Full-blown tackled him. Shot goes in. Ref after the game basically said, well, we didn't blow the whistle because he made the shot. If he hadn't made the shot, we would have blown the whistle. And I go back to that, and it's like, okay, if that's going to be the case in that scenario, and that if you're trying to say, hey, players are going to settle it, that's where the call on Shea, that's my hang up.
Yeah.
Is okay, well, not really, that's the spot we're going to decide this game. And again, a foul is a foul is a foul. You're going to blow the whistle, blow it. But man, that's a tough call.
Yeah.
That's a tough call in that spot.
Throughout that game, too, you heard people like the commentators were like, well, that's interesting that's a foul when what we saw on the other end or what we saw 2 minutes ago wasn't a foul.
I felt like we heard that a lot in the playoffs.
It's everyone's trying to adjust to what this is, right? And so I still don't know how you're supposed to officiate it. I still don't know how you're supposed to be consistent. And to be honest, I don't think there's a lot of consistency. Like
There's definitely not.
yeah, even late in
Those poor
the
refs. They just
like
have no idea.
the Minnesota game, right? The Minnesota Denver game. They're like, oh, you're gonna call a moving screen
hmm
after all the things that we just saw. You're gonna call a moving screen now? Oh, all right.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's weird to hear
hate
the commentators actually call it out as well because they're confused. We're confused. Everyone at home, you're like, okay, man, that was a moving screen. I'm not going to argue, but again, the play before where the dude gets
Right.
taken into like 3 rows deep into the stands,
Right. No call.
no call.
Yeah.
Yeah, wild.
Well, because and good on the broadcaster because they're supposed to be informing, right?
Yeah.
Like that's they're enhancing the game experience by letting us know what is going on beyond just what our eyeballs are witnessing.
Yes.
And when you're a broadcaster, like, hey, you know what, bro? I don't know either. I don't know what to tell you.
You got me.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's even the play too where man, was it I think it was the OKC game where
Mhm.
somebody went to the basket and they fully get crushed.
Mhm.
Like it wasn't even close and they didn't call it, but he went up and hit the bottom of the backboard and the ball went out of
Mhm.
bounds off of him, off the offensive player.
Mhm.
And they're like, "Oh, well that does look like it's off the offensive player." It was the OKC game because I remember Jason Kidd. But Jason Kidd's out of challenges. And you're like, "Okay, well, like I don't know what you do there because like the guy went to the basket.
Yeah,
The
he got
defender
right.
clearly
It's
has
out
his
on him
hand on
because
his
he got
shoulder.
fouled, yeah.
He gets shoved under the basket and hits the bottom of the backboard. You're right. It's off of him, but it was actually a foul. So it's just totally bizarre.
Really, really weird thing. What I want to get to about these games though is two things. One, while I'm also in on Minnesota as a contender going forward, Dallas showed me a lot in that series. So did OKC. They were both teams that OKC less so because they were so freaking good this year, but Dallas definitely. We're going into these playoffs. I was of the mind like, okay, yeah, they made a nice run this year. They stayed out of the play-in after not making the play-in last year, but I don't know what this team looks like moving forward. I think they're going to be really freaking good moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the changing of the guard season.
Yeah.
Like I think what we just saw, what we're seeing right now is like teams elevating that you were hoping would elevate, and you
Mhm.
were kind of hoping the Kings would be with this group
Sure.
and elevating with them, but
Mhm.
they didn't reach that plateau.
Mhm.
But to see some of these teams like take the step, like it's fun to see. This is like again, I don't care what city it's in. Everyone should be excited to see
Mhm.
this Dallas Minnesota series. Like it might not be marquee, but you should be excited to see Anthony Edwards versus Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic. You
Yeah.
should.
Mhm.
And that's good. It's good for the game. And it's good that
Totally
OKC
agree.
is getting better. It's good that you're seeing a team who went all the way to the beginning and has rebuilt itself back up the right way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm here for it because this is, you don't want it just being like the same 5 teams every year.
Yeah.
And you certainly don't want to see 4 NBA finals in a row with the Cavs and Warriors again. That's just not good for the game. It's stale.
Sure.
And so I think this is a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have 2 new teams in the finals in consecutive years for the first time in God, I don't even know how long.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
But anyways, really excited for the rest of the NBA playoffs. There's one more thing I need to get to from this Mavs game, but it ties in with the Kings offseason stuff that we're going to do next. The Southwest Division is next up in our group of divisions. We're going through each division, each team, figuring out what players the Kings should go after this offseason. That's all coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Later.
Hmm. Um, I would like to tell you, Manny, that this is a thing, but so does everyone else. Like the sidestep James Harden 3, it's a travel every single time I watch it. Go out to the blacktop, watch kids at age like 11, 12, 13 right now. They all do the same exact thing. Yeah, it's a travel. At least
It's
it
a
looks
gather
like.
step and then a side step, but then you get your 2 steps. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
Like, dude, when you step back twice, that's like a lot of steps.
Randy, I'm with you. The Survivor, like 4 weeks in a row with someone going home with an idol is
That's
wild.
crazy.
It's wild. You would think that someone would like pick up on it, and no. John Poles, to the Nuggets run it back. Yeah, I think they do. I think that they're hoping that Peyton Watson becomes something.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, they might make like a subtle switch out here or there, but yeah. Yeah, this is another one we should get into. All of the remaining organizations made big free agent acquisitions. Hope the Kings are watching. What did Minnesota do? Who was Minnesota's big free agent acquisition? I mean, they made a trade 2 years ago, but yeah. That's their own free agent. He didn't even make it to free agency. They signed him before.
Who's that? Nas?
Yeah, Nas. Yeah, I'm gonna be intrigued to see how the Kings handle if they can get Monk to lock in like the situation with Nas Reed.
Oh, whoops. I think the biggest deal for Minnesota in terms of their leap was Ant.
Yeah, I think it's Ant and giving them another year to simmer in the pot.
Yes, and figuring out how to play with Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jaden McDaniels.
Gobert was certainly the undercooked onions in this situation.
Boy.
But how does he look in the next series? And can he even stay on the court?
So interested.
Yeah, and how does he look if they make it through to the next one?
Although I kind of, we'll talk about it. There we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. They're Jiffy Lube, and they sponsor the show. Shout out. Hey, really, really quick. I want to play the audio that we have from post-game stuff last night because I want to be able to use my buttons.
Okay.
Is that okay? Can we do that?
Of course.
Okay, great. So I'm going to play this audio from last night's post-game of the Timberwolves win over the Nuggets. We will dive fully into the audio later. I just want to play it now because I have drops from each of them that I want to be able to use.
Okay.
Then we'll get back to the thing that I wanted to talk about from the Mavs, and then we'll do our Kings offseason stuff. So yesterday, after the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets 98-90 in a Game 7. If you missed it, the Nuggets led that game by 20. Here's Michael Malone in his press conference after the game.
Next question, man. The season's over. That's what's hard. Being up 20. The season's over. You don't understand that. The season's over. It's hard. Stupid ass questions.
To be fair, hey, how are you absorbing this loss? That's a tough question.
Yeah. Okay. So look, I think everyone needs to understand that these are raw moments.
Yes,
It's raw moments
definitely.
for everyone. And Michael Malone walked up into his pregame press conference wearing like a 2023 NBA championship shirt.
Mhm.
Like they thought that they were moving on. They thought that
definitely.
he was trying to like get his guys pumped up and ready to play. And like, he's disappointed just like everyone else is. And he's looking at the same thing we are. Like, how do you get better the next year?
Mhm.
How do you make changes? And, are the Minnesota Timberwolves your version of the Sacramento Kings,
Sure.
New Orleans Pelicans?
Mhm.
Like, how do you get past this team? And maybe you can. And as long as you don't face them again in the playoffs, maybe you're okay.
Yeah.
But like, this is going to be a team that's around for a while. And I think it's just, anytime you're in those situations, it's hard because you do get thrown some questions that just kind of, you're like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to answer that?
Yeah.
I'm angry, I'm pissed, and now you're going to see it. And now I look like the a-hole for sitting here saying things that now everyone's looking at me like, oh, you shouldn't have acted that way. It's like, well, I'm pissed.
Yeah.
It's raw.
Stupid ass questions.
All right, number 2. We'll dive back into that a little bit later. Anthony Edwards got the headset after the game, was talking to the Inside the NBA crew. And Charles Barkley, here, we've got the whole exchange for you.
I have not been to Minnesota in probably 20 years.
Bring gas.
Hey,
bring gas.
Incredible. Every big postseason run needs a phrase.
Yep.
Bring gas.
Is now Minnesota's.
Okay.
You got the governor making jokes online about how he's going to add it to the state sign when you cross the state line. I'm sure it'll be on T-shirts.
Welcome to Minnesota. Bring ass.
I just
bring gas.
Incredible. And then Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns are hilarious in their post-game pressers. If you've not watched them, they are very funny. Somebody asked them, basically said like, "Hey, you guys have been, you guys missed a step here.
Yeah,
you're usually supposed to like lose before you make this kind of jump." And here's how they responded.
And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
we lost last year?
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage. Usually, teams usually.
It's the playoffs. We lost last year.
We lost the last 2 years.
God damn! How much more we gotta lose?
Yeah, how much you want us to lose?
Been losing for 20 years.
I mean, that's just the truth, dog.
God damn!
You're right.
Yeah,
I do think I don't want to have this because I want to dive deep on this a little bit later.
Yeah.
With this idea of these steps and these trajectories for teams. And are the Timberwolves on the normal trajectory or do they skip a step? Because to me, I didn't necessarily think they skipped a step, but we can talk about that. It did give us these.
That's just the truth, dog.
We lost last year.
Yeah. I can't wait. Anyways.
Stupid ass questions.
I think the Mavericks did something that we offered a really good example. I wrote down blueprint. That's not the word I'm looking for because blueprint implies that the Kings should follow it very specifically. And I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Yeah.
But I think they illustrated what we're talking about when we talk about Kings offseason acquisitions, whether it's free agents, trade, or otherwise. And we're going to do that here with the Southwest Division in a minute. But I think they did a really good job of identifying very specific pieces that will help their team. And it illustrates something that I need certainly to keep an eye on and think about when we're going through this list of players. And in a vacuum, adding Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington and drafting Derek Lively and having Derek Jones Jr., like in a vacuum, that's not that inspiring of a group of players.
Nope.
But with what Dallas needed from their role players around Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, those additions this offseason and midseason were such a massive reason that they got to the Western Conference Finals. And I think that's something to keep in mind, where when we're talking about the Kings, yeah, maybe a player comes up that you think like, hey, what did that guy scored 8 points a game last year and played in 36 games. But you got to think about how they fit with the Kings specifically. And I thought Dallas did a really nice job of that.
Okay, so here's the wrinkle I want to add to. I
Please.
mean, because you bring up that, like, look, Daniel Gafford and even, throw Derek Jones Jr. in this and PJ Washington. These aren't just players who, like you can look at them and say, okay, I know what they do, right? Again, we can talk about, again, Grant Williams and PJ Washington aren't that much different,
No
right?
doubt.
And Reggie Bullock and all the other players, Dorian Finney-Smith and all the, like, they're not that different than Derek Jones Jr. and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively are basically the same player, right?
Yeah.
I'll add this too. Most of these players came from losing teams. Like, again, the Chicago Bulls were one of the most disappointing teams in the league. That's last year, and that's where they signed Derek Jones Jr. from as a free agent. The Charlotte Hornets are one of the worst basketball teams in the world. And
they're a bad organization.
They're a horrible organization. They probably will remain that way for a while, right? And so when you go pluck like their third best scorer or fourth best player, something like that, you can't magically think he's going to walk in the door and become this kind of impactful player.
Nope.
And then you look at Daniel Gafford, who is on the most unserious team in the history of unserious teams.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And so it's not just that you went out and got three guys. You went out and got three guys from situations that you couldn't even really give a true, like, how good are they?
Yeah.
Like, Daniel Gafford's stats easily could have been inflated by 3 points and like 3 or 4 rebounds because no one else on his team is very good at doing anything outside of putting the ball in the basket here and there.
Good point.
And that no one else on that team rebounds. And so, like, to have these guys like come to Dallas and just find a way to mesh is so incredibly impressive, because I think it does show a pathway for the Kings. It's not just about the type of player and the style of player, and sometimes it is, hey, a guy in a bad situation doesn't have to be looked at as just a guy in a bad situation that probably, who's just gotten so used to losing that he's not going to be able to help you, or who doesn't know who he is. I think the one thing about PJ Washington and all three of these guys, they all know who they are as players. They at least they had done that for themselves. They had developed who they were. 3-and-D power forward, a rim running, shot blocking, rebounding big man, a 3-and-D wing that has gotten better as a 3-point shooter, but really is known more for his athleticism and his length, right? So, but they are who they are. They've refined who they are the best they can, where so many young players that get stuck on bad teams, they get done with their first contract and even part of their second contract, and they still think they can be an all-star.
Yeah.
And they're just not.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, bro, like, I don't know how to tell you, but if you're not going to figure out how to be a role player and how to fit in, you're just not going to make it.
Yep.
And these three guys have figured that part out, and to have them step in and then just find a way to mesh with this group, really, really impressive.
Daniel Gafford, to your point, played 5 fewer minutes per game with Dallas than he did with Washington. Averaged the same amount of field goal attempts, 6.5 to 6.4. But his field goal percentage went up 9 points.
Yeah.
He went from 69%, which is nice, to 78% with Dallas. His rebound numbers went down like a full rebound, but again, he's playing 5 fewer minutes. And his assist numbers were about the same. His block numbers almost the same in 5 fewer minutes, and he scored about the same. But again, it's about that role and finding a role that fits. And I'm going to say this because I think this is what the Mavericks did, because I think that's a great point of the situations that these guys all came from. I think what the Mavericks did, and I think what we should be doing, and what I think the Kings should be doing, is looking at these players and going, okay, what can they do? What are they good at? I don't need to know. I don't necessarily need to know if a player is just an atrocious defender and there's just no way he's a turnstile, he's going to get targeted, and you can't keep him on the floor because he's so bad at defense. Okay, fine. But if you tell me, yeah, this guy hustles his ass off and he's 6'8" and he shoots 35% from three, it's like, great, I can work with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's something that Dallas did that the Kings should be definitely keeping in mind. Again, not necessarily looking at players in a vacuum, but looking very specifically at how they fit here.
Yeah, and I would say too, like guys like PJ Washington, it's not like this is a bad player. We've seen him for years. He's torn up the Kings a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a big difference between being a good player on a horrible team
Mm-hmm.
and finding a way to seamlessly fit into a team that goes to the Western Conference Finals.
Right, being like a fourth option instead of a second.
Or even a third option. In this playoff series, he's been a third option.
Yeah, you're right. He's very good.
Yeah, I mean, he's even been the first option in like 2 or 3 games and helped them win games.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like super impressive just how these guys fit. But also, like, look, I'm someone who would never typically say this, but shout out to Jason Kidd for taking a group of players on the fly and figuring out a way to get them to buy in 100% to the role that they're playing, and also not leaving guys behind like Derek Lively. Like say, hey man, we still need you, but Daniel Gafford is just a more seasoned version of you. I need you to bring more energy off the bench. If you pick up a couple extra fouls, that's okay. But I need you to go out there and play like a dude with your hair on fire, which is exactly what he does.
He was a plus 26 in game 6. Derek Lively was in a game they won by 1 point. He's a plus 26 in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
15 rebounds, 3 assists, a steal, a block, and 12 points.
Yeah, and even in this season's playoffs, I'm looking at Derek Jones Jr. and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 games out of the 13 that they've played, he scored in double figures, including a 22, a 19, and a 17 in the final 3 games of that series. And this is a guy who averages for his career like 6 points a game. Like he's stepping up in a big moment. And I think that's really good to see. And he's not a young player who's stepping up in a big moment, but he's a player who, is finding his way.
Yeah. Yeah. Dallas had throughout that series, it was Luka, Kyrie had some up and down moments, but like you said, PJ Washington stepped up. PJ Washington falling off a little bit. Derek Jones Jr. steps up. Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford combined for 22 points, 22 rebounds, and 4 assists in game 6. Just kind of all hands on deck. I thought it was a really impressive performance by the Mavericks. And let's start with them as we begin our Southwest Division dive. We're going through each team in each division and trying to identify the players the Kings might try to go after, be able to go after, players that fit with the Kings who could potentially be available this offseason. So let's start with Dallas, and let's start with Derek Jones Jr. He is an unrestricted free agent. And to me, he would fit with the Kings the same way he fit with Dallas.
Well, I totally agree.
But he also might have just gotten some money.
Yeah, I would say like up until the last 3 games, like he was a nice player on a good team, but all of a sudden he showed you that there's flashes of more. It's hard because like this is a guy who just turned 27, so he fits your age arc. He's a guy who's not going to make a ton of money, but I would be surprised if he didn't get $6 to $8 million a year. Maybe half or maybe a little bit more of your mid-level exception. He's coming off a 2-year, a year where he made a league minimum, $3.3 million. So he would love to get paid. I'm going to guess, but he's also a guy that the Sacramento Kings made a run at multiple times. So in 2020, that's the coming out of the bubble and the shortened season. Monty McNair had the first interview with him via Skype to try to get him to sign with the Kings, and he ended up going to the Portland Trailblazers. This is a guy that the Kings have tried to get in the past, and I wouldn't be shocked if they went after him again because he's still not like a high value player, but he's also going to the Western Conference Finals with a team, and he might just end up re-upping with them.
Sure.
And again, they're not going to be able to pay him just like anyone else. Like most teams aren't going to be able to pay him because Dallas is like in a similar cap situation to most teams. But yeah, definitely a player that the Kings should be looking at. It's just I'm not sure that he moves the needle so much.
No, he's definitely one of those just nice role players. I think he falls under the bench upgrade category for sure.
He could start for you, but
yeah, but I think I think with the Kings, he probably is better suited off the bench, but
Maybe.
that depends a little bit on what the rest of their roster looks like. You also wrote down Dante Exum, and I think that's fascinating, especially if they wind up moving Davion Mitchell this offseason, which they may or may not. I have no idea, but I think Dante Exum would be a really nice Davion Mitchell replacement as like a defense first guard who you don't. I think especially with the way he developed offensively this year, I think he hit like 49% of his threes, something like that.
Yeah, it's something crazy.
So obviously, that's not a sustainable clip. But if he is improved to the 3-point shooter where he can credibly hang out in the corner and somebody has to stand near him, you feel okay when he has the ball in his hands and he's going to make the right play offensively. I like that idea too.
Yeah, Dante Exum had so much talent when he was young, and then he had the catastrophic knee injuries, and I think he had like an elbow injury too, something weird. But this was his best season as a pro, pretty much. Averaged 7.8 points, 2.9 assists, 2.7 rebounds. He's on a low budget, like $3 million contract, so I don't think there's any way you're going to be able to get him out of there. But you never know. He's only 28 years old. He'll turn 29 in July. But that's pretty wild too to think about that he's a player that he feels like he's been around forever and even played in Europe for a couple of seasons, and he's still only that age.
His rookie year was 2014-15. That's insane. That's so long ago, and he's not even 30.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, if for whatever reason the Mavs want to move him, then yeah, for sure, go try and get him.
Yep,
but I would be at that price. I doubt it. Let's stay in Texas with the Rockets. What an interesting team. I don't know what I don't know what their offseason looks like. Are they just running it back? Are they going to move a player? You have Jayshawn Tate written down here. Are they going to move him? Are they going to move Tari Eason? Are they do they feel like they need to keep Dylan Brooks, who is a player I think that I have done a 180 on whether he'd fit with the Kings? And could take him for sure. But again, I don't know how willing the Rockets are going to be to move any of these guys.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting too because you got to remember they have like a top 4 pick.
Yeah.
So I mean, they don't just have they have young talent all over the place. So I don't know. Fred VanVleet's clearly not going anywhere. He makes $43 million this year.
Yeah.
And
that's so nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy. But they signed
third.
They signed Dylan Brooks to this like 4-year deal that pays him what is it, $90 million over 4 years, something close to that. 85 million, 86 million, something like that. If you look at him as the next 3 years, it's possible that they could look at it and go, okay, look, we can go get another asset for him. But the team is kind of built in a weird way. Jabari Smith is your answer at the power forward. You've got Alperen Şengün at the center position. You got Amin Thompson that you're going to have to fit in somewhere at one of the forward positions. Yeah. So you start adding up all of these players, and then Jayshawn Tate, I don't think there's any way that they're going to exercise his team option at $7 million. So I think he's going to be available. He's a little bit older than you would think for a guy who hasn't been in the league that long. But then the other guy that I have a real question about is, there's no way that you're going to get Cam Whitmore out of there, which it's too bad because Cam Whitmore's a stud.
Baller.
But I think Tari Eason, he only played in 22 games. He's a guy that might be on the bubble of how he fits there, especially if you look at this year's draft and the talent that's in the top 4 and where those players play and how they would fit in. And the fact that you have Jalen Green and you have your backcourt set with him and Fred VanVleet, like how do you continue to build this thing? Where do you fit all of these pieces? And does Tari Eason fit into that? He's the type of player. One of the things the Kings, I think, in this offseason should go get is a player like this, whether it's him, whether it's Jared Vanderbilt, whether it's
more athletic Trey Lyles,
Brandon Clark. Yeah, like one of these guys that just like brings so much energy and chaos at the power forward center position.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's where I'm with you. You can make the case for Jayshawn Tate. You can make a case for Tari Eason. You can definitely make the case for Dylan Brooks. It was 4 years, $86 million and $1, which I thought was kind of funny. That decelerates over time though.
Yeah, he has a declining scale contract.
22.2 this year, 21.1 next year, 19.9 the year after that, in the 26-27 season. And that's where I don't know if the Rockets would be willing to move him or if they're like, nope, he is such a foundational piece of what we're doing, especially defensively. Can't move off of him. Tari Eason, I think every team in the league would want a player like that. But again, you don't know how Houston is viewing him. He missed most of last year.
Yeah.
He's talking a bunch of trash to the Warriors as they were trying to chase them down for the play-in. I don't. Is that something that they enjoy?
Yeah.
Are they? I couldn't tell you. If the Kings can go get him though, yes.
Yeah, I would put Jayshawn Tate in sort of that weird category too of players that, I mean, he's 28, but he plays a physical style that the Kings just lack. And
he's a tank.
I wouldn't hate it as a bench upgrade type to go see it, take a flyer on a guy. And I think he's going to be cheap. Again, he really played his way out of the rotation last year.
Yeah.
Only 16 minutes a game, 65 games, average 4 points a game. He's a player that I think could help a team, especially as like an enforcer and like physical basket getter off the bench.
Yeah. I'm with that for sure. Can we fit one more in here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. The Spurs.
Yep.
Let's start with, I hate this. I'm looking at your list right now. Let's start with Keldon Johnson.
Yeah.
He is a name that has been connected to the Kings. It feels like every time we talk about potential trades and potential moves. I think he's a nice player. Is he an upgrade in your starting lineup? I don't know. I don't. He's one of those players that, when you look at his numbers, is that a product? And it's like we were talking about with the Mavs. Is that a product of, hey, the Spurs just haven't been very good, and there's not been a great supporting cast, and he's just like, he was on Team USA, he won a gold medal. He's been around. But does he come to Sacramento and suddenly help, and you start to see his numbers uptick? I don't know.
I kind of look at him.
I get the fit.
Yeah, I mean, he can play small. He can play the power. He's only 6'5", but he plays bigger than 6'5".
Definitely.
I kind of look at him in the same way I look at PJ Washington, like super, super similar player.
Yeah.
And so if you could get him in the right situation, we're talking about a guy who averaged 22 points a game last season before Victor Wembanyama showed up, who's averaged 5.5 rebounds per game, who, is almost 3 assists per game over the last 2. He reminds me of Harrison Barnes 2.0. Which is, that's not a bad thing though. Like, this is a player that I think that could step in. I guess the other player you could kind of compare him to a little bit. He's not as good an offensive rebounder, but Carl Landry,
sure.
Just a bucket getter, and that's fine. Like, I think the Kings could have more of these, and I think he would be an upgrade over a guy like a Trey Lyles. Like, I think they're both really solid players, but I think he would be a better version of, and younger.
Sure.
But yeah,
I kind of feel like
it.
If you slot in Keldon Johnson, at the, God, I don't know if he can play the 4. It's probably a little small to play the 4.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just, if you're, I don't think you can replace Harrison Barnes directly with Keldon Johnson, because I don't think there's enough size there. Like you said, he plays bigger than 6'5", but I don't know that you want him starting at the 4.
Yeah.
But I think from a production standpoint, that's a more reliable option, where night in and night out, yeah, he's going to go get you 5 to 8 rebounds. Yeah, he's going to go get you 12 to 15 points. I don't think there would be a huge question about what you're going to get from Keldon Johnson, whether he's in your starting lineup or coming off the bench.
Yeah.
He's done both with San Antonio. Yeah.
And I don't know
Keldon Johnson a lot.
I don't know San Antonio is willing to give him up. I think he's part of the support system that they're putting in place for Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
I also, for this team, Trey Jones would be a huge bench upgrade. He's on a 1-year, $9.1 million contract. And just to spite my partner here, I treat Zach Collins, 2-year, $34.7. Like, look, I don't love watching him play either, but like the pointy elbows and the physicality and the, like the sort of stretch 5 game that he has, I'm okay with him as a player. Just the injuries and like personality wise, I think he's kind of an odd fit.
That's non-winning behavior in our building.
It's absolutely not. If Zach Collins winds up in Sacramento, I'm gonna have some explaining to do. It's fine. All right, we have the Pelicans to get to. We have the Grizzlies to get to. We will continue discussing that. Plus, I want to get to dive into some of this post game sound from the Nuggets and Timberwolves game yesterday, because I thought that exchange between Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns,
We lost last year.
I thought that exchange was really, really interesting in terms of just talking about a team's trajectory. So
Mhm.
we will continue diving into the Kings offseason. More NBA playoff stuff coming up, and the 49ers started OTAs today. What does that all mean? We'll discuss it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, we're clear now.
Hello, everyone. Ryan, AP. I don't know if Hurst stays or not. I mean, I would say that one's probably, I would say 60-40. He won't be here, but that's meaning somebody else, like because of the shoulder issue, has to be willing to take a bit of a gamble. Although he will be healthy plenty of time, but still, that's one of those injuries that you kind of got to see him play before you make some decision. Yeah, like they're not going to give up Sohan. Like we're trying to be like somewhat like realistic, and I'm not sure even like a Keldon Johnson would make a lot of like I don't know if you could get him out of there.
Like, I just have no idea what San Antonio wants to look like after the offseason. Like, are they going to go with Sohan and Keldon Johnson and Devin Vassell and Trey Jones, and this is just kind of the dudes? Or are they like, hey, Victor Wembanyama's good as shit. We need to get upgrades now.
Yeah.
Where, you know what, Keldon Johnson, nice player, but we need to package him and other stuff to go get a star. I have no idea.
No, it's intriguing. I don't know how they're going to put their team together, but like they paid Vassell. Like I don't know if Vassell makes $29 million this year. 29, 27, 27, and 24.7. They have a declining scale on a young player, which is intriguing. And then they don't have a lot of guys that they have to pay a bunch of money to. They locked Julian Champagny up on a 3-year, $12 million deal with the final year as a club option. He doesn't make anything. Yeah, that roster is intriguing. Oh, all rookie first team just announced. Chet Holmgren.
Shocker.
Jaime Jaquez.
Wemby.
Brandon Miller.
Wemby.
Oh, Brandon Podziemski.
Odds. Come on.
And Victor Wembanyama.
Hell yeah, Pods.
Wow. Intriguing. Yeah, so Chet and Victor Wembanyama both tied with 198 points. Brandon Miller 195, Jaime Jaquez 188, and Podziemski 161. Derek Lively with 119 points led the second team, followed by Amen Thompson, Keontae George, Cason Wallace, and Gigi Jackson.
Hell yeah, Gigi.
Hey, Trace Jackson Davis missed by 1 point.
Yo, I have a funny thing to say. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Boy, Scoot Henderson didn't make second team.
Bringyass.com redirects you to the Minnesota tourism site.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Dwop Reith got two all rookie points.
That is incredible. Dwop Reith got his points based solely on his performances against the Kings. All right, here we go.
Probably.
Second hour time. Let's party. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then D'Lo and KC will take over. We got a ton to get to here in the second hour. But before we get back into our Kings offseason stuff, we got to talk about the Pelicans and the Grizzlies. Those are the two teams left that we will dive into for potential Kings offseason acquisitions. Apparently, after Anthony Edwards made this phrase famous last night.
Bring your ass.
Famous on a national scale. Bringyass.com now redirects you to the Minnesota tourism website.
That's spectacular.
After this exchange.
I have not been to Minnesota in probably 20 years.
Bring your ass.
Hey,
Bring your ass.
Hey, Brian, I checked the URL first. We were good. Brian said it was brave of me to check that link at work.
Yeah.
But with the way Twitter is, it drops what the website is below it. So I was good. Plus, I checked the URL.
All right.
We're good.
You're good.
And I had a good excuse if it wasn't right. And that would have been a great troll job. I would have gotten got. And
that's right.
That's the way it goes sometimes. All right, let's stay in the Southwest. Let's go to the Pelicans. Actually, you know what? We're going to put a pin in the Pelicans. Let's go to the Grizzlies real quick.
Okay.
Brandon Clark, Santi Aldama, the two players you have listed for the Kings. Brandon Clark's got 3 years, $37.5 million left on his deal. I don't know what he will look like post Achilles.
Yeah, that's always a concern.
But that is the exact type of player I would love to see the Kings have.
Yeah.
Where it's just an energy big. He's going to catch some lobs. He's going to play some defense. And you're going to get, when he's out on the floor, you just know you're going to get some really good minutes from him.
Yeah, he's kind of like a poor man's Aaron Gordon without the 3-point shot.
Sure.
I mean, like, look, he does a little of everything. He can block shots. He can rebound. He's super, super physical. Kings fans have seen him just run the Kings over multiple times. He also, like, on a side note, his mom and stepdad live in Lake of the Pines where I live.
Oh.
So anytime he's in town,
Bring your ass.
there's a huge contingency from the lake at the game.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, 40, 50 tickets. He did not grow up here, but his younger brother did.
He did play in 6 games this year. That's my mistake. He
Yeah, he
returned
came back.
this year. He played 6 games. That's
He
right.
came back at the end.
Yeah. But it came right back. 11 points, 5 rebounds, just right there with his career numbers.
Yeah, and the other guy is Santi Aldama is really intriguing.
Kind of like Santi.
Yeah, he's 6'11", power forward. He's only 23 years old, out of Spain. And the dude, 10.7 points, 5.8 rebounds, 2.3 assists, almost a block per game. He kind of checks a lot of boxes. And if he weren't in a situation that was really chaotic and not very good for anybody this last year, he probably would have shot better than 34.9% from 3. I think he's like an up-and-coming stretch 4 that might really, really look good next to, next to Mr. Sabonis. But I don't know if you could get him out of there. And he's on a 1-year deal, and after that, he's a restricted free agent.
Yeah.
He basically is on his rookie scale contract. He was the 30th pick in the 2021 NBA draft.
Yeah, and that's where these are tough.
Yeah.
Because for all the reasons we're like, hey, he'd be a nice young piece to add.
Yeah.
It's exactly why the Grizzlies want him. It's exactly. But to piggyback off your discussion point here, that type of player, when we talk about bigs who could play alongside Domas, it's like that's the exact. He can stretch the floor for you. B, he just put the ball in the basket around the rim too.
Yep.
He's not just an outside shooter. Not afraid to mix it up. Like he'll get in somebody's face. I really love the idea of Santi Aldama, even if he specifically isn't available.
Yeah. He's
but-
probably going to be difficult to get out of there.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll add to Brandon Clark too,
Mhm.
Brandon Clark makes $12.5 million in each of the next 3 years. And again, he's coming off an Achilles, so I'd be very cautious with that one.
Mhm.
But that $12.5 million is less than the mid-level exception, which means you could acquire him without giving anything back and acquire him into the mid-level exception. You could also trade him, trade a guy like Chris Duarte at $6 million, and it would be super close to like the doubling of his contract. So there's a possibility you could probably get him for less than what you think.
That's very, very interesting. And again, the Grizzlies, another team, this entire division, another team that I have no idea. Do they think that Ja is going to come back and they're just going to be good to go and they're going to be a top 2 seed again? Or are they looking at not necessarily a rebuild, but some kind of retooling to their roster?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very difficult.
If Brandon Clark's available, though, I'm all in for the Kings to go get him. 1,000%.
Yeah,
right there.
I'm just I would worry about. 27 years old going on 28 with the Achilles.
Finally, we have the Pelicans here with a couple of minutes left. We have discussed Brandon Ingram ad nauseum. If you can get him, get him.
Yep.
In a vacuum, he's the type of player that when I say I need to keep in mind how a player fits in a specific situation, I think in a vacuum, I'm not going and getting Brandon Ingram. But with how he would fit specifically with Sacramento and the role they would need him to play, if I was a team like, I don't know, Portland, where I'm going, hey, I'm going to build around him as my star, then I'm out. But if you get him in Sacramento, where he is the second, third option, you hopefully get him to crank up the defensive intensity in a big spot, close game, when you need to just say, hey, somebody go get us a bucket. You know that he can get to his spots and get a bucket. I like the Brandon Ingram idea. I don't really have a ton else.
Yeah, he gives you something different that you don't have.
Yeah.
He's a guy who can create off the bounce. And not only that, but look at his assist numbers. Very, very shocking what his assist numbers have jumped to. And
really effective as a playmaker.
Yeah, that's where I kind of equate him a little bit to Chris Middleton, like the 5.7 assists per game. Man, that's big. And if you had him playing with a big who passes like Sabonis, I think that 35.5% from 3 would jump back up to like the 39% he shot the previous season.
Yeah, I don't know specifically. I don't know if Willsie's in the chat, but I don't have his catch and shoot numbers. I'd be interested to see those.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing most of his threes are like off the dribble right now. But
probably.
I'm not totally sure on that. But yeah, I'm in on Brandon Ingram. Jonas Valanciunas is the other one. Unrestricted free agent. The Kings are the betting favorite to land Valanciunas. Does he fit? Can he and Sabonis play next to each other? Are we just going to go full grit and grind Kings?
I think they can. So I
please explain.
Other people don't believe they're not on the same page. First of all, Valanciunas has played next to like Zion Williamson, which again isn't he's a big, right? Who goes at the basket all the time. And anytime he takes a 3, everyone in the whole building, at least in the visiting team, is cheering.
Yeah.
Like he's just not very, very refined as a 3-point shooter. I think he fits and he improves a position. The question is, can you get enough minutes? Can he fit alongside Domantas Sabonis? He only averaged 24 minutes a game this last season, 23.5. But you're talking about a career a career double guy, a guy who can block shots, a guy who on occasion can hit a 3. He's a 34.8% 3-point shooter.
He's like Domas, though. He doesn't take him enough to be a credible threat.
No, that's true. That's true. But I would also say people are missing that him and Domas are super close. They play on the Lithuanian national team together. They will play together if Lithuania is in the Olympics. They'll play together. They'll play alongside each other. They have played together before. They know how to play with each other. I think this is one of those deals where I think people are just looking at the fact that they're both gigantic humans and how will that work. But don't the Minnesota Timberwolves have Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert starting alongside each other. This is something that is happening in the league. There could be a point where you could play them 3 to 4 minutes a half And that could easily get him up to the 20-minute per game mark if he plays backup center minutes and then steals some minutes. And he's mean. He's mean-spirited. I know a lot of people.
He's tough for sure.
Yeah. I know a lot of people don't love him because of the Chimezie Metu situation. But, look, this is a player. He's 32 years old. He's going to take way less money than he's made in the past. I don't know if you can get him for a 2-year, $15 million deal or something, bite a chunk out of your mid-level exception. Yeah. But I do think that he's an unrestricted free agent. And I think you can bring him in. And I just think he's an upgrade. He is an upgrade. He's a more stable version.
He's definitely the best second big they will have had next to Domas.
Yeah.
Without question.
Yeah, without any question. He's better than Mason Plumlee. He's better than Alex Len. We could keep listing. He's better than JaVale McGee. We can keep listing on who he's better than. But I also, he sets mean screens. And and if somehow Domantas Sabonis doesn't play 82 games, he steps in and starts for you without any question. Yeah, credible starter.
Okay. We'll continue discussing that next. We got good idea or bad idea, and there's a Jonas Valanciunas segment there, so I will save my thoughts for that. A good idea or bad idea, including Mike Malone being a jerk, Jonas Valanciunas, and Red Lobster. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Hey, Mark Nash is back with his hard takes.
Mark Nash is flying around. Good for him.
If the Kings sign Valanciunas, re-sign Monk, and pick up Jonathan Kuminga, they will get to the finals.
Oh, yeah. I love his commitment to the bid.
The finals of what? Kyle, 39%, 36.9% on catch and shoot threes. That is what crowns Sacktown.
30 what?
36.9% on catch and shoot threes.
What about pull-up threes?
But that doesn't mean that he's not going to, that he couldn't improve on catch and shoot threes.
Interesting. Thank you for that info.
Yeah, I don't have all of my tabs. Well, okay, first of all, I have way too many tabs open. But let me see. Can probably find him pretty quick. What did Ingram average per game? Oh, there he is. 21.4.
21.
Traditional. I'm going to look at shooting stats. Man, the pop-ups on NBA.com. Jesus. Shot difference. Shot area. Assisted shots.
There it was.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay, so Brandon Ingram was assisted on 67 of his three-point shots. And, well, that's not... He took more than that.
Hey, we figured it out. 33.8% on pull-up threes for Brandon Ingram. Thank you, Crown Sacktown.
Thank you.
You're going to get Brandon Ingram shooting 38% from three.
Bang, dunk, fadeaway, finger roll, hook shot, jump shot.
Oh, wow, wild.
What's wild?
I didn't. That was a weird thing that I didn't mean to say out loud. Just something that came up on social media.
All right. I would also...
What I was doing this time last year.
Above the break, Brandon Ingram shot 207 three-point attempts above the break. And he only shot 21 from the right corner and 12 from the left corner.
Wow.
So that's pretty crazy. he would have to be in the high pick and roll action, the DHO action. Waving at Jesse in there. Oh, we have some.
Okay, Wheezy, too far. Cross the line. Yeah, get your emails ready. We're getting an email count at the top of the segment. About 30 seconds. Check that. That's wrong. We have 50 seconds.
We have 50? You guys are going crazy. I don't know. I probably have 30 open tabs. Mark, do you know Brandon Ingram? I'm just wondering.
All right, here we go.
Bring your ass.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And we'll get some of the post-game sound from last night. The Nuggets and Timberwolves. In fact, you know what? We're going to do some of that right now. We got good idea or bad idea. Every day we do this. It's 3 headlines, and we say whether the thing in that headline is either a good idea or a bad idea. Michael Malone, the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. What?
I'm just laughing at your good idea, bad ideas.
Thanks, man. I'm pretty fired up about it. I worked hard on it. Also, we'll get a check on unread emails on James' phone coming up. Stay tuned for that. Make sure you're sitting down when you hear whatever the number is. Michael Malone, head coach of the Denver Nuggets, was asked in his post-game press conference after his team blew a 20-point lead and lost 98-90 in Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Denver's title defense is over. He was asked how he is absorbing the loss after blowing a 20-point lead. Here's what he said.
Next question, man. The season's over. That's what's hard. Being up 20. The season's over. You don't understand that. The season's over. It's hard. Stupid ass questions.
Michael Malone, good idea or bad idea to be a jerk to reporters in that setting?
I think clearly it's a bad idea.
Stupid ass questions.
But I also think, I do prescribe to the fact that there are stupid questions.
Definitely.
And there are stupid people who ask questions.
Sure.
And so there is no stupid question thing. Oh no, there are.
In some cases there are.
There
Definitely.
are. I've been in plenty of scrums where it was like, oh, well, that was a stupid question.
When I'm teaching, if I'm teaching somebody something about this job, like the board, no stupid questions. Ask any question you have.
Mm-hmm.
In a press conference, there's some stupid questions.
Yeah. No, there are some stupid questions, and it's just kind of the way it goes. I don't know. It's a raw moment. It doesn't look good for on Michael Malone, especially because he's a guy who talks with a lot of force and he does big talk, and
yes,
he's a guy who's very passionate about what he does. I know him really well. I covered him for a year and 24 games here in Sacramento. But there's also a moment where you got to step back and say, man, I can't come off like that. I don't want to look like you're taking away from what Minnesota's doing, or you're taking away from the moment.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
And just the kind of being himself. And the reporter, when they say, how are you absorbing this loss? He's expecting a quote where Mike Brown's going to go, or Mike Malone, excuse me, is going to go, it's tough. It's tough losing a game like that, and and because they had, the quote carved out in their story. But to me, I mean, you can still get a story out of this.
Mhm.
It's still very interesting that was his response. But like you said, you gotta know the situation. And I know that it's tough in that spot, but probably not a great idea to say stupid ass questions in the post game press.
That was what was
Stupid ass questions.
that was in his head. If he wouldn't have said that,
Yes, 1,000%.
I think he would have been totally fine.
That's the most abrasive part to me.
Yeah.
Nothing else about that answer was, but he does start. He goes, next question.
Yeah.
And then is like, well, I got to say something. Man, tough look for Michael Malone. Number 2. Nope, that's not the right one. There it is. That's the right one. Jonas Valanciunas to the Kings. James, you have said it's a good idea. I think it's a fine idea. I think it's okay. I don't know how much better. I don't think the idea of just throwing 2 bigs together works. Like Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns can play together because they do 2 very different things on a basketball court.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you some options and different things you can do with your rotations. And I think we saw Chris Finch kind of take advantage of that throughout the 7 games with Denver. But on the other hand, Karl Anthony Towns can hang out on the perimeter and effectively play point guard for an entire game, while Rudy Gobert hangs out inside.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that you're maximizing Jonas Valanciunas or Domantas Sabonis if you're having them play like that. Like if you're having Domantas Sabonis do a dribble handoff and then he just stands at the top of the key, I don't think that helps the Kings offense that much.
No, but again, I would just look, this is a guy who averaged like less than 24 minutes a game last season.
Mm-hmm.
He's 32 years old. He would have to accept a role. That role would be to play, the 13 minutes, 14 minutes a game that Domantas Sabonis is off the court.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, he would have to find a way to 2-3 minutes a half to play alongside Sabonis in order to get to his 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And so, like, do I think it's a perfect fit? No, but I also think, like, look, we talk about this all the time. The Kings don't just need long, athletic shot blockers. They need toughness.
Yeah.
And this dude is a tough hombre.
And he's definitely, and this is something you talked about last segment, they just need a better roster. Like they down the last, I don't know. I don't mean this at anybody directly. I'm just picking a number. 11 spots on their roster. 10, 11 spots. They just need better players. Anywhere you can get an upgrade, you'll take it.
Yeah, I totally agree. And even if you look at like the Alex Len situation throughout the season, Alex Len was like the 9th man, right?
By the end of the year, yeah.
Valanciunas is going to be like on your roster, like your 7th guy. And he's just a better, more seasoned. Well, I mean, I don't know, not more seasoned. He's just a better overall player. He's proven to be that throughout his career.
Yeah.
He's not a career backup. He's a career starter that might be willing to take a career backup role to play with his friend.
Yeah,
maybe.
Sure. Last one, number 3. Yeah, it's a good idea. You just need to upgrade your roster, and he would definitely be an upgrade. Number 3, Red Lobster is filing for bankruptcy after a failed all-you-can-eat shrimp promotion. All-you-can-eat shrimp, James. Good idea or bad idea?
It sounds so good. I love shrimp, but as a business decision, shrimp's expensive. I don't know.
Shrimp is expensive, and also when I don't know, man. I don't want to throw shade at Red Lobster because God knows the cheddar biscuits are among the finest things in casual dining. And I'm not even above Olive Garden, to be honest with you. I'll rock some Olive Garden. I'll rock with some Red Lobster. But all you can eat, I don't think that's appealing to the right audience. I don't think anybody's like, oh, hey, I'm going to go to Red Lobster now because of the all you can eat shrimp.
Well, it's a challenge, man.
And now you're probably buying more shrimp than you probably need. You're probably throwing out a bunch of shrimp.
I mean, really, they're putting out a challenge. Like, it's all you can, like, okay, I'm in.
Like, I'm out.
I can eat like 47 pounds of shrimp.
I'm not above, no doubt, but not from
the business perspective.
That establishment.
Okay. No, I mean, I get what you're saying.
I don't know, man. I just don't. How many people? Because no, but that's just it. Is you call it a challenge, so you're gonna get people who go in there and probably eat way more. Their goal is, hey, we're going to get people in the door. They're going to pay for all you can eat shrimp, but they're going to eat like $4 worth of shrimp, and they're going to pay us however much, and we're going to just rake in the cash. Anybody who's going there to do that, nobody's like, I have a hankering for shrimp today. I'm hitting Red Lobster, and I'm going to eat a normal amount of shrimp. Like, no, they're either going to say challenge accepted, and they're going to eat 1,000,000 pounds of shrimp.
Yes.
Or they're not going to go. It's a bad idea. It's a poor idea.
I think what you're trying to get, though, is you're trying to get one person who's up for the challenge, and then 3 other people who are like, yeah, I'm not a shrimp guy. I'll go with you, but I'm going to have the steak and lobster, or I'm going to have something else.
I guess, dude, hit me if you're like, hey, all you can eat. I know they already are, but work with me. All you can eat cheddar biscuits. You can take them to go. We're just going to keep your table loaded with cheddar biscuits. Then I'm in there.
You're in.
Then I'm in there. All you can eat shrimp. Tough idea. Sad it didn't work out for Red Lobster, but fingers crossed for their future success as a business. What's our unread email count? We only have 1 missed call.
71,669.
Good God.
That's non-winning behavior in our building.
We have to go. That made me depressed. 72,000 unread emails. It's ridiculous.
That's just the truth, dog.
All right, we got to go. We'll be back in a second.
This is facts right here. Eating shrimp from a place going out of business doesn't sound like a good idea.
Are they going out of business, or they just filed for bankruptcy? Are Red Lobsters closing?
Oh, I think so.
Every Red Lobster is going under?
I don't know.
Absolutely zero.
I think I've only been to Red Lobster once.
Mark. Hey, he doesn't, dog. I don't. If the Kings, here's where I land on Harrison Barnes specifically. He's the focal point to me, where if he's still in the starting lineup on day 1 next year,
yeah,
I have major concerns.
Yeah,
if he's still on the team, like coming off the bench, fine.
I would just like, again, Harrison Barnes is not coming off the bench. Are you trading him? Like, Harrison Barnes has never said he wouldn't come off the bench. They haven't said anything about, like, Harrison Barnes has never said, I will not come off the bench. I mean, he's 32 years old. Eventually, he's either going to come off the bench or he's not going to be in the league. So,
right.
and again, if Harrison Barnes is coming off the bench for you, you're probably a pretty good team.
Yeah, you're definitely in a better spot.
Yeah.
But if Harrison Barnes to me is starting, I don't necessarily know what you accomplished this offseason.
Somebody mentions a Sizzler. I thought Sizzler already went out. Sizzler went out of business.
Yeah, I haven't seen Sizzler around in a hot minute.
I think they tried to make a comeback.
I went to with a couple of buddies from high school who I didn't really ever hang out with. I forget why I was even with them. But after school one year, I can't remember if it was summer break or one of our 2-week breaks. We're on a modified year-round schedule. So we got 2 weeks in October, 2 weeks at Christmas, 2 weeks spring break, and then a shorter summer. It's like a 2-month-long summer. After one of our last days before break, we just went to Sizzler, which wasn't in town. We had to go like out of town to go eat Sizzler.
Okay.
With these 2 randos. I can't even remember who it was.
Oh.
I just remember going to Sizzler with 2 guys from high school.
Oh.
I got nothing.
So when I was Sunday afternoon, that would sometimes be like where the church folk would go. Hey, let's drive down to Auburn and go to Sizzler. So you go with like other church families. And then it's just like all you can eat. I don't even think I've ever ordered something off the regular menu at Sizzler. It's only the salad bar.
Oh, buffet only, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Or salad bar, I guess. They have a bunch of different stuff at the salad bar, though. Sizzler, I think, is like steaks. It's technically like a quote-unquote steakhouse. Oh, there's a Sizzler on Madison, apparently.
Oh.
Chill.
Okay, I have
Relax.
this. Inland Shrimp was a successful annual limited time offer for Red Lobster for 20 years, but Red Lobster's latest major shareholder, Thai Union, a Bangkok-based seafood company, saw the promotion as a way to sell off the mountains of shrimp it was catching and turned it into an everyday item. The change cost Red Lobster $11 million.
Oof.
They filed for bankruptcy Sunday, and bankruptcy filing shed new light on the endless shrimp mishap.
Yikes. Hey, thank you, Dave. I knew it. Sizzler salad bar had pizza and pasta and stuff. Hell yeah. Sign Jonas Valanciunas and Kelly Oubre. Draft Zach Edey at 13. Bang at the thing.
Wait, so you want Jonas, Domas, and Edey?
Who threw Davion Mitchell? I'm bored with Mark Nash now.
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
We lost last year.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jiffy Lube, that's the sponsor. Shout out to them. I've been talking a ton of... if I got the right... There we go. That was weird. The music wasn't turning down in my ears. I did not like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
It started to fade over here.
That's fine. No, we're good now.
All
I just wasn't hearing it. It's all good. Perils of doing the show the way that we do it. All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. We've got some NBA playoff stuff left to get to from last night. I'm going to play this clip again. This is Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards in their post-game press conference following last night's 98-90 win over the Nuggets to punch their tickets to the Western Conference Finals. There's a little bit of the question in here and then the response from Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns. And then I want to discuss what the reporter was asking.
And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
We lost last year.
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage. Usually, teams usually.
It's the playoffs. We lost last year.
We lost the last 2 years.
God damn. How much more we got to lose?
Yeah, how much you want us to lose?
We're losing for 20 years.
I mean, that's just the truth, dog.
God damn.
So I think this is really interesting because it's something we talked about a lot, not you and me, but people talked about a lot leading up to the Kings Warriors series. It's like, hey, there's a trajectory here. And this isn't going to be the year they make a run. Maybe they can win around this and that. And then this year we talked about, okay, the experience, and we've talked about it not just with the Kings, but with OKC versus Dallas. We talked about it with the Pacers a couple of times, and they've made their run to the Eastern Conference Finals, which is really cool for them. But we always talk about this experience and these steps toward contending. And I think Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards ask a really interesting question there because it's not anything we really ever consider, because it feels like there's either a linear path forward where you just kind of see it with a team and you go, you know what? Hey, Oklahoma City this year. Like, yeah, they lost in the second round, but hey, you see it with them moving forward. They're coming.
Mm-hmm.
But with Minnesota, they've lost in the playoffs the last couple of years. They got ousted by Denver last year and gave Denver, quote unquote, a good series. They won a game against Denver. And now they're still being asked, like, hey, this is abnormal. Usually you have to lose big first before you make this kind of run. And they asked the right question, like, how much are we supposed to lose?
Yeah, I totally get it. But I also, I understand the question.
Yeah, definitely.
But I also understand the answer. Because, like, look, this is a team that lost in the first round the last 2 years, right? Under the same coach, with the same basic roster, except for Gobert wasn't there the year before. And, so you're building something. But for them to take this leap right here, to me, it's not as big because they had been in the playoffs a couple of times.
Yeah.
Right. So you were just waiting to get over the hump. They got over the hump. Now, it doesn't usually mean that you go straight to the NBA Finals, but it doesn't mean that you can't.
Yeah.
So I just think that there are expectations. As much as any league, the NBA, there are like, you get to a certain plateau
Mm-hmm.
and then you take your lumps, and then you move up and you take your lumps.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, you find a way to get over the hump.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, that's this league. It doesn't mean that it has to be, that's the only way. There's always going to be outliers.
Mhm.
But for me, I think it's okay to expect that. Like, especially as a journalist, you're like, okay, this is kind of rare for a team to skip a couple of steps. But at the same time, maybe you're not looking at the total, the total of what's happened here.
Yeah.
They haven't skipped steps as much as they're just on the right path right now.
Yeah, right. That's it right there.
Mhm.
Is maybe they just ran into Denver last year, and Denver was the team that was going to run through them like a buzzsaw, but maybe they went around last year. And had they won around last year, we would be talking about this differently.
Oh no, it wouldn't even be a question. If they would have made it to the second round last year, which is just what they just won. They just won the second round.
Right.
Like, that's what
They're at the conference finals.
You're hoping that the Kings would like somehow get to this. That was the second round. You just saw it.
They just did it.
Yeah. So
yeah, I think the more impressive thing is that they went on the road in Denver.
Yes.
And came back from 20 down against the defending champs. Like, that's the impressive thing. I'm way more interested in what changed from last year. I would like to know how they evaluate how they got to this point. Because that they got to this point is not that big of a surprise when you kind of look at the totality of, okay, Anthony Edwards is in year
3.
3? 4?
I think it's year 3. Maybe I'm wrong.
Year 4? Year 3? I think it's year 4. Whatever it is. They're in year 3 of making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen this trajectory with Anthony Edwards.
Oh, he's year 4.
You've been waiting for Karl Anthony Towns to kind of break out and become this player, because that's always been the thing with him, is can he step up in a big moment? He did last night. Rudy Gobert, can he stay on the court in a playoff series? Can he be effective in a playoff series? And he was. Like, there's all these things that you, like you said, when you take a step back from your preseason expectations and you just kind of look at their path, this makes sense. This makes a ton of sense. If the Kings make a run to if the Kings make a couple of tweaks this offseason and they're like, yes, these were the right moves, and they're in the conference finals next year, I think a lot of people will be like, wow, what a crazy leap. When in reality, like, nope, this is year 3. They had a little bit of a step backwards last year where they didn't make the playoffs, but hey,
but they were still a play-in team.
Yeah,
and they still won 46 games.
Right, they kept the basic foundations of their roster.
Yeah,
and they moved forward. I mean, they didn't get the same. They didn't make the first round of the playoffs like the Timberwolves did 2 years in a row, but they were just kind of right there. And you saw the trajectory, and you saw the path forward. Like, that's I think what's more important. And I think I personally, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I think I wrote Minnesota off too early because of Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. I've just kind of seen that movie. I know what it is, without taking into account the fact that Minnesota, like we talk about with the Kings, had this vision. They had a road that they were traveling down. And I don't think 2 first-round exits, I don't think you're necessarily beholden to, you have to, because the reporter said, usually you lose at a much higher stage. You don't have to lose the finals. You don't have to lose in the conference finals. There's no like rule that says that.
Yeah.
Golden State, before they went on their run, lost in the second round and then the first round. They went backwards, quote unquote. And then they changed their coach and they won a title.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought it was really interesting that the question was, hey, you guys have skipped steps, and not, hey, how did you go from losing the first round in 2 straight years to getting to the conference finals?
Yeah, like maybe a better question. What do you think it was that happened here that allowed you to break through that first round?
Exactly.
Right? So that might have been a better way to phrase that.
Because I think that's a visual learner. So I think every team, when they make the playoffs, hits this invisible barrier. And that's just it. It's breaking through that barrier.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that means, okay, maybe you lost in the second round, or maybe you lost in the conference finals. But whatever it is, at some point, something happens that allows you to break through that barrier. And it's definitely not moving on in the playoffs. Because the Pacers, to me, I'm not going, oh, the Pacers broke through.
No.
The Pacers figured it out. How did they do this? Like, well, they played a beat up Milwaukee Bucks team. And then Andrew Nembhard hit a ridiculous shot in game 3 against the Knicks. And then the Knicks started getting hurt and running out of gas. And the Pacers stomped them in a game 7 in a 1-game playoff, basically.
Yeah, where their starting small forward played 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And their star point guard broke his hand and wasn't able to finish the game.
Yeah. And look, I don't.
They could have won either way.
The reason, sure.
Yeah.
And the reason this is so fun is because we don't know. We can guess and we can have takes and thoughts and opinions and ideas.
Yeah.
But we don't know. That's why sports are great. Maybe the Pacers go in and they beat the Celtics in 6. I wouldn't bet on it, but that's on the table. That is within the realm of outcomes. And maybe the Pacers have just broken through and we haven't seen it yet. But again, when you zoom out and there's not the traditional roadmap for the Pacers. So for the Pacers, it's like, whoa. That to me is much more of a, hey, you're early. Why are you here? This is not how the script is supposed to go.
Yeah.
But with the Timberwolves, it's not. I think Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards make a great point. Like, how much are we supposed to lose first?
Yeah.
We're losing for 20 years.
Why not us?
Yeah.
No, I totally get that. And the same thing, like how it would pertain to the Kings. Like, I don't think if they would have beat the Warriors last year and gone on to the second round where they would have played the Lakers, who like they had
good
ownership
matchup.
of, and it was a good matchup. And if they would have somehow made it through the Lakers and made it to the Western Conference Finals, I think we would have felt a lot the exact same way that we feel about the Indiana Pacers, not the way we feel about the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah.
And that's not to be disrespectful. It's like, hey, you guys just won 18 more games this season than you did the year before. And now you won a first round series. And now you played a Lakers team that's aging and you won a second round series. Like, how did you get here?
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
That would have been the same exact
100%.
thing. Like, and if they would have done that this year, everyone would have been like, okay, well, we saw where you were going.
Right.
Even if the Kings would have made it to the second round this year and would have won the second round, I think we would have felt a little closer to the way we feel about Minnesota.
Yes,
it's just that first time, the breakthrough. And again, I think everyone can look at the path that Indiana's taken. And it's not their path that they chose. It's a path that's been laid out in front of them, that they played a Milwaukee Bucks team that lost their 2 superstars. And then again, they play a Knicks team that just falls apart, completely falls apart.
Like, yeah.
Like physically fell apart.
Yeah.
I mean, even look at Josh Hart's stats for yesterday. He plays like 37 minutes, but he has 8 rebounds.
Yeah.
The dude's averaging like 15 rebounds a game almost for the series.
He was not right.
Yeah, he wasn't right. And that's partially because they had all this accumulation of injuries, partially because their head coach can't play other people.
Yeah.
So
really cool moment, by the way, when he checked out and got the standing ovation. I rocked with that.
Yeah.
That was really, really cool that the New York crowd gave Josh Hart that standing ovation. He was walking off. Shout out to Madison Square Garden. Shout out to them. Yeah, and the difference is, like I said, I'm buying in on Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Minnesota.
Yeah.
When we're talking about the West and where the Kings sit throughout this offseason and going into next year, those are the teams that are going to be mentioned as the top teams in the West, and so's Denver. They're still very much going to be around. They're still very much going to be there.
Those are the 3 you need to find a way to get as good as those 3.
Yes.
Like, that's it. Like, I don't care about anyone else, really. Those 3, you need to find a way to catch up.
Yep. And Minnesota is there now.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure both of us before the year were like, yeah, I'm not buying Minnesota.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see it. And here they are. All right, they're here. Whereas Indiana, next year, I'm not going, hey, all right, well, pencil Indiana into the conference finals.
No.
But
if they made it next year, I'd be more
definitely
understanding
right.
of the path that they got there. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Anyways.
That's just the truth, dog.
Thank you to the Timberwolves for the excellent drops. All right. Explain this to me like I'm 5. Something we're going to do each day, not throughout the offseason. I don't think I have that many questions, but I just have various questions about the NBA salary cap and how it works. I'm an NFL guy where the salary cap is what it is, and there's different machinations and different things you can do to move money around, but it's just the salary cap. In the NBA, it's very different. It's a soft cap, and there's all these luxury taxes and aprons, and there's mid-level exceptions and biannual exceptions and all this language. So I'm just picking a few things out, and I'm having James explain them to me like I'm 5, and hopefully I learn stuff, and hopefully you as well learn things. Okay, we always talk about the MLE,
Yes.
the mid-level exception. You hear about this all the time. You can accept them into the mid-level. They have their mid-level exception. They don't. What the hell is it?
Okay, so basically, mid-level, if I'm not mistaken, was created like when the salary cap was much lower,
Mhm.
and you got to a certain point where you basically when you get to a certain dollar amount,
Mhm.
they would say, okay, look, you can't go above that. You don't have any other ways to go above the salary cap. But for the sake of keeping your team like competitive, we're going to allow you to
Mhm.
sign one more player. And that player is up to $5 million. That's where it used to be. Like, and I used to call it death by mid-level because the Kings, when they were coming to an end of their playoff run,
Mhm.
they were grasping at straws, trying to remain like competitive, remain
Yeah.
like in the general conversation.
Yes. Trying
And
to
so
get back in the playoffs.
exactly, they kept thinking, "Oh, I'm one piece away. I'm one piece away." So they would do these crazy signings with mid-level exceptions, and they did a bunch of them. So whether it was Sharif Abdul-Rahim
Sure.
or Mikey Moore,
Mhm.
and basically you just kept burning salary, but then you would have other salary fall off the books, but now you got this new salary, and as opposed to going out and trying to trade or sign a $15 million player,
Mhm.
you would have 3 $5 million players, and you would be stuck perpetually around the number 7 pick in the draft.
Brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's death by mid-level. The new mid-level, the way it acts now is it does give teams that are over the cap but under the luxury tax an opportunity to go out and sign a player for it's based on a percentage of the cap, and it keeps going up. At this point, the mid-level exception is for this season is $12.9 million.
And it does not count against the salary cap.
Well, it counts against the salary cap, and it counts for against all of your other things,
Mhm.
but it allows you to go over the salary cap to sign a new player. Got it. And the mid-level is kind of crafty
So you
because
can't sign your own guy into the mid-level.
well, you can if he doesn't have years of service, right? So for a guy like Malik Monk, the Kings could give Malik Monk a mid-level exception right now
which he
for
wouldn't.
this year.
Right.
Yeah, but it's limited. So it's up to 4 years, but it also I think it has to be 2 years guaranteed, just like the what we call the early bird exception.
Sure.
Right. So the mid-level exception, it kind of lives now in this weird space because number one, you can break it up into multiple pieces. So the key is that the mid-level, as opposed to most exceptions, is good for a contract up to 8 years. I mean, up to 4 years. I'm sorry, 4 years.
I see.
Right. So you could sign 2 players for $6 million piece. You can sign an $8 million, $4 million player. You can sign a $10 million player and a $2.9 million player. There's all these ways in which you can do it. And then this year, the NBA added the other element to the mid-level exception, and that is that you can use it as a trade chip. So you can actually trade for a player as long as he isn't under contract for more than 4 years, and as long as his starting salary isn't higher than the starting salary of the mid-level exception, you can sign that. So you can trade for a $12.9 million player with your mid-level and not give anything back to the other team. Most teams would be like, hey, I'm going to want a pick or I'm going to want something. But it's also possible you run into a team that is trying to clear space for some reason, or whether it be because they're over the cap or because they have another player they want to sign, and you can absorb a player into the mid-level exception. It's the biggest of the exceptions, but there are some qualifiers. If you're under the cap, if you're a room team, you're way under the cap, your mid-level exception is only like $8 million. And then if you're a taxpayer team, you're over the tax, but under the aprons, you have your mid-level drops to 5.2 million.
Okay.
If you're over the second apron, your mid-level is gone. If you're over the second apron, the only thing you can sign is a league minimum contract.
Jesus.
But that's league minimum for years of service. So like a 10-year vet league minimum is like 3.2 million versus a first-year player league minimum is 1.1 million, 1.2. So you still get the ability to sign like any of those like minimum scale contracts. Yeah, so the mid-level is a very powerful tool that can help a team like the Kings go out and find like a player that they can pay like 4 years and over $50 million.
Yeah.
Like there are plenty of players out there who would love a
No
mid-level
doubt.
exception
No doubt.
at this point.
Cody Martin.
There you go.
Just throwing one out there. Kenny Caraway. It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. D-Lo and KC coming up next.
What up?
Dude. Timberwolves, man.
Hey, man, I see you repping.
That was wild.
I see you repping.
Yeah, man. Love my Wolves.
I've been having my ear to the street of
Oh.
Minnesota, for the last week or so. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what I do, when things are buzzing. You can watch your first takes, or you can watch your ESPNs or anything. No shade to nobody, but sometimes I need to get in the streets.
Have to.
I need to see what the people are talking about. They got this thing in Minnesota where they howl. They be like, yeah, come on, we taking calls, everybody can howl, and they do that's their thing in Minnesota. They do a little howling when they get on the radio.
Bring your ass.
Oh, classic, man. Come on, man. Ant-Man, let's go.
He's amazing.
That's my dog, man. That's
my
dog.
dog. We have lake howls, like on the lake where people will start howling at night, like once or twice a year.
You guys got wolves?
I feel like that's cultish, though.
No, this
that
is like
feels a little culty to me.
No, it's like you bring your kids out and like everyone like basically you howl at the moon and you can hear it all over the lake, but because of water it carries.
Yeah.
So you can hear people all over the lake like howling. It's fun.
Do you guys have wolves over there? Like any creatures?
No. I mean they're
Stupid ass questions.
the proper use of a button right there. No, I mean, I think wolves are around a little bit, but like you worry more about mountain lions. There are coyotes for sure.
See, that's what, so that's what I was
Lots of
thinking, right?
foxes.
Because like I've told the story before. I used to work at this middle school, and part of my job was, coyotes come on the campus. Like you gotta, be ready to handle that if need be. Like however I handle, like I ain't gotta go fight the coyote, but like keep the kids away from them, make sure the blacktop is clear.
Kenny versus a coyote.
I gotta go out there and get the kids off of there and like be the adult that's on the blacktop.
Sure.
Like everybody, and I'm like, no. I will yell from the office, hey, get off the blacktop. There's a coyote out there. I ain't gonna be out there so he can chase
Absolutely
me.
not.
Crazy.
Not.
Everyone inside. There's a coyote.
Absolutely not. No chance.
But yeah, they understood. That's my people over there at Pioneer Middle School, Tustin, California.
That's amazing.
Shout out.
Yeah, but shout out to the Wolves, man. They did it, man. I picked them to win the series to begin with, but I thought it would be in 6.
Yeah.
And once Denver won those 3 straight, I mean, I just stayed with the pick because that's what I picked. But I was like, oh, it's looking bleak right now, especially after that game 5, man. That game 5.
Game 5 was tough.
Yeah.
I think Mike Conley being out hurt them a lot, though.
Yeah.
In that game.
Yeah, for sure.
They just never felt like they got steady.
For sure. And then I know I'll talk about it on the show, but I know your boy, man. Snake oil salesman, man, what he was talking about after game 5. It's not that he was wrong, it's the way he talks. Everybody gets things wrong.
Sure.
It's the way he talks. Like that was a dumbass thing to say. We'll talk.
Stupid ass questions.
That's just the truth, dog.
We got so many, dude. Carl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards are going to supply a lot of the longer they are on this playoff run, the more drops we will get from them. What do you guys got coming up?
Playoffs, man. Playoffs. And I learned what a front runner is yesterday. I'll explain it.
Oh, I cannot wait for this. D-Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We'll be back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Letter Gang, good show today.
Thanks, Chatty House.
Even you, Mark Nash.
Oh.
No.
What's up? What's up?
What it is, yo. What's up?
Yeah, Dave. Hopefully that made sense, Dave. We were trying to talk that through. If it doesn't make sense, call me. Not now, but we'll figure something out. Okay, good. I'm glad you understood because I wasn't even sure I understood. Nah, man, we good. I got some BCAAs, no caffeine. Feeling good, man. Feeling good. What's up, Drew Down? What up, boy? Zay, what's that? Sorry, Zay. Back to work. You know who is here.
Zay, believe it or not, I see your comment up there as well. I do have something to say about baseball. I may not speak about it all the time, but I'm always watching. I'm always aware of what's going on. I got a couple of thoughts about that. You may have to wait till 2:50, but yeah, I got some thoughts about that.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, one time. Make it 2 times. What's good? I feel like that air horn cut off abruptly. There it is.
I was thinking about something. Like I said, I just heard some stuff like last week, man. And I just wanted to be perfectly clear. You heard what the intro said. We top 2, but we in first, huh? Don't let nobody tell you anything different.
Wait, is this happening again?
Nah, it's back channels. It's back channels. It's not even like that. But I just remember I was like, wait, what?
Oh, is this what you worried about? We got them on the radio. Was it that?
Yeah. Just confident.
No, whatever.
Just telling everybody. I'm like, nah.
Don't get the bar graph out again.
They didn't see the bar graph apparently.
Come on, man.
Dude, this stuff is out there.
like that.
It's out there for people to see.
I don't like that. Look. Just we exist in our own little spaces. It's good. I got my people over there, so it's good. But don't be lying. Don't do that. Like Pat, don't say Jack. All right, don't be lying on people now. Don't do that.
I'm Damian Boiling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're happy that you're here with us. We're happy that you're here with us. We missed you on Friday.
Man, I missed you guys. I missed you guys so much. I followed you.
Well, we saw that. For some reason, your comments were blocked on my screen.
Oh no! Who blocked me?
I don't know. I heard there were rumors that you took a segment we did for, to heart a little bit.
Well, that was just a bunch of crap.
What segment, Kenny?
Well, this whole Laker Kenny nonsense. I almost cursed just a second ago. But is this some nonsense? Stop that. Stop.
Was a lot of Laker talk on Friday, and
there was a lot. Oh yeah, who the real Laker fan?
Well, we said you would have had so much fun.
Yeah, you would have enjoyed it.
You really would have had a good day on Friday.
Stop it. You know what though? Timberwolves Nuggets went down yesterday, and I did think about this because I was in the living room going crazy with my son watching the game, and we hyped up for Minnesota doing their thing, Ant-Man doing his thing. Anthony Edwards, that's my guy. That's my guy right there. That is already one of my all-time favorite players. And it reminded me that this, for me personally, only happens in basketball. Like, I don't have another that's my guy in the NFL. I hate everybody if you're not a 49er. All right. Baseball, I mean, yeah, I like my Acuñas. I like, my man De La Cruz. And, I like players. But if they get to the playoffs and are doing something outside of my Giants, we got beef. This only happens in the NBA. So that lends to like the whole Laker.
You love the Lakers.
No, I don't love the Lakers,
You're
but
just
they've
essentially
had
just trying to
players.
soften this.
They've had players that I like.
Yeah. That was good.
Just like everybody else. Like, do you think I like the Celtics?
He spent 4 minutes trying to cushion this thing up.
You think?
Yeah, that was a wild move right now.
You think I like the
on a
Celtics?
Monday.
You guys think I like the Celtics?
No, you hate the Celtics.
But who's my boy?
No,
don't do that.
Anthony Davis.
Don't do that.
Who?
My boy Jason Tatum. Don't play me like that.
Jason Tatum is like 10th on your jersey chart.
He's on the chart though, and he's not 10th. He's probably got leapfrogged by Anthony.
He's
Edwards.
like 10th.
Yeah, no, he's not 10th.
You got Malik.
But,
you got
Ant-Man,
like De'Aaron. You got
I got Malik.
Ant-Man.
I got De'Aaron. I got Debo.
You got a Tyrese jersey
hold.
coming your way.
No.
You don't tell us you like Anthony Edwards to be like, oh, I like some Lakers players too. Like, it's fine.
Not now. I don't like any Lakers player now, but I used to like Nick Van Exel. There's video or footage of me in the Nick Van Exel jersey.
Well, there's footage of you. There's
Kobe was my boy.
Sketchy pictures of you.
That's where the media.
Yeah, you guys stop taking pictures, bro.
That's where the media is just doing nonsense. I like Bron. That's my boy too. I like Steph. You know how much I hate the Warriors.
Yeah,
I like Steph.
Didn't you contemplate on this show getting a?
No, there's nothing to contemplate.
He didn't contemplate it. We talked him out of it.
I think that's what happened. Yeah, I think he hit us.
This was the nonsense that was going on Friday. Nonsense.
You realize this show can be heard by people, right? Like, everyone remembers that.
Yeah, that's why I got in the check, because this was nonsense.
All right.
Stop with that.
Okay.
Stop with that. But Ant-Man, my boy. Ant-Man leapfrogged Jason Tatum.
Ant-Man is
so you too, huh? You're out on Jason Tatum
No,
and the
I'm not
Celtics too, huh?
See how the media
All right,
does it?
no. We'll see you.
No, just a matter of fact, what I tell you, I got direct orders for the Celtics.
It's true, he does.
Yeah, I got direct orders. I just told him about a minute and a half ago. Oh yeah, Kyrie's my boy too. I'm not getting a Mavericks jersey though. Now I hate the Mavericks. Don't get it twisted. I hate the Mavericks. And people, oh yeah, because Luke. No. That's been going on for about 20 plus years. So yeah, I hate the Mavericks. But Kyrie, my boy too. Kyrie, my boy. That's what I'm saying. This only happens in basketball for me. Like my boy, like some of my guys. My guys are on teams that I hate, but it's like, nah, that's my guy. I'm with it.
I can't figure out if you're like telling us or trying to convince yourself. I don't know.
I'm telling the people. I know what it is.
Okay, well, good, man. Salute.
But the whole point was, outside of maybe Lamar Jackson, I don't feel this way about nobody in football.
The tribal chief can have pizza. Make sure the tribal chief knows that he can have pizza. Yeah.
He gave us the $30.
The tribal chief came in. He's like, "What the hell is this? Why is the pizza hiding in here?" Well,
I'll make sure he came in here.
Make sure Aaron knows he's good to go. We literally have to hide food when we get it, even though there's no one here.
We got it in the producer's room. We got a locker.
I'm a little nervous. I do have like the most exposed window here. Everyone walks past.
No, you do. But the good thing is no one's here.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
People don't work here. Like the KSFM crew is here, the ESPN crew is here, and Aaron is here.
By the way, I told Seth he could have some. Seth.
Oh man, engineers are
engineering's always okay with us.
Shout out to Dana Cortez and the Dana Cortez Morning Show. They sent us some pizza for reasons known to no one. But thank you.
It's love. That's love.
And we had no idea. Jonathan walked in with it. We're like, "Who's this?" I don't know. Give it to Kimberly. She knows everything. Kimberly takes it from Jonathan and walks up to me and goes, "Here's your pizza, ma'am. What do you want me to do with these 3 boxes of pizza?" Well, Dana ordered them for you. For us? Well, for KSFM. Well, that's us.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's your pizza.
Shout out to
all right,
Cortez
man.
And the whole morning show.
This is such a weird place to work, dude. I swear. This place is so weird.
That's just normal for me, I guess. Oh, I saw somebody that I'll say it on there. It's all good. I saw somebody that told me to tell you what's up.
Okay.
Over the weekend. My girl L Boogie. Big Al's
Lisa.
That's
L Boogie.
That's family forever. Her cousin, we've been married, cousins through marriage for 30 years, as long as I can remember now.
Uh-huh.
And then she was just like, "I didn't know you were on KSM 102.5. She was like naming. She's like, "Is Byron still there?" And I said, "There's nobody."
There's like 3 people here, ma'am.
And then she mentioned, she's like, "Yeah," because she was talking to me about the cruise, and she was like, "Yeah, and Davey D, and then D-Lo used to be there," and I was like, "No, D-Lo's back. D-Lo is that's my co-host for all the." She's like, "What? oh man, tell him Lisa said what's up. Tell him L Boogie said what's up.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was like, I don't let him know.
That's
I almost
dope.
FaceTimed you.
Oh, you should have.
Yeah.
You should have. Like, what's fun? Like, man, it's so hard. Like, we're approaching a year on KSFM.
A year in August?
Yeah, it'll be a year in August, which will be our 4th year at ESPN. And like, it takes time. Like, it takes time to build. But thankfully, because of YouTube and, you know, social media, but I think most specifically like YouTube and the streaming portion of this show, I think you are more like likely to get recognized for, oh, you're on the radio, or you have a podcast.
Oh,
like
well,
one of those
definitely
two.
heard that over the weekend.
And man, that has not happened on KSFM yet. And that audience is so big. Like, that KSFM audience is so huge. But we're like secondary figures over there to Kendrick and Drake and everything else. Like, we're second figures to the music. And so it doesn't, because we don't have those Cinco de Mayo shows and the 102.5 live shows, you're not in front of 15,000, 10,000 people at a time. And I just keep praying someone goes, oh, I listen to your radio show every day. Oh, ESPN 1320? No, on 102.5 KSFM. Like, that's literally not happened in a year.
No, and it's just it's a different platform as well, right? Like, music radio host, like I was. It's funny you said this, because I was thinking about like our guy Big Von, right? And Von is like he's a staple in the Bay Area, right? Like, if you're in the know, you know who Big Von is. But if you just randomly just kind of listen to KMEL, you saw Big Von at Walgreens, you probably wouldn't know who he is, even though he's like that dude, right? And it's just the level of the platform. Whereas Bonte, you go to Walgreens, you see Bonte like every day through YouTube or with the Warrior
NBC,
stuff.
yeah.
And you like, oh, that's Bonte Hitler, you know what I mean? But it's a different platform. You said it perfectly. In the sports talk world, you can be kind of front and center. In the music world, it's still the artists who are front and center, and it's just different. It hasn't happened to me either yet. They barely even know I'm on 102.5.
No, it's fine. I think nobody knows we're on 102.5 except our closest people. Hey, but we'll keep chugging.
Empress knows.
It's a shout out Empress. She knows what time it is. She out there. Well, and the other crazy, again, you look at like numbers say that, well, they listening. They just don't care about us. No. They there because we playing Flo Millie. Like, that's why they there. Money Long.
Shout out Money Long. Shout out Flo Millie. Shout out your favorite song, Not Like Us.
Oh, that's not your favorite song.
It is, man.
No,
man. No, hey,
dude,
I'll say it too, man.
No, you
bro.
salty. It's fine.
No, I don't.
Salty.
I don't like the direction the song is going. I understand the direction. I do not like it.
No.
And it jumped the shark over the weekend. I was not happy with that.
It jumped the shark for you. Not
you
for
like
anybody.
that?
I don't like. Why would I hear that? So all right. Hang on. We'll come back. Kenny will express his.
Bro, we're going on a week of this. Come on.
No, he's in bad shape.
Man, no, I don't.
He's in bad shape.
And it's very complex. I'll explain it. It's very complex. I explained it to you.
And it's funny. Like, it's funny to me. My guy won, so it's funny. We'll come back.
I don't have a guy. I like them both. You definitely don't like them both. I like them both. I don't really care.
We'll come back. Boy, we throwing shade all over the place because we're going to talk about that record. We got to talk about Tyrese Halliburton in Indiana. Hey, salute to the Pacers. They advance. Road teams win. Man, in NBA, people are tweeting stupid stuff.
Well, that happens. I also told the people on the handoff, I found out what a front runner was yesterday. And it's no shade, it's no hate, but I found out what it was, and I'll explain that.
You have got my attention. It's Steeler with KC here on 102.5 KSFM. Nope, that's not the station. Nope.
Dude, somebody see Deal at Walgreens and tell him you listen to his radio show on the music on KSFM, please.
Nope. ESPN 1320. No, man, I'm good. Get at it. Man, it smells like coffee in here. Well, oh man. No, Lisa, you can call in whenever you want to, man. Yeah, Drew down. That's a fact. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Tell me what 1025 still exists in 2024? What? I don't understand what that means, Chris. Yeah, Russ be out there. Russ, we appreciate you. Yeah, no good, man. No good. That's a 15-yarder. That's a 15-yarder. Wop.
Hey man, want to give a big shout out. Dana Cortez Morning Show, all my people over there, you know the vibes, man. We got some good pizza courtesy of them, man. Big ups, man. D-Lo, same vibes, man. We love y'all, man. We love y'all. Appreciate y'all. I don't know how clutch this is today, man. Shout out to y'all.
Hey, who the fuck is this guy? Who's this dude? Goofy ass.
Yeah, who is this jackass? I think I remember.
Oh, they out for delivery today. Oh, Zay, there it is.
Oh, man.
Okay. Damn, that's this weekend, Aldrin? Dang. Man, I gotta be honest. I'm a little behind, bro. I'm a little behind.
Did they dispel those rumors about Bianca yet?
What was the Bianca rumor?
She's pregnant.
I'm pretty. I don't think so. Like
She wrestled the
she's
other day.
wrestling.
Well,
I hope not.
Because they took that match off, and that's first it was because the girl was sounding racist, and then they were like, "Nah, they might have took her off because she's pregnant." But she fought over the weekend. Oh, okay.
At least I think so.
Oh, we talking, Dr. David. We talking, Dr. David. Give me a couple hours. We talking. One of the great days in the history of boxing. Hey, chill, John Pauls. Chill. Don't do that.
Oh shoot. Shout out to the Chatty House. Many of them waiting for their hidden messages, shirts to arrive here today. Shout out to the day one buyers over at DLoandKC.com, the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. That is MatthewsMattress.com. If you find one of the 10 locations nearest you. They got a massive Memorial Day sale going on right now where you can get special 60-month special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. I got my mattress from there. I got a couple of my mattresses from there. I know you're getting yours from there here in the upcoming days. If you're looking for a mattress, whether it's Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or it's Tempur-Pedic, or it's Beauty Rest, whatever it is, you need to get it from Matthews Mattress, and you need to tell them D'Lo and Casey sent you. You need to tell them you're part of the Chatty House.
That's the thing. Tell them you're part of the Chatty House. Tell them D'Lo and KC sent you, and I guarantee you, you will get a reaction. Unlike if we were like, yeah, I got to show them 102.5. People will be like, oh, whatever.
Cool,
like,
cool, bro.
Nice. Who are you? You go into one of those Matthews Mattress and talk about D'Lo and KC sent you, or I'm part of the Chatty House. They'll be like, oh,
sir.
Okay, yeah.
And
telling you, man.
Just I'll throw this your way. You or for the Queen Bee if she's listening, get the adjustable headboard, get the little adjustable joint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it.
No, it's got presets, bro. The presets are crazy. The presets are crazy.
Yeah.
And it trust me. Trust me. MatthewsMattress.com. Find the location nearest you. They got one out by KC in El Grove. They got one out by me in Roseville and everywhere in between. Again, go to MatthewsMattress.com to check that out. Man, we've got a lot we've got to talk about. So let's start with Leezy, though. 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, D'Lo and KC, what's popping, guys? What up, Ken Folk?
What up, baby?
What up, HAL?
What's up, man? Hey, that Rejoinder music got me hyped, man.
That's that caffeinated Leezy. That's what it is.
Hey, I do be on that Celsius.
See?
Hey, yeah, that caffeine's gonna get me. I gotta slow down. But hey, guys, I just wanted to talk real quick about the playoffs.
Leezy Spanos over here.
I'm telling you, we had a whole conversation on Friday about how Fedra almost took me out.
Oh yeah, I heard that. That was crazy.
I gotta stay away from them stackers, D'Lo. I told you I've seen down the wild.
Yeah,
man.
Don't buy a pill from a grocery store.
Oh man,
I've heard that on more than one occasion.
Oh man,
or gas stations either.
Oh man.
Anyway, hey, I want to talk about the playoffs, guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so, out of the last four guys, whose legacy do you think this playoffs run's gonna be bigger for? You know, we got Luka, you got Anthony Edwards, who's pretty much Michael Jordan now, I guess, and the point guard Hallie and Tatum. Out of these four guys, whose legacy do you think this is really going to be the biggest for? Because at one point they've all been kind of crowned.
That's
They're
easy.
like the new guy.
That's it. That's an easy question with an easy answer. The only one with anything really at stake is Tatum. That's it. Everybody else, it'll be great season.
So can I push back on that a little bit? Sure. Like I think if they lose, I think Tatum is the one who suffers the most if they lose. I don't know if he gains the most when they win.
That's true too. That
becomes MVP eligible if he wins.
Yeah, I guess so. But I think with Tatum, it's just like, well, okay, you should have. Like, there's already dumbass tweets about Jimmy Butler was hurt, and this person was hurt, and this person was hurt, and they're not even going to have to beat Denver. Did any of you jackasses once think that Denver wasn't nearly as good as y'all thought they were? Y'all spent the entire season talking about Denver. It's not dawned on you dudes once that maybe Minnesota's better. It hasn't dawned on you once that maybe Denver isn't the team you made them out to be dating back to November. And now all of a sudden it's the easiest road to an NBA championship in history because they ain't even got to play the Nuggets. The Nuggets aren't better than the Timberwolves, so what's it matter? What's the matter if they're not playing the Nuggets? Y'all build up this lame-ass narrative in your head and try to convince the world that it's reality. Y'all want to talk about who's been hurt? Talk to me about the Pacers' run to the Eastern Conference Finals. But y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all want to talk about the Celtics. Yo, Celtics have played hurt teams. What you want them to do? Not play? Hold off. Let's hold off the series till everybody is healthy. Y'all sound stupid, man. Some of these media people out here sound stupid. People who I actually like sound stupid.
On top of that, it's not like it's like, to be honest with you, in my opinion at least, it's not like any of those teams are going to beat Boston anyway. It's not like, if the Heat had Jimmy, it would have been a different series. No, they would have been out, and they probably would have been
same
out
amount of games
because they would have taken them more seriously. Probably would have been gone in 4. Cleveland wasn't beating Boston. New York wasn't beating Boston.
Cleveland had a hit piece ready. They weren't beating anybody.
Nah, so and you lay this out perfectly. You know they're not going to say anything differently about Denver, because that would imply they didn't know what the hell they was talking about all
Talk
year
about
long.
it. Talk about it.
Because they was talking all that nonsense, and we would come on here and we'd say, "Yo, Denver's the truth.
Very good.
They're the
Yeah.
truth. They're a championship contender." And if I had to do odds or whatever the case may be, yeah, they're probably the favorites. But they're not this unbeatable force that everybody else was trying to make them
never
out
understood that. Like, I never understood why they saw this team as that.
No.
And one of their stars got exposed a little bit in this series. We'll talk about it, but I want to answer Leezy's questions first because I don't think it's Tatum. I don't know what happens if Tatum wins, other than, well, finally.
Well, they're two different things, though. They're two different things. And you brought up a good point. There's a person that has the most to gain and a person that has the most to lose.
And Tatum has the most to lose to me, and it's not even close.
Yeah. They will destroy Tatum.
But the most to gain, that might be Luka.
It might be. I think
if Luka wins one, you know how bad they've wanted this for a long time. But if Luka wins, he's probably like, and he plays the way he did the other night. Like you're shedding a label at that point. Like you've become a team player at that point, and you've already been declared like one of the ones. Man, you get a ring. Yeah.
No, that's a good
I
point.
think that's huge.
That's
for
a
him.
good point. I mean,
Ant-Man's so young, Tyrese so young. It's whether this is reality or not. It's LeBron versus San Antonio in Cleveland.
Well, the funny thing about that is, how much younger are they than Luka?
Oh, they're all like the same age. I have their ages in here in the rundown somewhere.
Is Luka 20?
Tatum's 26, Luka's 25, Ty's 24, Ant-Man's 22.
Damn, it's 22.
But the two youngest, Ty by a smidge. It's crazy that Ty's a year younger than Luka, but with Ty and Ant-Man, I honestly, they'll be right back.
For sure.
They'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah.
Luka, I think if Luka, I don't think there'll be that sentiment with Dallas or Luka. And Tatum, oh my God, if the Celtics lose.
They might, if the Celtics lose,
JR would say hellfire and brimstone.
Oh man, it's gonna be all that. If the Celtics win, they're gonna be like me in the finals last year. Oh,
yeah. That's exactly what it'll be, or it'll be like Ramsey every day. So,
and this is crazy. You want to talk about my guy list and my hate list and all this other
your
stuff.
what?
My guy, quote, my guy. That's my guy, right?
Your guy list. I just want to make sure.
Guy. No, not my guy list.
I just want to
my guy, quote unquote, my guy list.
Got it. Got it.
Or
no.
We'll just change it to that's my guy list.
Nope. Try again.
The media, I swear, bro. I swear. Either way, you got that list and my hate list. The Celtics are definitely on my hate list. Definitely on my hate list. Sorry, Jesse. Jesse, my boy. But I hate the Celtics. Always have. But Tatum.
I want the Celtics to win more than any team left.
Nah, it's Timberwolves for me.
That's fine. I want the Celtics.
And yeah, Cheryl and El Grove. She's, you know how she be moving sometimes.
Yeah,
she's fully like Timberwolves. That's my people.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, we've done that now.
Man, that's my boy.
Oh, wow.
You saw her at the video, World Wide Web.
That was very funny.
Videotaping the highlights on her phone.
Videotaping is a funny phrase too, but yes, no, that was
recording.
That was tremendous.
Yeah, she's full Timberwolves. Look, my mom, she knows basketball. She's familiar. I had no idea what was going on with the Timberwolves 10 months ago, but that's her boy.
Well,
now.
That's playoff
That's
time.
her boy. Yeah.
It's playoff time.
And look, to her, that's when you really become a star, right? Like, don't come to me in December. I'm not. There's other things I could be watching in December. I'm not really sweating you like that. The playoffs is when you need to come and show that you're a star. That's how you get on her radar.
Mhm.
And that's what Ant-Man and them did. So
Mhm.
yeah, she out of town right now. She FaceTiming, talking about, oh, we did it. We did it.
No, we hit we status with the Timberwolves. Wow, we status. All right, Cheryl.
And she was tired of Denver. She didn't really like Jokic.
That's understandable.
I was like, Mom, you can't hate on Jokic, man. He a bad boy. She's like, no, I don't want to hear all that
He
Jokic
nasty.
stuff.
Jamal a little whack though. Jamal showed his ass in this series.
I heard you saying that the other day.
Yeah, I don't like the way he. And I don't know if he spoke yesterday because I did not see him. I saw. Shout out Jokic. Shout out Nikola Jokic because Nikola Jokic handled his post-game press conference like a professional, like an individual who just finished his last day of work and he's really excited to go home.
Well, he pulled up on Ant-Man, though, and Ant-Man had to hit him with the Tupac line.
Well, that's all right, though. That's all right.
Like, hey, bro, I'm waving to these people if I want to.
Yeah, that's all right.
You ain't the money-making man no more. I'm the one.
I hate that you had that clip so readily available. Like you didn't have to look for it. There was no searching.
No, there was a little search. There was a little search.
Just like, nope, got it right here, ready to post immediately. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
But yeah, you said
I thought he showed his ass a little bit in this series. I thought he had a great first half. I thought he disappeared in the second half. But he disappeared. He disappeared in the second half because someone disappeared him.
Yeah, he was taken off the map.
Yeah, but that happened a lot of this series. And this was a series where I think whether Jamal's eyes are open to it or not, the NBA world's eyes are opened up to, look, we're going to show these dunks and these offensive plays. But Anthony Edwards is looking at Jordan, Olajuwon, Giannis status, where he could absolutely win an MVP and a Defensive Player of the Year award in the same season.
Facts. He's him, and that's why.
And the first thing he said post game was his defensive assignment. He was like, "Oh, I got Kyrie. I can't wait for that."
Yeah, that and that's why I don't want to necessarily say I'm a stall Jamal out, but yeah, you going up against one of them ones. Like you kind of lucky to get that 29 you got before, like before he started to defend you or before he was paying attention or whatever the case may be, because you're going up against one of those type of defenders, a DPOY type guy. So I stalled Jamal out just a little bit, I guess, because of that. It's not like he disappeared when McBride was guarding him or something like that.
No.
It's one of them ones.
No, 100%. I think it bothered me the other day when he was asked about this. Of course, is coming off the heels of him throwing stuff at an official and essentially not being punished for it, and his behavior following that. But when he was asked about Anthony Edwards and what he was doing defensively, he said, "Nah, it was just my elbow." All right, salute. Your elbow, boy, that bitch really acted up in the second half, didn't it? Because you sure were good for the first half. And then when Ant-Man was like, my season ain't ending, got a little more difficult for you.
Which, can I transition just a little bit here?
Do whatever you want to.
That's an old basketball that Richard Jefferson has. I don't know why they didn't get like a new game-ready basketball. This is one that you would see on.
He's struggling holding it.
He's got small hands. Can he palm? Yeah, he can palm a basketball. But yeah, it looks like something you would see on 10th and P. Richard Jefferson
just
actually
chest hair all over the screen.
Look, this is maybe the best he's looked on this show.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying he
absolutely
looks as the tire looks great.
It's just a black suit.
Yeah.
One, it's really difficult to screw up a black suit. Two, he did it.
If he
look at his shirt.
Does he have a vest on underneath too?
I think he does.
If he would have, see one button too many right there.
No, he did. He turned like towards the center, and you can see like the little mini chest hairs. That was grimy right there. That's nasty work. Stop. Button your shirt, you sicko.
No,
one button too many. Look, I didn't say he looked good. I said that was the best he's probably looked on this show. He still has a lot of work to do. That's all. I got distracted by that basketball. But I talked about what a front runner is, right? And I would hear people saying that a lot over the last couple of weeks. So and so's a front runner, all this other stuff. And my thought was always, I mean, yes, you can say somebody's a front runner, but when are you going to talk crazy? You know what I'm saying? Like when you're down 15 or when you're up 15. Like that, to me, it was common sense. It was, yes, Tyrese is talking crazy because they're up. Yes, I get it. Yes, absolutely. That's what he's supposed to do. That's what you would think. That doesn't equate to him, in my opinion, being a front runner, right? So, but I was always confused. I was like, all right, so and before this, I was gonna come in and we're gonna have a discussion. What is a front runner? Like everybody keeps throwing that out there. What's a front runner? Because what Tyrese did in game 4 makes sense to me. What happened to him in game 5 makes sense too. He's not going to be talking about DiVincenzo can't guard me when they're down 25. Like that makes sense to me. But I discovered what a front runner was yesterday.
I don't know if you want me to respond or if
No,
this
go
is
ahead.
just for drama purposes.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I don't want to step on what you're about to say, so I'm gonna let you finish. No, I want you to get your stuff off.
Here's why. And I'll praise Tyrese a little bit later, but this is going to once again sound like hate. But here's why Tyrese is a front runner. Because I don't believe he can do what Anthony Edwards did last night. Anthony Edwards is not a front runner because he was having a disastrous game.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't hit the broadside of the barn, as my grandmother would say.
Yeah.
And they were down 20.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, doesn't matter. I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still here. I'm going to lock up. I'm going to keep working. I'm going to get in transition, get some easy buckets. I'm going to set some guys up. He kept playing. He kept playing. He kept competing. They were down 20, and he didn't blink. He's like, all right, well, I'm gonna figure out a way. That is what a front runner is not. I don't believe if in that game 7, and there's no way of knowing this, if the Knicks were up 20 in the third quarter, Tyrese would do what Anthony Edwards did. And to me, that's a front runner. You only have that energy, and you only have that cerebral assassin type mentality when you're up.
Right.
When it's looking bleak. No, once again, Ant-Man didn't have to scream and yell and talk about, oh, Murray he didn't have to do all that. But he kept playing. Mm-hmm. He kept competing. And I don't think we saw in game 5, Tyrese, he'll fade away. He'll fade away in those situations. And that is why he can be labeled by some a front runner.
Tyrese seems to play his best when his team is up 10. Offensively, he seems to play his best when his team is up 10. I guess like you're talking about, like, of course you're not going to talk when you're down 25 as opposed to being up 25. Like, you don't talk when it's 0-0. Like, you talk when it's comfortable for you. He showed up to the arena looking like the 4th member of the Mean Street Posse yesterday. Look good. But for those that remember the Attitude Era, you remember Shane McMahon's crew with the sweater vest and the shorts. Look great. Yeah. That's not how he left the arena. He left the arena in a little Reggie Miller nod to the Knicks. Okay, wear that in. You wore it when it was safe, but you didn't wear it to make a statement. You wore it when it was safe for you. That's front running.
I got you.
That's front running. Like, yo, Ty, talk that talk. You've earned it. But you earned it before the game, too. You just didn't have the balls to do it. Talk that talk when it's 0-0. You're good enough for that. But you're not in. You're too insecure right now.
Yeah. Your
best play is when you're up 10. Your best play on the offensive end is when you're up 10. That's why I said, and salute, I was wrong. That crazy game versus the Bucks, the Chris Middleton game, the overtime game that started at like 2:30. Ty ain't gonna take the shot. I don't know what he's gonna do, but he ain't gonna take the shot. Well, he did, and he won that game for them. Absolutely won the game for him. Hit the little running midi with the foul. It was beautiful. I didn't think he'd do it because nothing, or very little, in his history shows that he's going to do that. I think he took like one other one. To me, Anthony Edwards has the same energy all game long. Tyrese does not. That's the difference to me.
I hear you.
I like the comp to Ant-Man, though.
Yeah, I was watching that, and I remember, I think they were still down 20. Maybe it was like 17 or something like that. And Ant-Man had back-to-back 3-point attempts, and he missed them both. I feel like I turned my head for the second one, and I don't know if he airballed it or what, or the shot clock. Something happened, and the Denver crowd like got hyped up, and Ant was walking back, and he didn't look defeated or frustrated or anything like that. He's just like, damn, I can't get it. And then that's when Reggie, if you guys were listening, Reggie was like, he can't get in a groove. Like the way they're defending him, like he can't get in a rhythm. Then that's what it looks like when he's shooting.
Reggie.
And
Reggie.
I want to hear what you guys say about Reggie. But like he, in that moment, Ant was still, it almost like it triggered like, all right, I'm not in a rhythm. I can't get into a groove right now. Let me figure out something else I could do to keep this game going. And it seemed like that's when he started getting on the defensive end and started to get out in transition and things of that nature. And I, like I said, it was the epitome of what a front runner is not. Because it looked as bleak as it could look. And he just kept getting after it. And this is unfair of me. I understand that. It sounds like hate. I promise you, I'll say it again. I like Tyrese Halliburton as a player. I like him as a man. I don't believe Tyrese would have done that. I think he would have crawled into a hole and let that team get blown out in Game 7 if he was in that same situation. And that's where it's like, oh yeah, you are kind of front runnish a little bit.
Oh, that was something that we never found out because it felt like that Game 7 was over before it started.
Man.
Celtics it felt like the Knicks had absolutely no shot in the Garden. None. Yeah, that was not fun. But shout out to the Timberwolves for that incredible comeback. And shout out to Oklahoma City and Dallas for giving us the best game of the weekend. Not everybody is okay with how the game ended. I thought it was the right call. I thought the PJ Washington, I thought that was the right call. Yeah. But that was those other two Western Conference games, man. Those brought us some. Those brought us some moments.
No, for sure.
Yeah, those brought us some moments.
It lines up what I think is going to be a super exciting Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, really, really interesting offseason ahead for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then a tremendous Western Conference Finals coming up with Dallas and Minnesota. Jesse asked me before the show if I thought Dallas could get Minnesota, and I absolutely think that they can. I don't think there should be a clear-cut favorite in this one, especially with the way Dallas is playing. We'll talk a lot about that series. We'll talk more about Oklahoma City and Dallas as well.
And it's just full of teases today. Full of teases. That's what happens after a weekend. But we'll talk about that series. And I think it's we'll take it back to Sacramento and take it to the Kings. I think it's clear as day what all of this means for the Sacramento Kings. Clear as day. Clear as damn day.
Well, you got me, folks. I'm tuning in. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Don't you dare go anywhere.
Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shoeless 99. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it may come off as hate. It's not hate. I don't hate Tyrese. But yeah, he's not him. We're not going to talk about him like he's him. You're right. Not a lot of play. That's why not a lot of players in the league are considered him. That's why it's like a handful, maybe two handfuls, and that's it. So, like, we ain't talking about Tyrese in those conversations like other people have tried to. Mind you, in December, remember I came on here and one of them Bond Temps, I think it was like, yeah, Tyrese, future face of the league.
Mhm.
Hell no.
Mhm.
Hell no. He's not one of them. He's very, very good. He's an all-star. He's one of the young stars of the game. There's levels to this whole thing, and he's on a level below. That's all it is. And when he's on a level below, don't talk about him like he's on that level above, because he's not.
Hmm.
What you talking about? Steph, Ant, Tatum. Just go down the list. Dame is on that list. I think Giannis is on that list. Joker's on that
Jokic
list.
is on that list.
You know,
yeah.
Luka, I think, is on that list. Kyrie is on that list. It's not
Hell,
two people.
Jamal, when he's not playing, Anthony Edwards might be on that list.
So there's not as many as you think, but there's a lot more than you think.
Hell, Malik Monk is on that list.
Malik ain't afraid. It's Harold B. It's debatable. I think Fox is a better player than Halliburton, and he's shown in the it is kind of interesting, man. It is it is kind of interesting because and maybe it's just fresh on my mind because I went back.
Just real quick though, why are you bringing De'Aaron Fox into the equation?
I don't know.
Nah, it's like y'all can't help yourself. Like, nah, tell me.
Hey, here's the thing about it. De'Aaron Fox last year in his first playoff appearance, they lost in the first round or whatever. De'Aaron was cooking. De'Aaron was cooking. I went back, watched those games like a week ago. De'Aaron was cooking. Everything, like I'm not even going to equate it on the same level because I think I'm just throwing his name out there because I saw it in the chat. Brunson's a little level higher because he has some 40s and stuff like that. But De'Aaron was averaging 33.
So
then he broke his finger.
So Harold says that's his comp, right? No. De'Aaron and Tyrese are not comps.
De'Aaron's a
you
better
said it
player
perfectly.
than Tyrese.
De'Aaron and Jalen Brunson, maybe there's a comp there.
Yes.
De'Aaron and Tyrese, no, man, that's not the comp.
Hell.
That's not the comp.
And once again, that sounds like hating shit. I'm not saying De'Aaron's a better player than Tyrese Halliburton. He always has been. Always has been. Now, when you talk about pure point guard and being able to get the ball to everybody else, now we may be having a conversation. But just a player on every facet of the game, De'Aaron's a better player than Halliburton. Been clear from the start for me.
Don't ever give Sack Chat vibes. That's tough.
Whoa.
Don't ever give Sack Chat vibes. That's
Hey, Russell, I'm not trying to say like I know everything or I'm the greatest, but there's a lot of people in the NBA that are stupid, that don't know what they're looking at, that don't know how to evaluate. It always kills me when people go like, they're like, oh, NBA execs, they would choose da-da-da-da over da-da-da-da. You know how many times they're wrong? Like, why do we look at them like, oh, NBA execs said that they wouldn't choose this? Like, they don't have bad signings and bad trades every year, bad draft picks every year.
We've talked about this. We've talked about this before, though. NBA executives is the dude that gets the coffee for the general manager. There are people who have NBA executive on their resume, and that's what they did. So when you read on Hoops Hype or The Athletic or USA Today or wherever, Bleacher Report or wherever you get news from, and it says NBA executives believe, remember who they're talking to.
Well, look.
They could be talking to Jeannie Buss. They could be talking to Coffee Boy. You got to keep that in mind when you're reading a variety.
They could be talking to Rob Pelinka.
Could
be talking to Griff. They've been wrong plenty of times before. Whether it's a draft pick, any type of player evaluation, a trade, free agency, they've all gotten them wrong multiple times. I would even say they've probably gotten them wrong more times than they've gotten them right. So if an NBA exec can come in here right now and tell me I disagree with everything you're saying about Halliburton Fox. All right. I disagree with you signing Luau Deng. And you did it anyway, and you thought it was a good
probably
idea.
Still getting paid.
Probably is.
Shout out Luau Deng.
So you know what I mean? Like that don't say a whole lot to me when people say that. That's not, to me, that's not a checkmate situation that NBA execs. They're wrong all the time. All the time.
That's amazing. Mike Conley has not picked up a technical foul in 17 NBA seasons. It's also crazy. He came in the league. He was on Greg Oden's team.
Yeah,
that was the same draft, right?
Same draft, yeah.
Man. Wow.
One of the good guys, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And man, what an amazing job he did tying this whole thing in Minnesota together. That felt like, especially in hindsight, it felt like it in the moment. We talked about it before. Such a massive, massive pickup for Minnesota. Like it was like, oh, okay, they got Mike Conley. That's cool. But like as you started to see it develop, it was like, oh.
Yeah, he balanced that team out.
Yeah.
He balanced that team out, man. And
the ultimate leader.
Yes.
Right there.
Yes, 100%.
The ultimate leader. Yeah. You said you could tie the Kings into all of this?
Yeah, I mean, is there more you want to talk about with like the games or the Western Conference Finals or anything?
Yeah, but like
you want to hear the Kings thing first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean, we don't need to give a big extensive breakdown into the series yet. I just we just talking.
So I looked at the Mavericks and what they were able to do, putting that team together kind of twice this year, like in the offseason and during the season, and where they ended up in the conference finals. I look at Minnesota and what they were able to do a couple years ago with Rudy Gobert going to get Mike Conley. I look at Indiana and what they were able to do going out and getting Pascal Siakam. And it makes it very clear to me about the Sacramento Kings and where they should be doing. And simply, scared money don't make no money. You got to go out there and make some moves, money. You got to make some moves. And it can't be, oh, I don't like how this sets us up for the future. Money going to be tied up. Now, money may not be his call, right? Like you may have to go a pay grade higher and say, hey, are you willing to pay this luxury tax or something like that? But I would say the same thing about Vivek. You know what I mean? My boy, Uncle V, like scared money don't make no money. And you've got to take all those teams took a chance. They took a chance. And it's an unforgiving business where if Dallas got bounced in the first round, or hell, if Rudy Gobert and them flamed out again and all this other stuff, people would be calling for those general managers' jobs and saying that they ruined everything. And look at the bad situation they got them in. I think I saw Dallas didn't have complete control of their picks from like 26 to 30. Year 2026 to 2030.
Who's this that don't?
Dallas.
Okay.
They got like pick swap, the worst hand of the pick swap, or they traded the first round pick or something like that. But nobody cares about that today because they in the Western Conference Finals. And I like to look at me saying this and a situation where it's like, say Monty goes out and takes a swing and he gives up all the picks and they're in bad financial shape and all this other stuff, and it doesn't work. Like they get bounced in the first round or they don't even make the playoffs. I personally, I wouldn't fire him. I wouldn't be like, you're on the hot seat or anything like that, because I asked you to take a swing. I saw you play it safe. Now I'm asking you to take a swing. You did. At that point, it's out of your control whether or not it works like that. Not how things work. People lose their jobs. GMs get fired for things that I understand that. I know it's not a perfect world, but hey, man, you got to try it. You got to try it. I also understand last summer and in the middle of this season, not taking a swing. I get it. Like I get trying to see what this group could do again the next season. But the next season is come and gone. And there's got to be a swing that you take this. And like I've been saying for a while, it's probably going to be somebody with some type of warts. But you got to take a swing, man.
Okay. Let me play the other side of this. You take a swing. Sometimes you get a hit. Sometimes you miss. A hit. Siakam in Indiana. Got a hit. Is it a home run? We're not going to know that for a little bit, but certainly a good pickup for them. A miss could be a trade that didn't work out, a signing that didn't work out, something along those lines. But is it a swing and a miss is also a trade you tried to execute that you couldn't? Is that fair?
I hear what you're saying. I wouldn't consider that.
I know you know where I'm going with this, because I don't think Monty's sitting on his hands. We know for a fact he tried to get OG Anunoby. We know for a fact he tried to get Pascal Siakam. For whatever reason, he wasn't able to close on either of those deals. I don't think it's super difficult to figure out why he wasn't able to close on those deals. And at least in the case of those two players, I don't know that I have a major issue with it. I'd like to learn a little bit more about how it went from everybody meeting in Sacramento about Pascal Siakam to all of a sudden trade talks are off with the Sacramento Kings. I'd like to know a little bit more about that, because it seemed to escalate rather quickly. But players with warts, so to speak, and sometimes the warts you're referring to is availability, a la Zach LaVine, or contract status, a la Brandon Ingram. The price to acquire, like in our head, and we did this with Brandon Ingram like a week or two ago, we can convince ourselves, well, the price has to be lower because he only has 1 year left on his deal. That's what we felt about Siakam. Indiana didn't feel that way. Indiana not only said, we'll give you what 3 picks, you got it. Also behind the scenes, you got cap money, dog. We see you and Tyrese as the 1-2 punch for this organization for a long time. We got you. Would you rather go to Indiana, or would you rather go to Sacramento? And in that situation, the player has a lot to say. I don't think Monty is doing nothing. I just don't think that player, for him to now, maybe because of the way this season went, the 3 players, 3 draft picks, hey, if he's going to leave, he's going to leave. We have to do it because we have to make the play. Not only do we have to make the playoffs this year, we've got to make a run in the playoffs. Maybe that's different now. Maybe his line of thinking is different now than it was in the middle of the season. Or we believe, in the case of OG Anunoby, the way that it was at the beginning of the season. Maybe he is more apt to take not just a risk, but like a major risk to get this team into the position that the 4 remaining teams are in right now next year.
And you're right. And I look at a situation. I'm gonna remove names. I'm not gonna greenie this situation. I'm gonna remove names completely. And I think you heard the same thing. But this is kind of what I'm talking about. There is a scenario that was out there where there was a player that maybe, was available. And one group of people was like, nah, I ain't really sure about that. I don't know. And another group was like, yo, do it. And I'm not really sure. Right now, I don't want I'm not really sure. Go do it. You got it. I understand why you were like, I don't know, man. I understand. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're like out of pocket for feeling it. I get it all. But yeah, I think you should go do it. because I'm sure everybody in those other situations weren't 100% like Minnesota people. Not everybody in Minnesota was probably like, yeah, let's go get Gobert. There's probably some people that are like, I don't know about this, bro. Like, there's probably still today, even though they won, people like, you see when we started to come back, you see who was out there on the floor. Like, I don't know. Like, to this day, there's probably people who aren't sold on having him there. But I think now Monty's at that point where, yeah, you gotta take that chance.
I mean, you have to take that chance too, because this team's not going to really, this team's not going to get to the heights that you want it to, I think.
So,
and I know I kind of threw it out there.
But it could, so the flip side, we're seeing the good right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing the Minnesota Timberwolves. Dallas went and got Kyrie Irving.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing
that was a
absolutely
controversial move too.
Absolutely. I questioned New York getting Jalen when they were in on the Donovan thing.
Mm-hmm.
They went out and got OG Anunoby as well. There's, you look around and you see everyone that made that move. And look, we're focusing on the teams that all worked out for. Let's use Brandon Ingram as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we got to throw caution to the wind here and go get Brandon Ingram. Dope. The other side to all of this is it doesn't work. The other side of this, it's hard to envision a scenario where they miss the playoffs with this trio. But things could happen. Domas could get hurt. De'Aaron could get hurt. Ingram could get hurt. They could all play 82 games and it doesn't work. Again, hard to envision, but there's a scenario where that happens. There's a scenario where the Kings do acquire a Brandon Ingram type player, and they're in the position that the Minnesota Timberwolves are in, that the Dallas Mavericks are in. They're in the Western Conference Finals. You could take it a step further and get them to the NBA Finals, but they lose. And then Ingram just goes and plays somewhere else. And so you lost Ingram. You got to the finals. You didn't win because it changes when you win.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're Toronto. Then you're like, whatever.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Keep it moving. But then you're not even back to where you were. You're way worse because you don't have the players anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you like those specific players or not, at least one of them plays 82 games for you.
Mm-hmm.
The other one can be impactful. You don't have some form of draft picks in this conversation either. And you're left to rebuild with your trade chips gone and the guy you acquired just leaving in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
So there's another side to all of this. Rudy's a little bit different because Rudy had 15 years on his contract. Utah signed him and traded him essentially.
Yeah.
There's no the big worry was if it was really tracking to not working, you probably weren't going to be able to trade him. It was going to be really, really difficult with the lineup that you had coming from the lineup that he had in Utah and a team going, yeah, that's what we need. That would have been really difficult. But him having those years on his contract was it's a weird term, comforting for Minnesota. We've got time to make this work. Let them talk. Let the Tim Bontemps write what they want to write. Let the little podcasters talk about whatever they want to talk about. We've got one of the young stars of the league. We've got some really good players here. We're bringing in the ultimate professional and the ultimate veteran. We've got time to make this thing work. An Ingram type player, you don't have that time.
Yeah.
You've got 1 year, and you still have to hope. But we're not seeing that here. That's not part of the story with Indiana. It's not part of the story with Dallas. It's not part of the story with Minnesota. But the other side of the story is it doesn't work.
And for me personally, because I just the type of person I am, I always try to go into things looking at the worst case scenario. And that's how I try to evaluate stuff. Worst case scenario, if worst case scenario happens, would I still be, can I live with myself making this decision or making this transaction or whatever the case may be? And Gilbert M. in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House says, what about situations like the Suns or the Nets? I can live with it. Maybe not everybody feels that way, but
I assume he's referring to the Harden Durant.
Yeah, where they went for it,
Mhm.
didn't work, didn't get really anything out of it, and that was the end. I can live with that. Not everybody can, right? But I can live with going for it. I can live with going for it. Like I'm okay. Just because you go, I understand. Just because you go for it doesn't mean it's going to work. I'm thinking more of the mindset and the process, not necessarily the results. The results, because the results, anything could happen. The results won't necessarily dictate whether, and on top of that, you don't know the results when you make the decision, right? So I can't base it on the results because I don't even know what they are. I got to base it on where the team is, where the league is, and am I willing to live with the good and bad of this situation? And absolutely I am.
What does it look like on the other side though if you don't take that chance? Like if Monty, not necessarily waiting, but a deal just doesn't get done, I feel like it's better for them to take a risk at this point rather than just sit with what they have now.
So, you know, your boy, both your boys, he had a good point. He had a good point. Bill Simmons had a really good point.
You talk to him this time.
I can't. Chatty House, he's your problem. I can't do anything.
He had a good point about Dallas and Oklahoma City, and for like half of the podcast, he was just really like not beside himself. That's a little aggressive, but he was like, I can't believe OKC didn't make a deal at the trade deadline. And he was like, I understand, like, hey, you got a bright future. You get these young guys in there, you see how they are, and then maybe you make decisions after that. But he talks about basically the Daniel Gafford deal from Dallas to acquire him from Washington. And they used, I forgot what the deal was with Dallas, but they used, I think, their own pick or a play. Maybe it was Rashawn Holmes because I think he went to Dallas or he went to Washington.
He went to Washington. Yeah.
I think it was Rashawn Holmes and a first-round pick that they got from Oklahoma City to go get Daniel Gafford. And who knows if they knew about it or what, but he's like, OKC just kind of sat there and let it happen. He's like, think about it like this. If
the Mavs send Rashawn Holmes and a 2024 pick via Oklahoma City to the Wizards for Gafford.
So if you're his point, I thought was a good one, was if you're OKC, you have more than enough assets to trump that deal. And you could get Daniel Gafford. And thinking about this series right now, if OKC has Daniel Gafford, as opposed to going up against Dallas, I think it swings the series. And you got an opportunity to go to the finals, to win a championship this year. Like but okay.
So when did your boy?
That's your
literally the only person here who heard this.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever referenced Bill Simmons on here once.
Ever.
What?
As far as like, hey, I was listening to Bill Simmons the other day, and hey, he said something pretty neat.
Was that today?
Yesterday, last night.
So that's hindsight. That's revisionist history.
Well, yes and no, because he has said, I've heard other people say, or other times as well, that OKC was a little too small. So, like throughout the season, like they needed, a bigger center, or somebody to go with Chet and all this. Like
they were the number 1 seed in the Western Conference, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you think they shouldn't have made a move?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying particularly talking about a player like Daniel Gafford. Now, if you're Oklahoma City, you're Sam Prey, you don't know exactly what you have right now. You don't. And as stupid as all of this is, everyone to a T says, well, they're a little ahead of their timeline. I don't know where these timelines are published. I don't know if they're handed out in league offices. I don't know how you find out the timelines of teams. But we do know how young Oklahoma City is, and we do know that they are, quote, ahead of where everyone thought they would be. Fantastic. You don't know what you have yet. At that time, if you're Sam Presti, at the time of the trade deadline, you're midway through the season, you're 1, 2, or 3 in the Western Conference, separated by probably a game to a half a game to a game. And that's it. I don't really have an issue with them playing the season out, trying to figure out what it is that they have. Now, if you sit on your hands this offseason and you've determined, it was a guy like it, we were too small. we were too small in the playoffs. Like, we can't be that small in the playoffs. If that's your determination, then like, yeah, you've got to go do something. And then if you want to be upset that they sat on their hands this offseason, should they do that? Yeah, I get that. But the day after they get eliminated from the playoffs to go, wow, if they had just gone and got Daniel Gafford, okay, stop.
I mean, yes and no, but that number one, it doesn't. He's right. He's right about that. Number
yeah,
two,
it's easy to be right about it the day after they get eliminated.
But-
It's easy to be right about it 6 games into a series, or at the end of a 6-game
that's right.
series.
But to be fair to the situation, and not just him, there are a lot of people who are like, "Yo, if they make a move, they could catapult." Yeah, they're the one right now. But what was the whole thing about the Thunder? They kind of did the same Kings thing with them, right? Like, yeah, they're the 1 seed,
They were
but
gonna
the
have a
Lakers want to
similar-
play them.
Yeah.
Like, they're young. They're
They're the
getting-
mark.
We said
They're
that
the
in
mark.
Sacramento. Like, we'd love to play OKC.
That's because they were a good matchup with them.
Well,
it wasn't
and-
shade. It was just
no, it's not shade, but it was.
I would have played Denver too.
Well, that's true too.
I mean,
it's the same preference though, right? Like, they were young. People would say because they're young. Like, there was still.
but
a
I
move to be made.
wouldn't. I'd say it was a good matchup. I didn't. I never said as it pertains
I'm
to
not saying,
Sacramento.
I'm not saying you particular. I'm just saying I've heard those conversations about, like, yeah, get them without playoff experience and all this other stuff. And like, the whole point of, like, yeah, it's easy to say after the day after they got eliminated. People were saying this before the trade deadline. And Sam Presti, to your point, you laid out why he said no before. I understand it, but
No, I'm guessing. I'm
but
completely
it's probably a
guessing.
good guess. But it's not like they're just saying this the day after they got eliminated. This was a conversation that was had when they were the 1 seed or the 2 seed, and looking like, all right, trade deadline, you got all these assets, you got an opportunity to improve here and like really add to this roster, and they decided not to. Here's another thing that I ask, and I'm really asking because I'm doing it on the fly. When's the last time a team didn't make a move and then they won? Like, oh yeah, they didn't make a move and they stand pat. They stand pat, and it all worked out.
Well, how long are you talking?
We just recent memory.
Well, no, but what I mean is, like, with Denver, like, is it the Aaron Gordon move? Like, how many years are you talking about before
Aaron
winning?
Gordon. Yeah, you don't have
Like,
to win.
because
you
you're
don't have
looking
to
at
win that year.
You're
right?
looking at Porzingis as potentially being
Right.
the turning point for Boston, Rudy Gobert being the turning point
Right.
for Minnesota,
And you don't have to win
Kyrie
the year
in
after
Dallas.
you make that. Just in the immediate
So
era. Like,
I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question. Because just off the top of my head, I mean, it might be Golden State. I don't know.
might be they kind of
Because like Toronto made a very, very important move to win an NBA championship.
Yeah, and when I think about Golden State, they're close to that. Like, I think they kind of did make a move, but they also kind of got Andrew Wiggins too. I think the year before, or was it? I don't think it was the same year. I
Was
think
that
it
the
year
D'Lo
before.
deal?
Yeah.
Well, what about their first
that was
ring,
the-
though?
So yeah, that's going all the way back to 16. No, that's going all the way back to 15.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be
I mean,
perfect.
and-
The point
and
is
there
usually you gotta leap on faith a little bit.
So but is that Domas?
No,
It's not.
That I mean, Domas is a big deal. Don't get it twisted. That was,
But
and
that's to set
and
the
that's other-
foundation.
that's
You're
to set
looking for the-
foundation. And that's the other reason I'm glad you brought that up. That's the other
Thank you.
reason why I think Monty can, for me, maybe not everybody thinks this way. Most importantly, maybe his boss doesn't think this way. But for me, you've made a number of good deals since you've been here. A number of good you went and got Domas in that work. You drafted Keegan Murray in that work. You signed Malik Monk in that work. You went and found a guy like Keon Ellis, and he's looking like a fringe 2-guard starter. The Herter trade was a good deal. Like, you built up equity, in my opinion, to go take a swing now. And if it doesn't work, your job shouldn't be in jeopardy. That's the way I think about it.
We'll talk more about this because we'll talk more about this. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Steeler and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shut up, Spencer. For shizzle.
Well, see that's what I was asking. Like, when did they acquire Aaron Gordon, and when does that count as like the move?
All right,
That's
that doesn't have to count.
Was-
It doesn't have to be right after. Rudy Gobert was 2 years ago.
That's what I
I
mean.
mean-
Like, the Aaron Gordon acquisition was huge for them.
Mhm.
Hi, Jasmine.
Hey, boo. That's something LL would do all the time, right? And I think about it, like, it comes up on Twitter. You see when LL, that clip they always have of him when he was at Raw?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Why did he do
I don't know why he did that. I don't know why LL does a lot of the things he does.
Why did he do that? Oh man.
What's the risk for the Kings? Like, I feel like the Timberwolves deal was ugly at first. Boston deal was kind of ugly at first because you gave up
I don't
Marcus
think
Smart.
the Timberwolves deal was ugly, though.
Well, the reaction to it, though.
Yeah,
You
the
gave up 5
reaction
first-round
was-
picks. I think the
Yeah.
initial, like, what does that look like for the Kings? Like, we just trade Harrison Barnes. Like,
Yeah, who cares? It just goes to show you the people who cover the sport can be idiots sometimes.
but I mean, like, as far as like not like the national reaction, but like more so like, what's the risk for the Kings then? Like, what's the deal? What are you giving up?
Yeah, someone asked, I think it was Scout asked, would you want the Kings to be a fringe playoff team for the next 4 to 5 years?
They're a fringe playoff team now.
The flip. Well, I think he was pressing me a little bit on, the swing, and it's like, well, the Ingram situation could result in you being a non-fringe playoff team if it fails, or if, to stick with the analogy, you swing and miss. You think the Celtics not having Porzingis will affect their presence? Yeah. I think not. I think not having Porzingis is a big deal. I think not having Porzingis is a significantly bigger deal in the next series. I do think it's a big deal versus Indiana. I'll talk a little bit about Indiana. We'll talk about that Pacers Celtics series as we roll along here. Here, I'll make sure we get back to this, Leezy. Yeah, Porzingis was a great pickup for the Celtics, but like the fear with Porzingis is manifesting itself right now. This is when you need him, and the most, and he's not available right now. Six free agent moves that should go down this summer. Let's see what sort of dumb stuff Bleacher Report is writing.
What's up, Jazz? We have no beef. I'm just quiet. You are a Yankees fan, though, so that's not great.
Oh.
Man, I said hi, and she just ignored me. All right, bro.
She told me to say hello.
I don't think she likes either one of us, to be honest.
I can say now I don't want to completely put her business out there, but she was in the Bible Belt over the weekend.
What is that, and why do they call it that?
Because religion is heavy in that area, and they got the college institutions. I don't think they're all like. I think they're just a couple of them are private schools. I don't think they're religious institutions, but oh, there you go. You got a hello.
Oh, that's nice. I got a hello with my full government name.
It would have been better if she's like, "Hey, Damien, I've heard you on KSFM before."
No, that would have been great. That would have been great. Big fan of your show on KSFM. Oh, that's good stuff. In the Bible Belt, that's terrifying. I'll be honest with you, that's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the South.
Well, yeah.
That's
okay,
terrifying.
I get you.
Those
Those schools. She was at the school too. She went to both of them.
Well, which one? Well, wait a minute. The Bible Belt's like
Well, there's like
10 states.
There's 3 of them. Yeah, but the North Carolina portion of it.
Okay.
She was by Duke. She was on UNC's
She going
campus.
to school? What's she doing?
Just seeing what
I
what's going on out there.
Could have introduced her to someone if she wanted. Well, I don't mean to make that weird, but I could have,
We're scouting for Reese already.
There you go. Well,
Shooting gun already paying off.
yeah, if only he got to use it.
Paying off for one of us.
Kenny's actually still got eligibility left.
Kenny, wait, did you have a game yesterday?
I did. I couldn't make it though. I had to.
Oh, that's right.
I
That's
couldn't
right.
make it.
Yeah.
We got the dub though, and then bye week next week is Memorial.
Wow,
weekend.
team wins without KC.
I mean,
Controversy erupting
look,
in the.
It's a team game, and that's the way that I look at it. And then we got the big showdown on June 2nd. That one's gonna go crazy.
I love this, man. Bleacher Report pushed out something that says free agent moves that need to happen. This is the first one I see. Buddy Hield to Orlando. Yep.
Say less.
That's it.
Say less.
That's it. Tell our friends in Orlando, Kamara, this is what you need.
You know what? I will throw in on that deal as well.
You need Buddy Hield in your life. Come on, Orlando. Throw some cash at Shavano.
Hey, look, you know what? And there's plenty of reasons why we feel that way, and we joke a little bit. That actually might not be a bad deal for them.
Don't do that.
Yeah, do that. No, that's a good idea. Do that.
People I think they got this whole thing misconstrued, right? Like they're like, oh, the Magic, they need a Malik Monk to get them over the hump, and that's why they're gonna give them 25. I don't think they need a Malik Monk. I don't think they need a guy that's off the bounce, that's gonna dribble and do all this other stuff, because that's Paolo. They need a shooter. They need somebody that can space the floor for Paolo, that he can kick out to and is a dead-eye shooter. Gary Harris isn't that. Jalen Suggs isn't that. They need a shooter. And that's where I think Klay Thompson would be a great fit for them, because I still think Klay can catch and shoot.
Be cheaper than both of them.
Yeah. Well,
and everything we've heard is their concern is Jalen.
Mhm.
They want to make sure Jalen's well taken
that's
care of.
why I say Buddy Hield might be a good deal for them, because he is cheaper than anybody that we've mentioned. And you can have that money and still be able to do what you need to do, maybe in free agency or with your own people. That's actually not a Bleacher Report, not off.
So I agree with everything. Magic should definitely take Buddy, give him the max, all that stuff. But kind of pushing back on that one point, don't they kind of do need that second scorer or whatever that can create? Because isn't that kind of what the Kings have run into? Like they do, like you said, they have Paolo. Like the Kings have Fox, but we're kind of like it's not enough with just that one guy. So you do like that's kind of why the Kings are looking for their other guy too.
Well, yes,
because that's kind of the issue they ran into in the playoffs. No, it's just nobody else really got going besides Paolo.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I definitely hear you on that one.
Everybody healed off the bounce.
It wouldn't hurt if you had somebody like that. I just think
but that's not Klay.
What?
Like you
off the bounce?
Yeah, you don't want.
Not
I don't think, especially. Yeah, you don't want Klay creating. Like, come on, man, just go along with the Buddy bit, because
that's what I'm saying. I agree. I agree with everything. They need Buddy. Like Buddy can work off the ball. Nobody puts Buddy in a corner. All right, like yes. But I was just asking as far as the Magic needs.
Luke Walton's the only one who puts Buddy in a corner. If you listen to Buddy,
maybe the Magic should go trade for Trae Young. Throw him off the center.
Did you see the thing that San Antonio does not?
Yeah, I heard that was smoke and mirrors. They went.
They're like, yeah, we don't have, and I this is gonna come across as shade. Like he does not strike me as a player that Greg Popovich would want.
No,
but I mean, maybe Pop's at the point. I need guys who could score. I need guys who could work with my young star. That's what I need. But Trae's not the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about a player who could.
I wonder where Trae ends up. I wonder where what's a good fit for him.
Does he end up with your boys down south in LA? Kendrick Perkins was kind of pushing that this morning. Not necessarily that's gonna happen, but more so the Lakers need a third star. Trae Young's probably on the way out.
Lakers need a third star. Jesus Christ, man. But what does that do? I'm
just throwing out the destinations for Trae Young, I guess.
I don't think I like Trae Young as a player. I feel like he's a super. By the way, we've been over the numbers. Trae Young is a very good player. His numbers are extraordinary. But I just don't feel like I like his game. He feels like a really ball dominant guy, which is why I didn't think the fit with the fit with San Antonio would be the best. I'm not trying to be funny. I feel like you need a Tyrese type with Victor Wembanyama more than you need a Trae Young type with Victor Wembanyama. LA, whatever, dude. Go ahead. Go to LA. That as a Kings fan, that doesn't scare me at all. Y'all do your thing. Go ahead.
The Spurs, ironically, should probably be trying to, if he can, I don't know what there was rumors of it, so I don't know how it goes. They should be trying to get DeJounte back. I think DeJounte
that makes more sense to me.
Would make a lot of sense. And every time people talk about the Spurs, I think they be kind of, I don't know, not paying attention or what the case may be. Devin Vassell can go. Like they don't. That's another reason why I'd say Spurs and Malik Monk. Like I don't really. If I was San Antonio, I wouldn't really be trying to go after Malik Monk, even though he's more of a point guard than Devin Vassell, a ball handler, a creator. We've seen that here in Sacramento. Like, why do I need to spend $25 million on Malik Monk? I got Devin Vassell, who's younger and cheaper right now, who can go and pair him up with Victor Wembanyama, and then look for. I'm just throwing. I think they even had him at a Trey Jones type point guard or something like that. Or like I said, if we got assets, DeJounte, and get him here. If I was San Antonio, I'd much rather do that, and I think that's a better fit for what they. Maybe I'm on an island. Maybe I'm one man Wolfpack. I think Devin Vassell is a really good combo guard.
There's rumors out there. Mark Stein, the main Mark Stein's website. A couple of bigs could be in the trade market this offseason. Jarrett Allen, and that story with the Cavs really, really bothers me. They said the Cavs were frustrated that he didn't get essentially a painkiller shot to play in the playoffs. And I want you to think about that for a second, because when they're asking you to take a shot that numbs the pain. Meaning it doesn't make it better. It doesn't make the injury that you're dealing with better. Basically, what they're saying is risk further injury to go out there and play for us. Whereas Jarrett clearly was along the lines of, no, I want this to heal. Like I could get hurt further and not know it for 12 hours.
Right.
Like those stories frustrate the hell out of me. So when guys leave or demand trades, I look to stories like this as to you're never going to get me to get sympathy for an organization ever.
Well, that's what I don't think it was the organization. Was it a former radio host? Something that was the situation with Bobby Jackson. Remember when I think was it the year they lost to the Timberwolves? I think it was the year and he had an abdominal strain and he didn't want to get a shot.
And a former radio show host trashed him
so that's what I thought. I didn't want to say that without knowing, but I thought it was Grant who was like, just get a shot and get out there and play. They need you in these playoffs or whatever the case may be. But it's like, no,
I would never. When you're a player, you make those types of decisions for yourself. I would never want a player that I represented to get one of those shots. They're so dangerous. I think they live off them in football. I don't think it's something you live off of in basketball. And when guys do it because they allude to it. Hey, how'd you get through the game tonight? I got through it. And it's always kind of a wink and a nod because they don't want to say, yo, they put a 12-inch needle in my stomach to get me through the game. Now, it's not illegal. You just don't want to do that.
Right.
And then to be critical of a player or frustrated with a player who's no, I'm not doing that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I like Jarrett Allen a lot. And apparently Cleveland's in their feelings a little bit. I just saw Winhurst said, I don't know if he said this on TV or wrote it or said it on his podcast that I had to take off of my feed.
No, I hadn't listened to that podcast in a long time.
That Dan Gilbert is going to be more involved in basketball decisions in Cleveland.
Oh,
man. Imagine that Sam Amick tweet going out in Sacramento. Oh, man. Imagine what that next show would be like. Vivek Ranadive has decided to get more involved in basketball decisions. Oh, man. all hell would break loose.
Oh boy, Uncle V would be.
There'd be 5,000 people watching this show on a daily because of that tweet. But Jared Allen and the other one was Clint Capella, two guys that Mark Stein has heard will be available this upcoming offseason.
Well, then you got the one that circulated over the weekend where Vegas, now we look at Vegas a lot, and rightfully so, because they know what the hell's going on, as the Kings, as the favorites to land Jonas Valanciunas. And
why are the Kings favored in all of this stuff? Are we still favored to get Jimmy Butler or Paul George or whichever one it was?
Top three.
We were
Was it
top
top
four
three
for
for both
both
of them?
fourth for Butler. I believe we were second
know.
for George. And
Paul
then-
George kind of, I don't know what happened there, because I do remember seeing like odds where they were like second. And then when I went to a place 2 weeks ago, they were like 14th. So I don't know what happened there.
They got Paul George on the Knicks now.
Mm.
I don't know how they're going to make that work, but
They got assets. I don't know if how the money will
well, that's what I mean. Like, you're trading for him?
He might opt out.
But-
Well, then I don't know. If
That's what I mean. Like,
well,
how
yeah,
do you make
do a
this
sign and
work?
trade. Send Julius Randle to the
Man,
Clippers.
signing trades are really hard.
Send
Signing
him to-
trades. Yeah.
Which one call just did it?
Who?
KD and the Warriors. Not too long
KD in the
ago.
that was at least one collective bargaining agreement ago, wasn't it?
What was that? 20.
That was 18.
It might have been 19 because the Raptors won in 19, right? KD tears his
he won in
Achilles.
19.
So the summer of
Oh,
19.
that's right. Yeah.
Summer of 19 they did, and I think there
So it
has
went
been
Toronto.
there has been a CBA since then, I think.
It went Toronto bubble.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because he went to the Clippers and they were the 1 seed. Remember, we talk about it all the time. That Sunday before things shut down, the Lakers beat the Clippers to a pulp. So maybe that happened. But Valanciunas here in Sacramento.
Mhm.
I like Valanciunas. I like what he brings to the table. I don't know how that works. I have no idea how that works with
Meaning,
Sabonis.
okay.
I feel like he's gonna come off the bench, right? Because what, you got two guys now on like 2 out of your starting 5 that just kind of don't belong on the perimeter.
I mean, I guess that would be the thought, but he was the starter for the last 7-8 years of his career. Let's do it. Your boy back on top. You know what I'm saying? Your boy back in the league doing what I do. What's the record for me, big dog? What's the record?
I believe I keep losing my scorecard. I believe it's 15-14 right now.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm going to the moon.
You just won one game.
I'm sorry, it is 16-15 right now.
I think it probably
16 to
should be
15.
14, but it's okay. It's okay. I mean,
It was 15-14 to 6. You're still one game up.
Well, when
I'm not going to take a game away from Jesse just because it'll make you more
when I got
comfortable.
9, 10, 12 games over 500, we ain't gonna worry about this again. So,
I still think I should have got that Keith Smith dub, but whatever.
That would be wrong.
Jonas Valanciunas, the former number 5 overall pick in the 2011 NBA draft, 12 years in the National Basketball Association, where his peak earnings his peak earnings were in No, y'all got mad at me the last time I said something, so I ain't gonna say nothing. Y'all do what you want to do.
How much the guy made already?
Hey,
Hey, you see him? You see him? You see him? Hey, dog.
What?
Hey, dog, you see him?
Sit
You
down.
see him, dog? Hey, you see him? Come on, man. Hey, see, come on.
$15.4 million is Valanciunas' peak earnings in 2017. $15.4 million.
This is interesting.
12-year career at this point for Jonas Valanciunas, the former number 5 overall pick in the 2011 NBA draft. KC won the last game,
That's right.
which means Jesse,
Yeah.
12 years for Jonas Valanciunas.
This is tough. This is
Looking
tough.
at a new contract this year. Peak earnings again, $15.46 million.
I'm gonna go 79 million.
$79 million for Jonas Valanciunas. Kenny Caraway. 12 years in the league. 15.46.
I'm gonna go $87 million.
I'm gonna go $87 million. A sneaky move by Kenny Caraway there. As the truth is,
we were both way off.
So here's the thing to you two jackasses.
He didn't got bread in this league. I just gotta play it safe.
His peak earnings were $15.46 million in 2017. Last year he earned $15.43. But y'all got on my case the last time I tried to help you out with this stuff a little bit.
After you say I won, I'll tell you what I was thinking.
$135,756,944.
I was gonna say 125, but then once Jesse said 70 or what, I was like, let me just not lose.
I was just figuring he didn't make that much, but
well, I figured that $15 million a year one, that had to be a $60 million.
So normally what happens is, especially when you hit a peak contract that's in 15, it starts to cycle down. That didn't happen with him. He earned 14.8 the year before, 15.4 in that 2017 season. Then he earned 15 again, 15 again, 15 again, 14, 14.7, and then 15.4.
So the first guy with a normal contract in the league.
It was a bit deceitful that was his career earnings like 7 years ago.
Well, did tell me,
or that was his peak earnings.
Was that deal like a 4-year, $60 million deal? Did you have like two of them or something like that? Maybe one was 470 or something like that. Because that's what I thought about when he was $15 million a year.
I have Valanciunas at a 464.
Come on. Hey, Jesse, you in trouble. You're in trouble.
You won 2 games, pal.
I'm looking, dog. I'm good. You see how I broke that down?
He signed.
You see how I broke that? Come on, man. It's over. Get Keith Smith back on the phone. I'm ready to beat him.
4 years, $64 million. He signed most recently a 3-year, $45 million contract. He signed that. He signed that with Memphis.
And he's a free agent.
His most recent contract is a 2-year, $30 million contract. That
he said, "Look, I'm going to make $15 million a year, come hell or high water."
That's 100% what happened for like 7 straight years. That's what he did. And the answer to your question is yes. He is an unrestricted free agent this season at the age of 32.
So can the Kings afford $15 million a year?
Well,
that's the question.
That is his worth. Is that 15 points?
Now I don't.
Well, can you pay Monk?
And I believe the answer is no. By the way, I believe the answer.
But isn't the mid level 14 million?
The mid level,
isn't that what James been saying? It's like 12 to 14 million or something like that.
I don't think the mid level comes into play if they sign Malik. Well, we'll revisit this at 3.
Okay.
Or at least not. There's multiple mid levels.
Gotcha.
I don't think the one that is in the general vicinity of what you're talking about in terms of price range, I don't think that comes into play for Sacramento if they sign Malik, but we'll have to ask.
Securing the Monk says they don't have the mid level if they sign Malik.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Man, sneaky career earnings there for Jonas Valanciunas.
He got paid
$135.7 million.
He got paid. Now, the basketball wise, what you think about it? Like, does that make sense? Like, I think he's a good ball player.
Yeah,
I like what he brings to a team. I don't think about him being able to do that as a starter. And then people were talking about that as a backup. I'm telling you, as a backup with the amount of minutes that Sabonis is going to play more times than not, I don't have a problem with Alex Len. I don't have a problem at all. I don't think Alex Len is the reason why you wouldn't be able to get into the playoffs, to advance Alex Len has done nothing but play good basketball for the better part of like a year and a half, 2 years.
Valanciunas feels like the rest of this offseason didn't go well, so let's go to plan D.
I feel like Valanciunas is a more than adequate signing as long as it's part of a bigger pick. Like if somehow, some way you can find to make that money available, but you did something else through trade, like, yeah, I'm fine with that. But if like this is the move, yeah, no, I'm not sure that that's it. Valanciunas this year though, 12 points per game, 9 rebounds, 55% from the field, not really a threat from three, 30%, 78% at the line. Career rise, he's 13.4 points per game, 9.5 rebounds.
I like his game. I like his
It's a
game.
good ball player right there.
He's a real good ball player, and the only reason why I would be a little leery of it is the role he would play here in Sacramento. Like, is he a bench guy? And if you're spending that much for a bench guy, once again, I'd like to bring back Alex Lynn. That's what I do. Now, one of the things
it will cost a fraction.
It costs a fraction. But one of the things that James kind of pointed out is Alex Lynn, when something happens to him, like he gets hurt or gets sick, he's out for a long time. Like, it takes him a long time to recover from those things. In the last couple of seasons, it's happened. Like, he's gotten hurt.
Alex Lynn's been very solid in his role. Valanciunas is a significantly better player.
He is. But do I want to allocate those dollars?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Valanciunas is better than Alex Lynn. Like, I don't want to get
Yeah.
that twisted. Valanciunas is, I'd say, a far better player than Alex Lynn. But for the price, I feel like maybe I could, if he's going to be a backup center, I feel like I could use that money elsewhere.
Well, the Kings just aren't in that position to make that kind of move, though. I feel like you have to do more. It's just like, it's not like something where it's like, oh yeah, we're bringing Valanciunas, we sign Malik as well, or whatever, we're cooking. Like, it just doesn't work that way.
The crazy part is I absolutely think he's probably still a $15 million a year player.
Yeah, I think he's a starter.
Or in the vicinity of that.
He's somebody starting center in this league, I think.
How many minutes did he average? 20. Hold on now. 23. He's averaged 25 on his career. Let's get TC. 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC? TC, what up, boy?
Two brothers.
Yes, sir.
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, big dog?
What's up, man? What's going on, man? How was y'all weekend, though, first and foremost?
Yeah, it was good, man. I had the kids, man. We just have a good time. We just maxing and relaxing, man. Saw some family, so it was good.
Yeah, same here, same here. From the offseason moves, though, I'm in on Valanciunas, though. Like, I think, like I was saying, on that mandatory, besides the Malik Monk move being first, I think Valanciunas and Kelly Oubre, bro, those are like mandatory moves you have to make on the offseason. Like, I'm with you, D-Lo, like to set up a bigger move, but like to get those dudes on like a 1-year deal, it's not going to cost, neither one of those guys are going to cost $30 million a year, bro. Like, you can get both of those guys, bro, probably for under like 10. You know what I'm saying? Like, on a good deal, Oubre, Fox, go holler at Oubre, bro. Tell him to sign. He coming. Valanciunas, Domas, go holler at him. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's something simple as that. Like, I think those dudes would be like significant. The dog mentality we're looking for, those two dudes fit it. Kelly on the wing with that dog mentality, we need that, bro. And then we can make other moves, the big move on top of that. You get me, though? But I think those two dudes, we need mandatory, no matter what moves we make.
I don't know if they're both mandatory. I like both of those guys. I like Kelly Oubre a lot. I'd love to have Kelly Oubre
I'm not
here.
looking for a dog, dude. I'm looking for someone who can score.
Kelly Oubre can score.
Yeah, like, can we stop with this? Oh, we need dogs. We've been doing that for like 4 years. You can keep the dog. Give me someone who could score.
We had our dog when Trey Lyles put Brook Lopez in the choke.
No. We got Sprout. We got Coco over there at the Tappy House. No, we're good on dogs. Somebody score. Goodness gracious. We'll come back, man. We're trying to solve all the Kings problems today because all of these teams in the conference finals have made moves to get where they are.
Kings got to do it too, man.
Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Did you see they're coming out with an Inside Out 2?
I did. Yeah, I did. feel like that's been in the works for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they needed to, but I'll watch.
No, first one was great.
There's money to be
great.
made.
Wow. First one's one of my faves.
Oh man, that street corn looked fire. Oh my god.
What was it?
Street corn. Corn on the cob. I was gonna try to make
I really
that
like
Friday,
corn
but I
on the
don't
cob.
know. I might try to make that Friday.
Another oddity of mine. I like corn a lot. I don't really like corn on the cob.
Okay, then I won't make it on Friday. Never mind.
Oh, you can make it for sure.
Well, no, not if you ain't gonna eat it.
What I would do is I'd take the knife, slice it off, and eat the corn. So it would get taken care of.
By the way, programming note: all local programming is going to be off Friday. We got some off-site business to take care of, so no shows on Friday. Insiders or D'Lo and KC.
Russell doesn't matter. It could be a local middle school team. Anyone.
Just get it done.
Sad though, Boston's gets a New York home in the conference finals.
Mm.
Did you see? This is the first time I've seen it. Maybe I'm late. That Domas and Kevin Herter are going to be at Battle Rock.
Yeah, I just saw Sean tweet that. Well, I'm just going to put this up with no context.
Whoa.
Hey.
Act like you've been there before, pal.
Hey, yo.
It's crazy.
Oh man. Friday, where'd you go, Soren? Friday and Monday. Yep, Friday and Monday. Sorry, Russell. Sorry. We need I promise we're working that day. We're just not doing the show, man. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, so what are we watching tonight? There's no playoffs or anything like that?
We got to finish fucking BMF. Took me like 4 sittings to get through one episode.
Yo, that show, the ending isn't wild. It's just I don't know.
Is it over?
No, I don't think so. But it's crazy how they ended that, bro. Like it's and I say that it's not a crazy ending. Like it is a regular ending. I want to tell you, I want to say it, but I don't want to spoil it. But it's like just tell me when you watch it.
I'll watch it.
Because this is like, come on, man. What are we doing? Some WNBA on, obviously.
Is there tonight?
Yeah, it's early though. It's like 4.
Oh.
It's Sun and Fever.
Oh, there it is, right there on the screen.
And whatchamacallit, the
Look,
Storm.
I'm about
Liberty.
tired of watching Caitlin.
I told you we get there.
I'm about tired of watching Caitlin. Like,
told
give me
you we
give me something
That
else.
team stinks too.
They're awful, man. They're terrible. And they're just beating the crap out of Caitlin every night. And it's like, all right, I'm done watching her play the role of Peter McNeely or whatever his name was out there.
She decided to take her 35-foot threes the other day. She's like, look, man, I'm just going to have to get back to what I know. She hit a couple of them.
Now 169091025. Let's get back to you, my man Titus. Titus, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I say I like that Valanciunas.
Yeah.
Hey, he ball. He be hooping. And then that I would say then you put Sabonis down to the 4. And I'm done with trying to develop Keegan Murray and all that. We don't got time for that. Our other problem is we need a superstar. We need somebody, an all-star, really, though, that can either a two-way player or we need somebody that can score.
So hold on.
Did I
Titus,
say
hold on.
909 1025?
Yeah, I was gonna say after
I
Tyson call, you got
didn't-
KSFM on the mind today, I guess.
Wow. Well, call that number 2.
So is Titus still with us, or is he? Okay, Titus, I want to hear you out. So I agree with almost everything that you say. The only thing that I question is Sabonis at the 4. Now, and it's a conundrum, right? Because I think if you had a perfect world, he'd be the 4. Maybe if you had like a stretch 5, like a no lie, this is the first thing that came to my head. I said maybe if you have somebody like Miles Turner, you know what I'm saying? That would not like
imagine how that would work together.
But if you had somebody that could a 5 that could shoot, you know, you could play Sabonis at the 4, but Valanciunas isn't that. So that's my concern with that one. What you think about that?
Look, this my thing. Okay, nobody said that when you had Tim Duncan and David Robinson. I mean, we need
game's
we need
different though,
bruisers.
Titus.
Yeah, it was
We
a different
need
game.
a bruiser. We need a dog. Okay, how about this? We need a dog. And I got one other thing I wanted to say, and I want y'all response on this. Why y'all didn't speak on that Rick Ross diss against Drake?
I think we did talk about it.
We did.
I said I liked it. I liked the song.
I don't know what Titus wanted us to say. I said,
What, did you want that to be on Kids Bop? They put that on Kids Bop.
boy,
Oh, yeah.
here
All
we
right,
go.
now you said it
yeah,
finally.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Let's do that.
That's how you really
Put it on
feel.
Kids
Yeah.
Bop. This is great. This is what we do in hip hop nowadays.
It's social media. It's hilarious.
This dude is so in his feelings.
No, I don't like
us.
I don't like that being. I don't like the way the song has been commercialized.
But I
That's the
told
plan.
you
I know, I
that
get
was
it.
the point.
I get it, and it's worked.
The district, like
it's a hell of a strategy.
Not like us is an ether.
It's not.
Euphoria is ether. That's the diss track. Euphoria is the diss track.
No, not like us is not ether.
No, it's not. Euphoria is.
Oh, I thought you said it is.
No. Euphoria is ether. Not like us is a record. I told you that when the record dropped. This is a song. This is like the cherry on top of the Drake versus Kendrick thing. This is not a battle record. It's not No Vaseline. It's not Hit 'Em Up. It's not I Shot Ya. It's none of that stuff. It's a record that they knew the second you heard Mustard on the Beat, ho, this was a radio record.
The issue that I have with it is it's not going to be looked at as a song. It's going to be looked at as this beef's ether. And I don't
think that's true.
They're not going to look at Euphoria though. Like maybe me and you will, like as hip hop historians and stuff like that. But just the general public, they're going to think about this. They're going to think about Not Like Us.
Well, the story will be though,
and the fact that song is on Kids Bop now, it's hilarious. Number one, it is funny. Like I get the comedic value of it all. I don't want my beef records on Kids Bop.
It's not on like Kids Bop. Well, I know. What I'm saying is like it's not like it's just part of it. Like social media is like everyone's making fun of Drake now. That's all it is. It's like the librarians.
They two-step into Drake.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not about Not Like Us. They're just running it up on Drake. Like the librarians who made the little TikTok or whatever.
That's the strategy, and I get it. Like I said, this is the same reason I didn't like the song when it came out.
Said it was trash.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I did not like that for this battle. Now the strategy of it, just another brilliant move. Every move that he made in this situation was top shelf. Every single move. This was a destruction when it talks about putting out. There's more to it that I won't even say yet. That me and you know that you alerted me to. Like the machine behind this beef is just this is Pacers Knicks.
Well, not
this is
like
nasty.
But
I don't like the song for the battle.
Well, Not Like Us has been co-opted.
That's probably what I don't like.
But that's not Kendrick's fault.
It's not. None of it is Kendrick's fault. But this would happen.
The record has been because I did get a call this morning about something involving that song and that phrase, and it was like, let me listen to the song a couple of times. And I keep hearing they not like us, and everything that surrounds that. Yo, what the college teams did, what everyone's hashtag they not like us. Bro, are you listening to the words to the record? Like, are you hearing what he's talking about? Well, no, because people don't listen to music like that. They listen to the catchies. They wop, 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 wop. They not like us. They A minor.
Your idea for it was
like
good. I
that's
like that. I rock that.
That's how like people listen to records. But when you take the full song in its context, and then you hear the chorus, they not like us. It's like, are you sure we want to use this? Like, we want to use this as a slogan. And I get it. It's been co-opted. It's out there. It's everyone's social media play song. It's everyone's hashtag. Michigan used it. All of these football teams used it. Basketball, everybody. They not like us. Are you listening to what he's talking about? Apparently not. And at this point, it doesn't matter. Because the version that y'all want is out there. They not like us.
That's the only
all
thing.
right.
That's
Cool.
the only thing
Like,
I don't.
That song doesn't belong to Kendrick anymore.
That's what I don't like. That's what it feels like it don't belong to hip hop no more. And that's what I don't like. That's my only beef.
It's wild considering who he's battling.
Yeah, right. And like I told you too, I like the bars on there. I like when Kendrick is rapping and just I like everything about that. I guess that's my whole thing. I saw where this was gonna go, and I don't like that. When the Kids Bop thing, I said, "Come on, man, come on."
But
I don't like this.
But it's
it's funny.
It's
No,
the ultimate.
hilarious.
It's
story,
the
but I
ultimate
don't like
cherry.
it.
Like I don't know what Kids Bop is, but what you got 12-year-olds singing to Diss and Drake. Like, how do they change the words to that song? Like, do they know what they're saying when they say A minor?
I haven't heard
I'm seeing white girls do karaoke to this record. Like, what is?
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard the song, but I think one of the lines is something about like you thought you was gonna make the honor roll or something silly, bro.
Wow.
It's something silly. Like I get the comedy of it all. That's not lost on me at all. But as far as like, it's just what I didn't like about.
It's the number one song in the country. I mean, that's what happens when you're the number one song in the country.
Well.
Stay tuned. Get some T-shirts on the way.
I don't like the co-op of it all. Now, your idea for the T-shirt, I like.
Well, we're working on it.
Rocking. If that happened, I'm rocking that.
With your Drake jacket over it?
Maybe because I like both guys. I don't care. What you don't think I like Kendrick?
No, I think you like Kendrick.
You think I
think you love Drake.
Nah, I told you I don't love none of these.
Do you think you were neutral during this beef?
Oh yeah.
Do you think you weren't playing for a team in this beef?
No, I wasn't because I don't care.
No,
what you want? And what from the start? What did I say was going to happen?
Can I?
There's no way you could be Kendrick.
Can I address the one thing?
Did I say that?
Can I? You did
from
say
the
that.
start. I say you can't beat Kendrick Lamar in a rap battle.
Yeah, but
you were kind of leading the witness the whole time.
The only thing I said was, I said Drake is gonna come with some heat, and y'all were like, "Nah, he ain't got it in him. He ain't got it in him." I said, "Nah, don't do that. He's gonna come with some heat," and that was my only Drake prediction.
And I mean, he did. Like, Family Matters has some heat in it for sure. Two things for Titus. We acknowledge the Rick Ross record, but like, Rick, this ain't about you. Like, with all due respect to our guy, like, this is like, sir, stop it. Sit down. Sit down. Let Drake and Kendrick do their thing. Second, I do believe you like both of these artists, but you were team. You're OVO.
Nah, I'm not team no.
Bro, don't do that.
I'm not.
You're not OVO. What's his name on that show? Maul. It's not. That's not you. You're not DJ Academics over here. But you fired off a lot of bad takes for Drake.
What bad takes?
You came in after that crazy weekend and said, "Yo, if Kendrick got, if he got fed all of this information, he loses points for that." And
Yeah.
I said, "Yo, has it crossed your mind at all that Drake's not telling the truth?"
I said, and what did I say?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Because I said, I was like, yeah, he could not be telling the truth. I don't think the only thing
What we found out is none of that was true.
Yeah, and so what I asked you, I was like, do you think that to me, there's only two scenarios that Kendrick was fed bad information. And when I said that, I was like, it was from Drake or somebody else. It doesn't have to be from Drake, but he was fed bad information or he just flat out lied. Those are the two scenarios in that situation.
It appeared. Well, I don't know which one it was.
I don't know. I thought.
But we know Drake lied. We know Drake made the whole mole thing up.
I believe that at the time. I believe that was plausible. That he could have fed the information. And I mean, that's still debatable on how much he did, if he did it at all, or whatever the case may be. But I thought I always thought that the best songs had already been made at that point. By the time Not Like Us came out, I thought Euphoria was a phenomenal record.
So that's the one thing about the mole that
I didn't like 616 that much. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was just like whatever.
That song gets forgotten. I don't even hear it anymore because it's not on the platforms. But that's the one part that doesn't get discussed in the whole mole thing with Drake is Family Matters and Euphoria both sound like he already heard. No. Euphoria and Meet the Grams sound like he already heard Family Matters.
Or he knew what he was going to say. Which he could have had somebody on the inside.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it sounds
like I don't know if he heard the song, but he knew
the direction.
Context, yeah,
because I think the common belief is the first verse and the second verse for Family Matters were done. The third verse was done once this thing like really got going,
right?
And like when I listen to Euphoria, I hear it like he knew what the record was. So
then he could
because he's talking about it before it comes out.
Yeah, he could have. The whole thing about it was there could have been like real leaks. There could have been.
Well, that's what I mean.
But there could have been like Drake, like if he did, like even let's just say in a pretend world, he did have people working for him to leak bad information to Kendrick. That doesn't mean Kendrick wasn't also getting information from people that Drake had no idea about.
Sure,
you know what I mean. Like that that could have happened too. So I thought those two were the best tracks, and I still like that and First Person.
Yeah,
Shooter.
Like That is fire.
And I was listening to both of those like routinely over the weekend because Reese was with me, and he gets to control the music a lot of the time he's in there.
So First Person Shooter is definitely a diss track.
It sounds like it now.
Yeah,
like whether that was the intent or not, it sounds like it. Or just a shot, maybe not even a diss track, just a all right
vague reference.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like those 4 songs more than anything else in this whole thing. Is Family Matters, Euphoria, Like That, First Person. I might like that the most. Like That
every hour and 15 minutes. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I got to go back to having my cards in front of me so I know what station I'm on. Chatty House brought to you by Matthews Mattress, and Ramsey brought to you by Matthews Mattress. I know Ramsey, huh?
Take a guess at what Ramsey's got for us today.
I know for sure.
You think you know for sure?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
go. Yeah, I know for sure.
Okay, what do you got?
For sure. You're gonna talk about the NASCAR fight.
I was gonna go PGA Championship.
All right, let's find out.
Ramsey, what's up, man?
I'm not going to either one. I'm actually sticking to music at the moment.
Oh wow, okay.
With Not Like Us, I might be in the minority, but every time I hear Kendrick with the chant in the last part of Not Like Us, when he says "step this way, step that way," the first thing that comes to my mind is that man from Chicago that's in a box. And how are we going to put? And how are we going to put that song on Kids Bop?
Well, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute, Ramsey. We're not allowed to like chance and do like. Well, R. Kelly didn't invent the 2-step.
Yeah, I never made that correlation before.
But his song is known
his song "Step in the Name of Love."
Oh, Ramsey.
Is known with the step in it, and what Kendrick was talking about in the song.
That is kind of
no.
That is a little ironic
terrible.
though. That
Step
song.
this way.
Well, not
Step
that
this
part,
way.
but like
no,
the
that
whole
it's what it's
basis of the song.
about.
Yeah.
Put Kendrick in a box.
Wow.
let's
Like
not do
Ramsey out here trying to cancel Kendrick. like Dave Garcia.
Drake
said,
one, fellas.
Katrina, come get him. Come get him. Jeez. People keep saying the Kids Bop version is a parody. They're all parodies, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're saying the Kids Bop version is not actually like produced by Kids Bop. It's just someone made a funny
It's not
little
on Kids Bop.
Yeah, I don't think it's on Kids Bop.
Okay.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
I thought I saw it was on Kids Bop this weekend, but apparently
It's like, of course, it's a parody. Yeah. All right. I don't really know how Kids Bop works. Yeah, that's a stretch for
who's
Ramsey,
keeping
but-
Kids Bop still like not like their company still like how are they still making money?
Nah, that's because kids are born every day.
People buy that?
I mean, I don't know if people buy, but they go to YouTube and like go to Kids Bop Mix. They gotta. If you go somewhere, there's a. So hypothetically, there's a Kids Bop channel on certain platforms that if you driving for a little while and you don't want them to necessarily hear Sexy Red, but you don't want to. You still want them to have bop a little bit. Get it sexy. You know, I mean, that's not going to be on Kids Bop, but yeah, you turn it to that channel.
You imagine a Kids Bop version of this show?
No. Well, maybe I can.
Like, imagine the ways you'd have to turn the jokes and all that.
Well, I haven't listened down south in a while. Maybe that's a Kids Bop version of this show.
You guys are gonna have to update me.
I don't know. I don't know nothing. I don't know what's going on. I just, what we heard the other day though, I was like, come on, man, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, Ice is right. We got to make sure we have a record for Bruce.
Yeah, shout out Bruce. Bruce who pulled up to the food drive one time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shout
Bruce
out
and his whole family pulled up.
Yeah, and the second graders.
Well, shout out to the second graders as well, and everyone who knows D'Lo and Casey from ESPN 1320.
Yo, Dr. Dave is wild. That's not on Kids
Okay.
Bop, bro. It's not on Kids Bop.
So NBA playoffs.
Some see what Ramsey did was open the door to a joke, and now the Chatty House is running with it. Friendly reminder that the Chatty House is brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Some of y'all need to go take a nap. Let's say that. Some of this Monday's getting to some of y'all. Some of y'all need to go take a nap.
Hey, NBA playoffs, like Jesse said. I want to say this. Just could be standalone. They don't even need to respond. If you want to respond, you can, obviously, but just
Probably
don't need
make
to
for a
respond.
better show.
I was happy for Cat.
Mhm.
I think Cat gets unfairly criticized in NBA conversations in real life, on the radio, on Twitter. Like he gets labeled, I feel, unfairly. And some of it has to do with, like, I like Cat. I like him a lot. Is he a little corny from time to time? Yes. Like they had a this is what I mean too. Somebody on Twitter, they had one going viral where there was a video. I think it was like a tip off, and Cat is like looking around. Sorry for the radio audience, but he's looking around, looks in the stands, salutes or whatever.
Yeah, I
and
saw that
somebody's like, "Bro, ain't nobody salute you, man. Stop all that." Little stuff like that.
I
Like
don't say nobody saluted him, man. Why don't y'all leave Cat alone?
But like that's the discourse with Cat when people talk about the NBA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's unfair. I don't like even the selfish label that he has. I
Well,
don't think Cat is
Well,
selfish.
Cat did one time call himself like the greatest shooting big in the history of the NBA or something along the
Wrong?
lines. Like,
Is he wrong though?
I mean,
Is he the greatest shooting center, 3-point shooting center the league's ever seen? He might be.
I don't
He
know.
won a
if he
3-point
is,
shooting
but
contest.
I mean, it's just statements like that. Like that's gonna get people to hate on you, stuff like that. Not saying I am because of that, but just more
Well,
so when you're kind of just talking like that. and
I
stuff.
think that gets people to pile on to you. Like the hate comes from, or the discourse that you're referring to comes from the label he can shed right now. I said he hasn't won. That's where the bulk of this come from. He's labeled as the guy. He's labeled it to the one who's going to come in here and change everything. Another number one pick for this franchise. And he hasn't won. Jimmy Butler's there. Then you have the Jimmy Butler versus Karl Anthony Towns discourse, whether it was fair or not. No one, I never heard a single person go, Jimmy Butler's a liar. Jimmy Butler's not telling the truth. Jimmy Butler's wrong in his assessment of the Minnesota Timberwolves and the guy who was leading their team. No one ever said that. So he got stuck with that partially because of the Jimmy Butler stuff.
Yeah, and that
and I'm not saying it's fair.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of it is because that. A ton of it has become that because of that. But I also think when you're taking number one and you don't win, that's what happens. But now he has the opportunity to shed that.
And also Jimmy, and I don't know this situation too much, but so I don't want to like be out of pocket towards Jimmy, but Jimmy, because he felt that way, like the way he handled it that don't mean he was right for handling it the way he did. Like he was trying to he essentially stage the scene to get out of Minnesota.
But it's no different than if Jimmy Butler could have staged that exact scene with Sacramento and it would have worked, because Minnesota, remember, was a disaster. Sacramento, we all know what that is. Jimmy couldn't pull that stunt in Miami. He couldn't pull that stunt in San Antonio. There's a more places than not. He couldn't pull that stunt. But he was able to do it in Minnesota because what Minnesota was at the time. And that's why, boy, this Timberwolves team, jeez. Jimmy Butler's really telling them about themselves. It was never, man, I don't think Jimmy's right in this assessment.
Jimmy basically said, I was the only one that ever wanted to be here.
Now that's hate. That's hate. You couldn't help yourself.
This is the first thing that came to my mind.
You could not help yourself.
But no, man, the whole premise, I just think Cat, even I know you like it. We've had conversations, but even the whole, once Cat realized he's a number two, then everything will be good. Like, when did he ever wrestle Ant-Man for number one? He just, I'm playing my game and that's it. But the discourse is, once Ant learns to take a back seat, this team will progress. That, to me, that implies
Karl Anthony Towns.
Cat.
Yeah.
Once Cat learns to take a back seat, this team can progress. That implies to me that Cat is some type of selfish, not team player who needs to understand that.
Well, that was discussed at one point. But again, it was brought to light by Jimmy Butler. A lot of the Karl Anthony Towns stuff has been brought to us by one singular person. With Anthony Edwards, with the Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns dialogue, and I'm sure I said, if Cat learns to be the number two, I'll amend my phrasing of that. This team is significantly better with Karl Anthony Towns as the number two. Karl Anthony Towns is very good, but Anthony Edwards is
one.
He's him. So to have those two together, it works because they're together. If Anthony Edwards is gone, this doesn't work. If Karl Anthony Towns is gone, this does not work. This works with them together. And I agree with you 100%. Some of the discourse around Karl Anthony Towns has been unfair, and he has had a hellacious 4 years that I couldn't comprehend.
Yeah.
But he's also kind of corny sometimes.
No, he is. He definitely is like that.
I do like they laughed at the
I
reporter
that.
yesterday. I did get a kick out of the reporter, and this isn't shade to him. Tried to bring a sports media narrative to a press conference, and they laughed at him. Look, this is just a reminder. We always equate what we do to professional wrestling. What we do is not real.
Yeah.
This whole timeline ahead of schedule. You got to learn to lose before you can win. None of that is real. And Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards made that very clear yesterday.
Yeah, for sure.
And don't bring your little sports media talk to a press conference.
Pino brings up a good point. He says it's crazy because Ant bigs Cat up heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy's type of leadership isn't for everyone. And instead of it being cat is soft, it could also just be that, right? Like the way Jimmy wanted to go about it didn't work for that group of Timberwolves. The way Ant leads, because I don't think anybody will look at Ant and say he's not a leader. He is 100% a leader.
Mm-hmm.
The way he leads works better for these guys. And that it could be that. It doesn't have to be that cat is
Ant
soft.
deflects everything.
And he makes sure they feel good about themselves.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He deflects everything that's about him.
Mhm.
He makes it about Jaden,
Mhm.
Karl Anthony Towns. Finchy is it called. He makes it about everybody except for him.
Bring your ass.
Well, that too. Steeler and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, boy, I know y'all been waiting, boy. Y'all been, let's go. Let's go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand, my people over there, man. And we have an undisputed heavyweight champion for the first time in decades. And it's Oleksandr Usyk, as he took down Tyson Fury by split decision on Saturday in Saudi Arabia in what was a really, really good fight. Like that was a damn good fight. And I got to be real. I saw Usyk and the way he came out. I think I had him win in the first 2 or 3 rounds, and he was boxing really well. He was doing his thing. And then, hey, you guys know how I feel about this guy. I don't like him whatsoever, but I've never hated on his ability to box. Tyson Fury around that 3rd, 4th round, he started styling on Usyk. He started styling on him. I mean, he started to get in the groove and, was jabbing. The uppercut was going crazy. The counters, like he was feinting them, and he was styling on Usyk for about 4 rounds in a row. And then in that 9th round, he was styling a little too much. He was talking a little too much. And like we've seen multiple times in Fury's career, he got caught. A nasty overhand left by Usyk. And it had Fury on Dream Street. A lot of people thought the fight could have been stopped at that point. It was ruled a knockdown because the ropes held him up. I mean, the ropes held him up like 3 or 4 times. But the final time, the ref ruled it a knockdown and not a stoppage. He could have stopped it. I like the decision to rule it a knockdown and give him an opportunity. We're talking about the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Give him every opportunity to see this thing through. But at that point, the fight changed, man. And Usyk took care of business for the rest of the fight, and he won. And he beat Fury. And Fury was talking crazy after the fight, talking about, the people went for him, the judges went for him because Ukraine is at war. Man, shut all that up, man. Ain't nobody hearing that. Ain't nobody hearing that. You're a loser. All right. You're probably gonna get your rematch. And I'm not gonna say you can't beat Usyk, but he may have your number. This shows why you were trying to avoid him for years, the same way you were trying to avoid Deontay Wilder when he was trying to get his rematch. Now, speaking of the rematch, there is a rematch clause. I would love for Usyk to string along Fury the way Fury strung along Deontay Wilder when trying to get his rematch. I'd really love for Fury to just retire because he's terrible for the sport of boxing, and it's a great day. Oh, happy day that his ass is out of here and not the champ no more. And yeah, as you can see, I'm just happy. I'm just happy. And that's the 13th round. Jackass. Did you see the fight, Jesse?
No, I missed it.
It was a good fight, man. It was a good fight.
You put the fight during 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock during the day. I'm not watching it.
Yeah. That's
I'll
tough.
check the highlights.
That's
I got
tough.
stuff to do during
This
the day.
ain't 1970 anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about that though, Aldrin, Drake always losing with his bets. I think, unfortunately, the only one he got right was the Super Bowl. He's a racist piece of shit, and he's a cheater. That's why I don't like him. And before anybody talks about the loaded gloves or not, who knows about that? Guy who got popped for steroids before in his career, paid somebody off, man. It's documented. Check it out, man. Tainted meat, all that other stuff. He's a cheater. and he has no redeemable qualities.
Yeah, he's a real cheater. He wasn't set up like Canelo.
Well, me and Oscar agree on one thing. I agree with you, Ramsey. Definitely need. Oops, almost put Ramsey in timeout. Definitely need to fade into Bolivian. Oh,
I don't know, man. I might get fade into Bolivian. You know what I mean?
Did you see? No. Wait.
Hey,
We'll get back on that.
I know what you're talking about. I think.
Go ahead. I think I know what you're laughing about too.
Did you see the clip that I posted on Instagram of Mike Tyson?
With the reporter one? Yeah, I saw that.
So Mike at the press conference, the reporter goes, he goes, yeah, talking to, I think, Jake Paul. He goes, yeah, Jake, I mean, you've never fight anybody like Mike Tyson before. What are you going to do when you're fighting? Mike interrupts, hey, what'd you call me? What'd you call me? I didn't call you anything, sir. I didn't call you anything. Oh, yeah, all right. He called him by his name.
I would have hopped on the first plane out of wherever they were.
I would have been like, never mind.
Yeah, sorry, Mr.
That's
Tyson.
cool. Yeah, no.
I would have been like, Mr. Tyson, why are you fighting this bum, Jake Paul?
He called that man by his name, and Mike goes, "What'd you call me?"
I kept running it back because I was like, did I mishear him? Like, it sounds like he said Mike Tyson. I started thinking, what did he call him?
Because I watched the clip too. I think Mike took it as like he was basically calling Mike like a money grab or whatever. It's not a real boxer right now and stuff like that. And like we get it, like Mike's 60 and all that, but
so
Mike probably felt,
was Mike's response delayed or something?
I think yeah, he just waited for him to finish and stuff like that. Or because Jake Paul was all, oh, you hear what he called you, Mike, and stuff like that. He kind of instigated it. Yeah, they basically call him like a gimmick fighter. They called it, like, said Jake was fighting gimmick fighters and all that.
Well, Mike.
Yeah, well, Mike, but we're not gonna say it out loud when he's there.
You are 60, sir.
I was thinking about that too. So it's gonna be really sad seeing like possibly 60-year-old Mike Tyson.
No, because I think
Jake
Paul's too smart. I think he's too smart for that. I don't think he's gonna beat his ass.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, it's a sanctioned fight, right? This is real, right?
Yeah, but so was Conor and Floyd.
Well, Conor got his ass beat.
Yeah.
Well, no, Floyd could have taken him out in one round if he wanted to.
Eventually, he got his ass beat.
No, he did, but he could have taken him out in the first round.
Turned him into Triple H.
He just
they got pictures of Floyd smacking up Conor and said, "Look at him. He looked like Triple H now."
No, I don't get it.
He looked like Triple H. He beat him
Up
bad.
so fast. He had facial reconstruction.
He looked
like
like physically in the face. He looked like Triple H.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's
got a big nose.
Well, he had Conor had the shaved head for that one too, so it matches up. Like he looked like physically, he looked like Triple H in the face.
Funny. But even with that though, what if Jake messes around for a few rounds and then we're just like, all right, I'm gonna knock this old man out?
The one thing that I'm very certain of is Mike Tyson is not knocking out Jake Paul, and everybody. Even when I posted that, people was hitting it up like, "Oh, Mike is about to beat his ass," and Mike No,
it's a 60-year-old man.
Absolutely not. Like you said, what you said, Damian, might be true. He may carry him the whole fight. He may not completely like do like he did to what's his name, Tyron Woodley or nothing like that. That may happen, but I can almost guarantee you, Mike Tyson not winning that fight.
I mean, imagine Jake Paul too. Like you doing these little fights going forward. Yeah, I knocked out Mike Tyson. Like you can use that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I guess you're right. You can. I just checked Twitter and these hidden messages shirts are getting delivered today. So they're out there.
Oh,
if anyone, well,
oh boy,
hey, they're gonna buy them.
They're out there.
Oh, man.
Go to DeloandCasey.com if you want to see the. I just also wanted to get this has I did not this was the chatty house.
Yeah, I didn't put these together.
Getting together, having a couple of drinks, and Dave Garcia going, I got an idea. And well,
you can sell them on your website the other way if you want.
I'll
yeah, I don't yeah.
I'm gonna retweet it. People gotta see. You got to see it's out there. Dave's creative. I don't know how he pulled that off, but
Nah, that was talent right there. That was crazy.
That is creative.
That was crazy how you did that one. That
Well
was a
done.
trip.
Well done, Dave.
Real quick, because we got James Ham pulling up on us at 3. Can I just mention something real quick? And I want to still talk basketball too. I just mentioned something that I saw over the weekend. The San Francisco Giants swept the Colorado Rockies over the weekend. It's funny because I was watching the game on Friday, and they were like, "Yeah, the Rockies coming into this game on a 7-game win streak." And I pay attention to baseball and everything that's going on. Sometimes I gotta look at the standings to be like, all right, who's like really cooking right now? Because it's still early or whatever. Teams haven't been established. But they were like, the Rockies coming here on a 7-game win streak. I was like, damn, I ain't really been paying attention. Rockies, 7 wins in a row, probably cooking a little bit. Like, they're probably higher in the standings than I realized. Them winning 7 in a row got them to 15-29. So it took them a 7-game winning streak to get to 15 wins,
well,
which they're not good, and it was proven over the weekend. But
they're the fever.
They're the fever for sure. The thing that stood out to me, not necessarily that the Giants won, because the Giants, I don't think are that good, and I think Farhan stinks at his job.
I've heard that,
and I think he needs to go sooner rather than later. But what did happen was the young boys, the prospects, put on a show over the weekend. And what I mean by the prospects, I'm looking at Marco Luciano, I'm looking at Helio Ramos, and I'm looking at my boy Luis Matos, who had the biggest impact of all. Those 3 guys over the weekend, where the Giants swept the Rockies, they combined to go 13 for 36 at the plate. That's a 361 batting average. 2 home runs, 15 RBIs, 7 runs scored in 3 games for that combination of those 3. And what I'm getting at is, right now I find the Giants about as boring as watching paint dry. Right now, just the franchise, like with the owner, the Farhan, it's not entertaining. But what they should have done from the start, because the other story is these guys have been going up and down between AAA and Major League in MLB for much of the beginning of the season. They should have started the season with these 3 guys, because you're not winning anyway. Start with them out there. Hell, throw a Casey Smith in there as well. And let's see what these
use that word on the radio.
and see what these young guys are. We've been hearing, this is the thing about basketball or baseball, right? That is like crazy. It's like if we had been hearing about Keegan Murray for 4 years and never got a chance to see him play.
Yeah.
We've been hearing about Luciano for 4 or 5 years, Ramos for like 5-6 years. You guys aren't winning. Let these guys get in the major leagues and let's see what we got. Let's see if you really got something here. And I don't know if you really, really got something here, but these young guys, they got an opportunity to play as of late. They're taking advantage of it. And I saw him this weekend. Hell, Luis Matos ended up being named National League Player of the Week for the way he performed all week long. So you want to talk about getting people interested in your product and what you got going on. Once again, the Giants dropped the ball and because of injuries, really forced to do this. And this is the move. Let these young guys play, man. Let me see what they got. Let me see if Matos really is somebody. Let me see Helio Ramos, who you've been talking about for almost a decade, is really that dude. Let me see Luciano, who you can't put in any trade packages right now because you think he's him. Let me see what he really is. And they had a good weekend. So I was tapped into that for sure. And hell, there's going to be more nights like tonight coming up. So where there's nothing on. Giants don't even play tonight.
Brutal.
So, yeah.
Well, we could watch Caitlin again.
Oh. Is that going to be on the big TV? It can be on the big TV.
Well, yeah, there's nothing else on.
I'll throw Yankees Mariners on the.
That won't be on the big TV.
Was that even an option?
I'm not watching Yankees Mariners.
Two first place. No, I think the Yankees are in second place.
Yeah,
Mariners are first.
That's great. It's May 20th. I'll catch you later.
Get to see Edwin Rodriguez, one of the young stars in the game.
Okay. Yeah,
You can see
not-
Juan Soto.
I've seen Juan Soto. Has he changed? He's a solid ball
See him
player.
again.
No,
Aaron Judge. Come on.
No, I watched Caitlin for the 47th time in the last week.
Caitlin versus Dejanay. I'll be tapped in.
Round 2.
I'll be tapped in.
I think the WNBA low-key trolling Caitlin. Like, no, we're just going to put you against the league's most difficult defenders like your first 4 games of the season.
They're going to make sure she starts her career 0-10.
I knew
she don't never get to play the Mercury.
I knew we had nothing tonight. So I was like, oh, let's see if like Angel plays. I want to see Angel uninterrupted. I've been watching Angel on film, Synergy. And it's like, I want to watch the Sky play.
Mm-hmm.
They played Saturday. And again, they cut it on film. They don't play till Thursday.
That's the trip.
They don't play till Thursday. So it's like, well, all right. I didn't even know Caitlin was on tonight. Yeah. I think there's maybe, I think that if there's that game, there might be one other. There's not like a slate of
it's
WNBA
that game
games
and the
tonight.
Storm and the Liberty, I think. And they're both at 4:00.
Probably catch Raw finally today.
Oh, there you go.
There's that.
Haven't been tapped in since WrestleMania.
King and Queen of the Ring.
Did you see that Sparks Aces game? Cameron Brink?
Mm-hmm.
I like him.
Yeah.
I like him.
I do too.
Like I like Dejanay.
Cam can go. Cam can go. Did you see the Aces? This is weird.
Oh man.
So
that was
as soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, this is weird. So like the Las Vegas Tourism Committee is sponsoring every single Aces player to the tune of $100,000 for the season.
That's a trip.
And I kept thinking, like, how is this possible? But it's essentially an endorsement deal. And according to all parties, because this is what you have to say, it doesn't mean this isn't what happened, but this is what you have to say. It wasn't orchestrated through the team. So, Asia and Chelsea, they're in their feelings a little bit because it was announced that the WNBA is investigating how this came to be, which is perfectly fair because there's never been a deal like this where every single player on the team gets monetized for it. Players they have their Nike contracts that are, New Balance contracts, or they have their shoe deals. They'll have makeup deals or clothing line deals. Like they'll have, we'll call them endorsement deals, NIL deal. Like they have that stuff. Never before has a group associated specifically with the city given an entire team that amount of money. And so, of course, the WNBA was like, hold up, what? How did this come about? And as long as there's not a single email to a team official, they're fine. If there is, it could have some pretty drastic ramifications. But I'm confident everyone was smart enough to not allow that to happen. That's a bizarre, never, ever, ever, ever heard of anything like that before.
That was a trip. 100,000. And then the Aces also didn't they get like a bump box? Everybody got a bump box or something the other day too.
Oh, did they? I didn't see that.
Yeah, everybody like personalized, like every player on the team.
And bump boxes, man, it pays to be the
Aces are cooking right now, boy.
Well, they're 2-time champions, defending champions.
They're cooking right now. So yeah, I saw the same thing tonight when I was trying to figure out what to watch. And I was like, oh, let me see what's on the WNBA slate. And I was disappointed. There was 2 games, both of them at 4:00. I wish one of them would have been at least at 7 or something like that. And then I saw the A's and the Giants aren't playing tonight. Like, there's literally nothing on. And then stumbled across Yankees Mariners.
You could watch The Office.
I just might. Yeah. I'm already caught up on BMF. I don't have to watch that. I'm about to. It's getting to that time of the year, with things winding down. 1 game a night, maybe no games on some nights.
That sucks.
I think I'm gonna get back into Snowfall.
I don't think I knew you even started it.
Yeah, I seen I'm still on season 1, probably like 6-7 episodes in.
Do you need to start over?
Nah, I
Yeah,
remember the
probably
last.
not. I remember how that show started. You probably don't.
Yeah, I was thinking because it's funny. I was thinking about where did I leave off, and I think it's an episode after this. I think it's an episode after this, but I was like, did I leave off when remember Jesse? Y'all might remember when uh they had the guy held hostage in his
Mhm.
in the house,
Yeah.
and he wouldn't talk, and then they
Yeah.
went and got somebody that made him talk.
Well, they did.
Oh man,
They did.
I said that was crazy.
I'm not even sure that he talked. I can't remember, but
I think, I don't know. I don't think he talked either. Or he had their money, like he had hit their money or something like that. And they
no,
were
I
trying to find
remember.
him.
I know what you're talking about because that was one of those. What am I watching? moments.
Oh yeah, no, that was crazy. That show
Yeah.
has the perfect ending, by the way, too. Probably one of the best endings.
Oh, yeah,
as far
that's-
as the way you end a show or whatever.
Easily one of the best endings in television history.
Oh, you know what? That's what happened. That guy took their money.
Well,
that's what
the other guy
that's
took
what
something
happened.
else.
No, he took something else and took the money.
Yeah, no, he
Oh,
got
well.
everything he came for.
Yeah.
We're treading the line right here, so we'll just play on. I'm trying to make sure this show stays on on the level.
Come on, man, play through. Play through.
That was crazy.
So yeah, I might. I don't know if I'm gonna watch that tonight, but I think it's time to get back into Snowfall. But
Well, let's get back into West Coast Audio, man.
Yeah, man.
West Coast Audio been riding with us. Head over there for any of your car needs, whether it is window tinting, whether it is an alarm system, whether you want to upgrade your audio system, or you want to get some protective film put on your ride. West Coast Audio is the place to do it.
I was driving to work today, and I was listening to some music or whatever, and I thought about West Coast Audio because I was bumping some music. The Dream today. I was listening to The Dream. I Love Your Girl, and I was like, how do I make this louder?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember our guys over there was like, nah, we got the perfect
Yeah.
sound system for Teslas over there. So yeah, I might have to check that out.
I did.
I needed to be a little louder.
I did think about that. I did that. Like, just get just like a little bit,
Just
more.
a little bit.
Just
I
a
don't-
little.
I don't
bit
need to
more.
go crazy, but
I don't.
you know,
I need
a
to
little
go like
louder.
I'm 20 again with the subwoofers in the back. I don't need all of that, but just give me a little bit more. I think I take it. But West Coast Audio can handle all of that. We're getting the Icon Rock Clear done on our car, man, to protect those joints. We're really excited about that. West Coast Audio, they got locations all over. They got locations in Stockton, Galt, Atwater. They got 3 locations in Sacramento, including Elk Grove, Arden. I think the other one is West Sac. But this is your spot. If you want to get something done to your car, West Coast Audio is the place to go.
Yeah, for sure.
You could also listen to Mike Malone's press conference from last night on a really high volume. If you get a new audio setup from West Coast Audio, he was acting like a child again, and he shouldn't get a pass for this. Like, you don't get to act like that. Like, you don't. You can call these questions stupid. You could not like the questions. You could do all of that, but don't be so disrespectful to the people out there who are doing their job.
Yeah.
That's whack. And Mike Malone gets a pass for acting like this a lot. But I guess that's the either being the, a coach's son or a winner. His behavior, I thought, last night was weak.
No, that was real weak, man. I wasn't feeling that. And I like Mike Malone. I like, his style. I like him as a coach or whatever. Seems like a good man or whatever. But that was whack. And I hope he has an opportunity or creates an opportunity. It's 2024. Like, you can create whatever opportunity you need to apologize, for that, because that was whack. I know people always talk about, you're talking to these guys after a tough loss and all this other stuff. Understandable. There's no need to be disrespectful, though, especially when that question wasn't a disrespectful question. And it wasn't a stupid question the way he said it was. So I was disappointed to see that from Mike Malone. Also, Mike Malone doesn't really get to do that, because this whole year, when he was on his run last year and at the parade and all this other stuff. He's had a lot to say.
Mhm.
You know, he's had a lot to say, and he's talked his talk, and he's a winner in this situation, so he can talk his talk. But the second things turn, you can't get offended and next question, not all this other.
He
No, don't
talked
do
about the
that.
Lakers like all off season. He's talking about the Lakers at his parade.
Yeah, talked about them before the playoff series. You know what I mean? So, and it's cool. It's cool. You were the winners. You just have to make sure you keep that same talkative energy when things don't go your way. And that's what he didn't do here. And maybe, you know,
What's the theme of today?
keep the same energy. Front runner.
Front runner.
Mm.
I ain't asking. I'm just pointing out we had a theme today.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a lot more front runners. I know who isn't one. Nikola Jokic isn't a front runner.
No.
That man is not a front runner. He of course, that man was probably excited the season was over.
So he's a big horse racing guy.
He's probably riding a horse right now. He's all right, guys. He just left. He's like, hey, see ya. We'll do my exit interview on Zoom, guys. I'll see you out there.
Do you think that reminds me, it's in here, but remind me, do want to talk about the NBA TV shows and stuff like that, just because I do want to touch on that. But do you think that this is something that may put an end to Denver's championship window? And real quick, I want to preface it a little bit. I think the talent is still there. Jamal Murray and Jokic, as long as you got them, you've got a shot. But I think our guy Bonte said it, and I'm just asking the question because I don't know if he's wrong or right in this one. The way that happened can have lasting effects on the franchise. Being up 20 in a game 7 and being walked down the way you were
at
home can be one where you'll look back and say that year to repeat was there for us. We didn't do it, and we never quite got back to that spot again.
So that I think you phrased it perfectly for me, because my answer is no. It doesn't close anything. There'll be a final 6, final 4 team, whatever, final 2 team, maybe whatever for several more years, in my opinion. But you just said something about the repeat being right there for them, and I've never felt that way. And so, like, I don't think their like window is closed or anything like that. They just weren't a dominant. They weren't an overwhelming favorite to me. They weren't as dominant as some of these people in the national, at least not to me. They weren't as dominant as some of these national media people desperately wanted them to be. They were good. So was Minnesota. So was Oklahoma City. So was Boston. They were all good. So I expect them to be in my brain. I expect them to be next year exactly what I thought they were this year. Where I don't expect them to win the NBA championship, but if they did, like, I wouldn't be stunned.
Right.
Yeah, I think they'll, in my opinion, they'll be in the exact same position. I
agree.
I understand what Bonte said. I don't think I agree with that. I don't agree with that. But if it happens, yeah.
That was a little more than a loss, I think. That was a little more than a loss. You had a chance to go back to back. Not, there was more rounds or whatever, but this was your best. This might be your best chance, your last best chance to win a championship, and you had it right there. You were going to the conference finals against a Dallas team that I think you would beat, and you're up 20 at home, and these young guys that were built to beat you walked you down. Like, I think we could say,
you think
automatically, just by the way the series played out, Minnesota's leapfrogged them.
Do you think people felt that same? Do you think people had that same conversation when Ray Allen hit that shot against San Antonio?
I don't remember. I would think so. I was surprised they came back and did what they did, right? And that also and
they didn't say it at the time, but the second the series was over, and I think it was Tim Duncan. The second the series was over, They avoided it all year. But the second the buzzer went off, they were like, yeah, we knew we had to get back here and fix what happened.
And you're right. The thing with that, and I know we got to get out of here, but the thing with that is that Denver, I don't think is this dude Kawhi Leonard came and became like one of the best players in the world after that loss to Miami.
Yeah. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. West Coast audio. I really might watch Raw tonight. That might be what I do. That's what I need to do is work on the damn website. Yeah, Patrick, I'm kind of with you. I don't know what they need to add, but they're still pretty good. I had two. Dreadful, man. So bad. John, it's great, man. Appreciate you. It's great. I got a chance to. There's still a couple like small things to do, but got a chance to chill. That was nice. Got a chance to enjoy it a little bit. Popped a nice little bottle of champagne on Saturday night. I know, it's perfect. I got you, Lizzie. I got to start up there. Jay versus Gunther tonight. Is that a King of the Ring qualifier? Or like a quarterfinals or something? Yeah, there you go. I definitely won't forget this one, man. It was a cool moment. I didn't know if I would do that again. So I'm very, very thankful I got the opportunity. Oh, wow. Securing the monk. Jeez. Man, these are brutal stats you just shared. Brutal. Oh, okay. I see you flying, Brian. Oh, semis. Okay. So they're just doing, so it's just one match now at the King of the Ring then. That's cool. They used to do like 3. Oh, that's good. I never really liked one-night tournaments. So makes building a pay-per-view hard, but I guess it's not really a pay-per-view anymore. So
King of the Ring when Austin took his ball and went home, right? I mean, it was a King of the Ring match. They wanted him to lose to Brock Lesnar.
Oh, it was a King of the Ring qualifier. Yeah. It was on Raw. Yeah. Yep.
What do you think happens if he just loses to Lesnar that night and he doesn't go home and he's not gone?
Well, I think the sneaky part that people forget about is he came back. So he was gone from, we'll say, June to like February.
Because he came back at like No Way Out, I think.
Yeah, so he came back and he did the thing where he basically beat up Eric Bischoff, and then he had the match with The Rock at WrestleMania, and then he quit. Like he never wrestled again.
Yeah.
So I don't know that anything would have been different. Like he was hurt. Like he was gone for 7 months, and that wasn't even enough to get him through more than just one match. Because he didn't wrestle Eric Bischoff. He just beat him up.
And that's been his life ever since as a wrestler. Just coming
Yeah.
Is that the same No Way Out that put the title on Hogan again? Or was that No Way Out when he beat whoever?
No, that was, I think that was maybe Backlash that he beat Triple H. I think that was so that was after the WrestleMania where Triple H beat Jericho. He had come back from the quad injury, and then Hogan beat him. Shout out Zay. Zay got his he got his shirt.
Yeah, I saw, oh man. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Boy, oh
Gonna have
boy.
to put a disclaimer up. The Chatty House got together and hey, I just loaded it to the website. That's all I did.
Hey, James Ham pulling up in just about 10 minutes or so. And you wanted to discuss in the preparation for the show just watching the playoffs and inside the NBA being looking like it's going to be done for TNT.
Real quick, Draymond Green will be with them inside the NBA for the entire Western Conference Finals.
Has anyone heard from him since Minnesota's won? Did he tweet? Did he do a podcast?
This guy, man.
Did he do anything?
They don't believe they can win. They don't believe that they can win this series. And the Frenchman, he's talking about we should be talking about I. That's a bar, Kenny. That's a bar.
Today on his pod, I think he dropped the Pacers are a regular season team and they got to the Eastern Conference Finals because it's the East.
This guy, man, he's a snake.
New media.
I tell you, he's a snake oil salesman. I'll tell you that, man. But they, you talked about how NBA Countdown was just tough to watch over the weekend.
Brutal.
Did you see the Bob Myers clip?
Mm-hmm. Well, but there's always a couple of Bob Myers clips. Are you referring to the one where he was asked about the Pacers and then talks for 5 minutes about OG Anunoby and the Knicks?
Yes.
So, like, I get it. Like, it's funny, haha. But like this is why it's really sad. And I don't think I realized this till today. It is no, I did. That's a lie. When they spent 45 freaking minutes talking about Stephen A. and his stupid suit yesterday and his little pregame pep talk with Spike Lee for the New York Knicks, that was when I realized it's really sad that TNT is losing the NBA. ESPN should be done when it comes to the NBA. They have done nothing but mismanage NBA Countdown. They've done nothing but mismanage their television shows and their personalities and all of this dumb stuff. And while they won't give Malika or Perk, time to dive into a discussion, or they put Bob Myers' dumbass on television to discuss this, they devote 45 minutes to Stephen A. Smith, who didn't even come into the studio, by the way, to do his job because he had to be there at the Garden. They sent him to the Garden instead, and that's what you presented. We're losing the most iconic basketball show the league has ever known, and we've got to sit through that instead.
Two things. Number one, and he's a big part of it. You think he's maybe the most important part. And I understand the argument, but you may not be losing it at all, except for Ernie.
You might not.
Except for Ernie. Like I fully expect.
But it's not inside the NBA if Ernie's not a part of it. It's something else.
No.
You can have Charles. You can even have Kenny if you want to. It's not the same thing.
It's not the same.
Noah Eagle can't do that job.
It's not.
He can
the
do
same.
a fine job. He can't do that.
It's not the same, but you're also not stuck with ESPN, right? Like you're still
Very true.
You're still going to get in the interesting thing. The thing that I want to see what these new TV partners are able to do is I say outside of those guys just being top flight at their job, like I don't want to take anything away from them. The construction of that show is also what allows it to be what it was. If you could have all the same people, if they had the same time restraints that they have on ESPN, ABC, it wouldn't be inside.
Which
the
is
NBA.
what ESPN and ABC choose to do. They don't have to do that. It's what they choose to do.
True. But when you talk about their partners, outside of maybe like the basketball night in America thing, NBC and Amazon are going to have that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Amazon has shown they do that with their Thursday night football with Richard Sherman and all those guys. They have a super long pregame show and then like an hour-long postgame show that isn't beholden to commercials and things of that nature. So you may be able to recreate that on the Amazon Thursday night or whatever night, game of the week, Friday night, whatever. The other thing you lost in that too is it's easy to just give the time. I think outside of the quote unquote talent, I think the guys who produce that Inside the NBA show are phenomenal. The segments they come up with, the memes, the way they can have fun with it, those guys. And I know it's not just like a Charles and stuff thing, because they do the same thing with the baseball in the postseason. Those guys who produce those shows are the best in the business. So yes, you may be losing. It's not going to be Inside the NBA, but the thing that I think really helps that show, the time that's given to them, may still be there. And even if you have like NBC has the baseball night or basketball night in America on Wednesday nights or something like that, the telecast may end on NBC and they'll be like, hey, go to Peacock right now for the post-game show. And they'll once again not have to go to commercial after 45 seconds. Like it may still be there. It may still be there.
Yeah, but you're right. But I'm speaking more of, it's just terrible that you could have Inside the NBA as we know it with whatever new production the NBA and Amazon and these different entities put together and take this revolving door of nonsense that you have over at ESPN off. Like my frustration is more that network does not know how to present basketball properly. They put all of their energy into Monday Night Football. They put all of their energy in their presentation for the NFL. They don't put that same energy into the NBA. And they make miscalculated step after miscalculated step after miscalculated step. And while it may exist somewhere else, my point was, it's a shame that we're losing this one when I would just prefer to get rid of that one. But that's not how this works, because they've got the money and the network, meaning the broadcast network, for what ESPN wants. And that's what it boils down to. TNT, it to me, it feels like, at least with all we've read, and we've read a lot, it boils down to, and I'm going to use our language here in our city, it boils down to TNT or Channel 3.
Yeah.
And Channel 3 can be seen everywhere. All you need is a little antenna. That's all you need. And you can see Channel 3. That's what it boils down to. And TNT can't compete with that.
I don't feel the same way you do about the ESPN ABC thing. I think they're fine. I think the biggest issue is they're not given any time. And I don't know if that changes.
I think I have a prejudice against ESPN. I think that's part of it too. I don't like them.
There's
a lot of stuff I don't like.
This is our family. Sorry, the ESPN. When something goes wrong, remember we got
our colleagues.
We got to tell
our colleagues.
Man,
Stephen
they pay
A.
the
Smith.
bills.
But I like. So you think about the people who are on there. I mean, I could take or leave Richard Jefferson. I don't really trip off him, but I mean, I like the people that are on there. I like Mark Spears. I like Kendrick Perkins. I like Stephen A. He does some wild stuff time to time, but I like Stephen A. Windhorse is fine.
It's not about liking or disliking Stephen A. It's about they built an entire program around a Game 7 around him.
Yeah.
Like if you say that and like it's cool. Play along with me for a second. If it had been Sacramento, if it had been the Kings versus the Knicks in a Game 7, wouldn't you have been a little pissed off if that was the presentation?
Yeah, maybe so. But at the same time, I'm not going to act like we don't have a running joke about inside the NBA player getting all the Kings players wrong.
No, that's true.
Like they're more entertaining. They ain't watching the Kings, just like they ain't watching the Pacers.
No,
they would be talking about Halliburton. That's about it. Everything else would be the Knicks and Brunson, Tyler, and what he had going on and all this other stuff. Like they
do what Bob Myers did. Tell me about the Pacers.
No, that was
OG Anunoby only played 4 minutes.
No, I was
Bob.
dying.
Did you not hear the question?
It feels like the producers told Bob, like, "Hey, Bob, we're probably gonna go pretty Knicks heavy here or whatever." And Bob's like, "Yep, no problem. Just anything he says."
What I'm hoping
on that one, man.
What I'm hoping is they get, hey, Bob, this is your last year doing this, guy. Enjoy it.
Is he the Jason Witten of NBA media?
Oh man,
No,
he's
that was
way worse.
That
than
was
Jason
a terrible
Witten.
hire. That was awful.
Bob Myers.
Bob Myers was a terrible,
awful.
That was an awful hire, man. But I mean,
You know what's funny about the Bob Myers ESPN hire? You know, we reported that like the day after he left, and no one paid any attention.
D'Lo and KC.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. D'Lo and KC. But yeah, no, they ain't nothing gonna be like inside the NBA. I can tell you that. But I think there's room to have those type of shows still, and not just ESPN, ABC. They're not going to change. And mind you, I like him. I don't have a problem with him. Part of them changing what they do, to me, would be getting Scott Van Pelt off the games afterwards and giving a true post-game show. But I like Scott Van Pelt, so I'm cool with it. But like that, if I'm asking for it, that's where the change would be. I don't expect anything on Sunday, because even on ABC, they got to go to wildlife giraffes immediately after the game. So they're not going to be there for an hour. But they can do it on Wednesday and Friday if they just took SVP off and like.
Kenny out here hating on giraffes.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what giraffes.
We have the buzzer
Giraffes.
sounded. We're talking to Tyrese and Miles Turner, and sorry, that's all the time we have. Let's go to zebras and giraffes here on ABC.
It happens. It happens. James Hamady Insiders here with us. Oh, James, where do we start? Well, let's start with your boy. Defend Michael Malone.
Oh, he lost his cool for sure. Look, I get it. Heat of the moment. You got to be better than that. But heat of the moment, I can understand getting frustrated with questions. I said this earlier, and I say this quite often. I personally do believe that there are stupid questions, and I believe that there are stupid people who ask questions, and sometimes you have stupid people who ask stupid questions. And it can get really frustrating for players and for coaches and everyone else. But in that situation, you have to understand that all cameras are rolling and that everybody is watching, and you need to be a gracious loser. And that's not easy for anyone. And I just think Michael got a little frustrated, lost his cool. Not a good look.
Well, the thing that I like Michael Malone, but the thing that I'm not going to let him do in this situation is you've had a lot to say for the last year. You know what I mean? When you were the champs, when you were the big dog, and and you had a lot to say about the Lakers. You had a lot to say about your team, and rightfully so. You're the winners. It's all good. In those situations, it ain't no next question. It ain't no, oh, that was a stupid ass question. Like, no, you sit up there and you answer the question with the same fever that you answered the questions when things were going good. And yeah, I can't, and not saying anybody is, but I'm not gonna give him a pass on that because you've had a lot to say for the last year when you was on top. And what I thought was a valid question about you blowing a 20-point lead at home in a game 7. Ain't no next question, no comment on that one. No, speak up. Speak up.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like I said what I said about stupid questions and stupid people and all that stuff, but I actually didn't think it was a horrible question. In the moment, it just, I think Michael took it as more of a jab. And, like you're asking about a feel, like how do you feel? And that's more than asking about, you blew a 20-point loss, 20-point lead. So sometimes you do get someone's personal feelings, and clearly Malone wasn't happy with it. And you're right. He should bring the same energy when he's winning and when he's losing. But I would actually say he kind of is. That is who he is. He's always that way. He doesn't mind throwing jabs when he is winning, and clearly he doesn't mind throwing jabs when he's lost. So I would continue to say it just wasn't a good look. It just didn't look like. I mean, to be honest, that's Chris Finch's moment. It's the Minnesota Timberwolves moment, and you took something away from it by making it about you and losing your cool in the press conference.
Do you think the Timberwolves can win this whole thing?
Do I think the Timberwolves can win the whole thing? Yeah, I mean, why not? Because at this point, I don't think any of us would have chosen, like, we would have chosen one of these 4 teams, like, to be here at this moment, like at the beginning of the playoffs or like during the season. But I don't think anyone would have chosen all 4 of these. Like, you couldn't have guessed all 4 of them. You would have guessed the Celtics would be there, but at this point, like, it's anybody's game. And like, look, the Pacers keep kind of moving along in a way that, like, there's nothing to say that the Boston Celtics won't have a couple of catastrophic injuries and they won't just be in the finals. And so they're kind of proving the point that you never know what's going to happen and you have to play the games. And that's why I think at this point I would, if I were a betting man, I would put money on the Celtics to win it all because they've proven to be the best team over the last couple of years. But nothing is for sure in this year's playoffs. Injuries have played a huge role. Young teams figuring out how to play has been tremendous. Young players, young individual players figuring out how to win and how to be, superstars on the biggest stage, like Anthony Edwards, and you can say Karl Anthony Towns. You can say Luka Doncic. Even, Tyrese Halliburton has had some hiccups, but he's showing that he can learn to be a star. And before he was bounced from the playoffs, Jalen Brunson. Like, this has been a good playoff. It's been a good turnover, sort of turnover year for the league, where a lot of fresh blood, a lot of new things are happening that we didn't really expect. And I think it's good because, the NBA out of all the leagues feels like when teams get good, they stick around for a long time as good teams. They usually have 5 to 8 year windows, and you can't say that about, the NBA, the NFL. You can't say that about Major League Baseball. Like, teams come and go, and so I think it's certainly like an interesting year for turnover.
Do you we were asked the question earlier about who has the most at stake. Talking about the superstars, Tatum, Ant-Man, Luka, and Tyrese Halliburton. Who has the most to gain and the most to lose in this situation? Is it the same person that has the most to gain, that has the most to lose, or it could be 2 different people to fit those answers? But in your opinion, who has the most at stake with the most to gain and the most to lose in the 4 superstars left?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that Jason Tatum and the Celtics have the most to lose. I mean, this is their championship to take, like, and they're overdue, right? They're not just due for a championship; they're overdue. They should have probably been able to win one before now over the last couple of years. So I don't know if we're going to tie legacy to players and that, championships mean so much when we're talking about legacy and all that. Sure, that's going to be the team. outside of that, like Anthony Edwards has a long time to be good, and Luka Doncic has a long time to be great. And I think this could be a moment where Luka becomes like a multi-time MVP if he were to somehow get breakthrough here and then win a championship. Um, so maybe he does have a lot to lose here, but also like a lot to gain. It wasn't until Jokic won 2 MVPs, but when he won the championship, that kind of cemented him in a lot of people's minds as, a certain amount of greatness. And I know Luka's always had sort of that cachet, but it doesn't really mean anything if you're not winning in the playoffs. And so this is a moment where I think he could he could really put himself into the next 2 to 3, 4 MVP conversations if he were to win this.
Yeah, I feel like Jokic winning his first championship put him in line to win his third MVP.
Yeah.
The conversation this year might have been a little different if Denver hadn't won that championship. I don't necessarily agree with that, by the way, but I do think it is the way. I'll be interested to see what direction voters go moving forward. If Jokic and Luka, for example, are having phenomenal seasons next year, do they lean on Jokic like they did Joel, like they did on Jokic after Giannis's years before Giannis had won the championship? I'll be curious to see if they keep that same energy, as they say, for Nikola Jokic having fallen short in the playoffs this year. In a playoffs that virtually all of them said was Denver's to lose. And they lost it. So I'm curious how you cover this dude next year.
No, I am too. And, I think there is something to what Jokic said following the game. Like, that Minnesota Timberwolves team is very specifically built to beat them. Like, just like for some reason, the New Orleans Pelicans is built to beat the Sacramento Kings. Like, whatever the reason is, the matchups seem to side on with Minnesota. And I think a lot of it is that you're not able to play Gobert off the court, right? So that's sort of been the issue over the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. Gobert has been a pretty dominant defensive player and a big man. Teams can play him off the court in the playoffs with no problem. And Denver can't do that because their star is a gigantic center as well. And so he can shoot the three, but when he shoots the three, it's about as methodical as you've ever seen. So it's not like he's gonna shoot a couple of threes and Gobert's gonna come out and he's gonna race by Gobert and go to the rim. I mean, he does that on occasion, but I think that team is really built, really it's built by the same guy. Both teams are built by the same guy and sort of mirror images of each other, ways that you can combat the one team with the other. And so I don't know how that will fare in the next round and the round after that. We'll have to wait and see what that means for Minnesota long term. But yeah, I think certainly Jokic, I think his time is we'll see what the voters do next year. But there's a good possibility that they're kind of like, okay, we're kind of over this now. And they move on to the next guy because that's the way the league kind of goes, is the way the voting kind of goes.
So, James, one of the things that everything that I've taken away from everything that's gone on in these playoffs and seeing these 4 teams, looking at Minnesota, looking at Indiana, looking at Dallas, and the moves that they made to get to this point or help them get to this point is when you equate it to the Sacramento Kings, I feel like it's time to make a move. The phrase I used earlier was scared money don't make no money. And I do understand the idea and the thought behind standing pat last summer and even at this trade deadline. But that time is come and gone at this point. And you have to take a chance if you want to get to the next level. And it may or may not work. I don't know. But you can't just play it safe. It feels like you can't just play it safe and think that you're going to elevate this team. This is the time to maybe take a chance on somebody that isn't perfect. Money isn't perfect. You may have to give up more draft picks than you want or whatever the case may be. But I think all 3 of those teams gave up a lot with the hopes of possibly getting to this point, and they got it done. And I think that's the point the Kings are at and Monty McNair is at. What you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think these teams too are kind of proving this weird point that I think is missed. Um, Draft picks matter, right? They matter a lot, but they matter less and less the better you get. And, a team like Denver, just keeps cooking, keeps playing, keeps moving along. A team like Minnesota finishes third in the Western Conference. Well, we all bag on them for giving up all these first round picks for Gobert. And now here they are. They're here at like the pinnacle, and like, look, their draft picks mean nothing. Like, nobody wants the Kings may have trouble finding a taker for the 13th pick in the 2024 draft. Minnesota, like the fact that they may not have their draft pick this year because of the Gobert trade. I don't know if this is one of the odd years or the even years, but either way, the point is that, like, if you're going to be a good team, you're going to be 25 to 30 in the draft. It doesn't matter how many of those you give up. They're really not worth that much. So we build up draft capital to mean so much because it can mean Victor Wembanyama, but it can also mean, Maxence, Prosper, like Omax, who the Kings drafted last year, who, again, that's the 24th pick in the draft. You don't know what you're going to get. He spent the whole year in the G League, and this, not to say he's no good, it's just say he's like really far out because he's a 24th pick in the draft, and he's a 24th pick in the draft. The Kings traded that pick because like it just didn't have the value to them as a franchise at that point, because you're already a team that you think is better than that sort of range of player. So look, I think the gauntlet has been laid. You know that OKC is going to be a powerhouse for years. You can see that Minnesota has, a good five-year window with, maybe not with Gobert for a full 5 years, but with Cat and with Ant-Man. And then Ant-Man will have his own like era alone on that team. But you can also see that Luka's going to be there. And you can see that like there are a lot of teams around you in the standings that are going to be good for the next couple of years. And the Kings have a window, and they need to take advantage of that window, or they need to start over and look at a different window. And that's not what I would propose to them at all. But that's kind of the reality, right? You get to these moments where it's like you either push your chips in or get ready for the chaos that ensues. What happens? What happens is you could not make the playoffs again, or you could be a 7th seed up against one of these teams that, again, have taken this huge leap and you haven't, and you could get thumped in the first round and be out again. Like, there has to be a point where you have to get to where they are. And you're not that far away. We saw it last season, but all of a sudden you are. You're on the outside looking in while they just keep going and they keep getting more experience and better. And so, yeah, man, I do think that this is a point where you do have to blank or get off the pot. Like either this is the team you're riding with and you're okay with being a team that, is on the fringe of making the playoffs, or you need to start over, or you need to go all in and try to make your team better. And you're doing that because the other teams are better than you, and you need to find some way to compete with them.
Okay, 2 things. We're projecting again, and we're assuming nothing ever goes wrong with any of these teams that had good seasons this year, be it Dallas, be it Minnesota, be it Oklahoma City. And I get it. That's fine. That's what we do in sports. It's just fascinating that there's only one team in history that it didn't happen with, and it was last year's Sacramento Kings. No one thought that team was on the upswing, at least those who were outside of Sacramento didn't. The other thing is, Hammer, you know this as well as we do, and maybe even a little bit better. We could talk about the Kings making a move. And, as Kenny and I were talking earlier, it's not like they didn't try. Like, they tried to acquire OG Anunoby, who went to the New York Knicks and just got eliminated. They tried to acquire Pascal Siakam, who's still playing with the Indiana Pacers. I don't know what other deals have, attempted to be orchestrated behind the scenes, but we knew that those were two pretty big trade market names that they went after. I think Monty's trying. I don't know what's preventing him from getting to the finish line. I think I can guess, given the situation with those two players and their upcoming, like, They are both free agents. They can both sign wherever they want to. Now, we all have feelings about where they're going to sign, but it's a fact. They can sign wherever they want to. And I think that may have given, Monty a little cause. The point, James, is it's not like Monty's not trying. And so I wonder if he has to do something, and maybe this is what Kenny alluding to. He has to do something borderline reckless just to make something happen and hope that it pays off. Is that fair? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but he's got to get over. He's at the table. He's got to get, the figurative ink to paper.
James, real quick, the analogy, the situation that I talked about earlier, like I said, I'll keep names out of this, but I think you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. We all know there was a discussion about a player, and in the Kings circles or in the front office or whatever, one side was like, I don't know about that. I'm not really sure about it. And maybe another side was like, nah, we need to do this. And the side that was like, I'm not sure about that, they end up winning out. And I understand why they said, I don't know about all that. But to Damian's point, you may have to get over that and make a move and try to figure out how to make that move work, as opposed to just keep passing on opportunities that may be in front of you because they're not the right situation for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know the name that you're talking about. And sometimes basketball people have to win, right? Like a bad decision is a bad decision no matter what.
But Gobert was probably looked at as a bad decision. Like all the things that Dallas did was possibly looked at as a bad decision.
Gobert wasn't looked at a bad decision. The what they gave up to get Gobert was looked at the bad decision. Like Gobert as a player isn't. I mean, he's a multi-time defensive player of the year when he goes to Minnesota. So I mean, I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that you gave up like 4 firsts and then pick swaps and then players, right? Like you gave up a ton. I mean, I think even Kessler Walker is part of that, right?
But in
Walker Kessler. There we go.
In Minnesota's defense, though, our argument my argument as the thing went along was, if they think he's the guy, do it. Like, if you believe this is the difference between us winning a championship and us being a first round exit, do it. And clearly they believe something about Rudy Gobert, and they did it.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just trying to think of the trade that Kenny's thinking of, and I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. The trade rumors.
I'll text it to you, for goodness sake, James.
Does it rhyme with Dak Praline?
Oh, for goodness sakes!
Okay, look. At some point, the basketball people have to make basketball decisions.
Boy,
That's it.
James is removing all witness protection things from this conversation. To be clear, since James has just thrown this all out there,
James Ham said
there were rumblings. There were 2 separate camps in the Kings regarding Zach LaVine. James is removing all mystery about what those 2 camps were.
And look, since we're already here, we'll say it. There was a camp that was like, nah, I'm not sure about it. There was another camp that said, no, get him here. And he's not here. So I'll let everybody else do the math on that one. But sometimes maybe, and then James said, you got to listen to the basketball.
Yeah, that's right.
So you can decipher who said get him here. Maybe
now. Also, we don't know. I don't know that Chicago was on the phone.
Right.
If nothing else, the conversation was being had.
Look, again, sometimes there are ideas that are out there, and someone can fall in love with something, but at the same time, that's how like, not to be mean, but that's how Justin Jackson happened. You know, that's how bad trades happen, because you have to let basketball people do basketball things. And you have to, like, again, not to like just be ruthless to Zach LaVine, but like Mike Brown can't ask for defensive players and you deliver him Zach LaVine. Like that's if you're
Well,
gonna do
Mike
that,
should stop asking for defensive players.
well, no, but I mean, if that's what you're gonna do, just in all honesty, then you might as well just like move on from him and say, okay, we don't care about that anymore. Where's Mike D'Antoni? I don't care how old he is. Let's get him on in here and let's just run, like 3 seconds or less offense. Like if you want to win, you have to play. Minnesota just showed you what it takes. You play defense in the playoffs and you win. You advance.
Well, unless you're Indiana, who
Well.
doesn't, and they're advancing
Nope,
too, which
just
is
shoot the lights out for
which
us.
is crazy as well, because that kind of flies in the face of what
Just-
everybody say. If you shoot well enough,
Just shoot 80% at the half and you'll be fine.
if you stay committed to a certain identity, I do kind of believe in this a little bit. Obviously, no surprise offense and stuff, but Indiana never wavered. We all around here were like, y'all can't do that in the playoffs. They've done it in the playoffs. Now they ain't gonna go 12-0, but their offensive pressure is a real thing.
No,
Like,
they
it's
did.
a really, real
and it helped
thing.
that they did it against 6 New York Knicks
You're
and
right about that,
no
too.
Dame and no Giannis.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would say. It's like, you guys remember the Nancy Kerrigan story where Jeff Gillooly was by Tanya Harding, right? Was sent her. She sent her boyfriend to club Nancy Harding.
Oh, my knee.
Nancy Kerrigan, right? Yeah, why? Right? We all remember, right?
All right,
Of course.
So that's like basically the equivalent as to what's happened with the Indiana Pacers. Like there's just a Jeff Gillooly walking around smacking people with clubs and knocking them out for the playoffs. I don't know how it's happening, but it's like they just have this magical thing that keeps happening where, oh, look, your best 2 players, Giannis Antetokounmpo, a 2-time MVP, and Dame Lillard, one of the great scorers of this generation, oh, they're done for the series. And then you get to the next one, and it's just like one player after another. And we can blame Thibodeau. We can blame whatever we want on what happens. But even in game 7, like a guy who is been the best player in the playoffs, I think bar none, in Jalen Brunson, breaks his hand in game 7, and he's done. So again, it's just like the randomness to what's happened here for the Indiana Pacers. Yes, they've beat them. They've won the games. I'm not taking that away from them, but you can't ignore the fact that these other teams have been just missing everybody, and it's difficult. So
here's real quick what I would say about that, and I do believe you need to be able to defend in the playoffs because the game does change a little bit. But work with me here. If everybody in the playoffs is defending at a high level, doesn't that mean you need guys that can score? Like, isn't that what that means? Like, so for instance, and we saw this with the Kings, like, no disrespect to these, but Davion, Harrison, Kevin Huerter were fine in the regular season, but when everyone's defense picks up, you need guys that can, break that wall down. And if you don't, you're not going to win. So yes, you need defense, but you need guys that you need. Jaden McDaniels plays defense, but he got 23 last night. You need somebody that can penetrate this other team's defense because everybody's raising their level of defense. And if you just have defensive guys and you think you're going to win a rock fight, I don't think that's going to work either. You need some guys that can, the stars that can go above and beyond that playoff type defense and score on it. Does that make any sense?
Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons why Luka Doncic is in the Western Conference Finals where he hadn't been before is because they went out and got defensive players to put around him. And PJ Washington has been, not only has he been good offensively, but he's been great defensively. Daniel Gafford's been great defensively. Derek Jones has been great defensively. That's why they're hanging tough because
they've been really good offensively though.
Yeah, but
really
this isn't a lot different than the team that didn't make the playoffs last year, except for the players who have stepped on the court and played defense. So Yeah,
You
you have to
so
you
so
have to
hold
play
on.
defense to win.
You take PJ playing the same defense and he don't average like 25 a night and they still win in that series?
Well, I don't know.
Like you have to score. You
Well,
have
no,
to.
I
You
get
have
that.
and at a high level. You have to. If he plays the same defense but averages 11, are they winning that series?
Yeah, but I mean, look at the offensive rating of like the Denver Nuggets coming into that series against Minnesota.
And they lost.
Well, yeah, because they got shut down by a defensive team. I mean, that would be my point. Like, you have to play defense, and it doesn't just have to be all offensive players. I'm not saying that because you still have. I'm still like, I would love to see De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Malik Monk part of any team that moves forward with this group, right? But 3 of those guys are known for their offense. And one of them out of nowhere decided to become a defensive genius. And I don't know how that happened, but it did. So I'm not going to ask twice. I'm just going to acknowledge that it happened and say, good on you, Keegan Murray, for doing something that we didn't expect. But the other 3 guys are straight up offensive weapons. And Fox can play some defense. And Malik can play a little bit of defense. And Sabonis isn't as bad like position defender as people act like he is. But the job at hand now is to put the other players around them, the Derek Jones, the Daniel Gaffords, the PJ Washington types. And you can, the McDaniels of the world, the Goberts, like that's what you have to do at a certain point. You have to like put the support staff around those guys to support them in the right way and to bring out the best that you can in their offensive game, but also allow them to at least be competent on the defensive end and have other players who can take up some of that slack.
Clearly, we're fixing everything.
World peace. Up next.
We'll continue to do that when D'Lo
on
and
D'Lo and
Casey
KC.
return here. Thank you. If I told Rory that Vivek Ranadive was responsible for the Bay Bridge collapse in 1989, he'd believe me.
Yes.
I told Rory that Vivek Ranadive started COVID because he thought it would be funny. He'd believe me.
Yes. He was making bat guana like smoothies somewhere and spread the COVID. Yeah. Yeah, I just, Kenny, I get what you're saying, but like basketball decisions have to be made by basketball people. And if you're going to make somebody's legacy, whether or not, if you're going to hire and fire somebody, because again, the owner can't be hired and fired. If you're going to make somebody's legacy on the fact that they're the one that traded for Zach LaVine's contract, then if you're a GM right there, it's better for you to step aside and say, you go ahead and make that move. I'll be on the unemployment line and I'll take my final paycheck.
So I ask you this though: if the Kings are in the Western Conference Finals next year, or do we care? Does anybody in Sacramento care?
If what?
If the Kings make the Western Conference Finals next year, like, because Dallas don't have no draft picks to the first, they don't have no money, no nothing. Like they went and signed Grant Williams. He pivoted off of that, was able to do a whole bunch of other stuff. They're in the Western Conference Final. Nobody cares about their draft picks or their cap situation. They're in the Western Conference Finals. If the Kings were to trade for Zach LaVine and get to the Western Conference Finals next year, nobody would care.
Oh, okay. But
the point is about winning. And if they think getting Zach LaVine can help them win, once again, like I said earlier, nobody's privy to the results. If you know the results, then obviously it's easier to make the move. Nobody's privy to the results. You have to kind of say, like, all right, do I think this guy will help me out? Do I want to take that chance? All about taking a chance. Like all this stuff, drafting a player, signing a free agent, making a trade. It's all about taking a chance on somebody. And if you take that chance and be like, well, what's the upside of this? The upside is we can go to the Western Conference Finals. What's the downside? He doesn't play because he's injured. We miss the playoffs and maybe I get fired. Can I live with the possible downside for a chance at the upside?
Okay. Like, look, if you switch out the names and you say Pascal Siakam instead of Zach Randolph and you start talking about getting to the Western Conference Finals and throwing all caution to the wind and you don't know if you're going to be able to retain him, but you're going to have to give up a bunch to get him, That's one discussion because Pascal Siakam has been there and he's done that. And he's an all-star and he's a guy that can do that. And he typically plays quite a few games. Zach LaVine has never won anything.
Yeah, that's fine. Neither is PJ Washington. And we're talking about he's swinging this thing to get Dallas to the Western Conference Finals. Like,
but PJ Washington make $15 million and cost you a first-round pick. Zach LaVine is an injury-prone dude on a $50 million a year contract that wipes out any flexibility you have for the next 3 years.
You're not even using the flexibility. You're not even using. You've got all this flexibility, and for 12 months you haven't used it once.
Yeah.
So like, what? Like, so the other thing is, are we just gonna hold on to all these assets and this flexibility until the contract runs out, and then they're just like a first round team? Or are you gonna try? The whole point is, all three of these teams went and tried to get it done. No, there was no guarantee. Minnesota got bounced in the first round and was the butt of jokes last year, right? Like, it didn't work out immediately. They were looking foolish at the end of last year, but they made the move. They stayed with it, and it worked. Will the Zach LaVine thing work? I have no idea. Once again, if we knew the results, then yeah, we'd be able to make a lot of different decisions. I don't know, but I don't think you can sit around and just, well, no, we don't want to. Yeah, I don't know if we want to, put ourselves in that financial situation, moving forward, man.
Okay, so my logical step, I say this all the time. You don't
I'm
make a
out.
move.
I'm out.
Okay.
We're coming back. All right, we solved nothing because Kenny and James just continued to argue during the commercial break, and I just sat here looking at the wide range of "Bring Your Ass" shirts that are available.
Put it on a shirt.
They're available in Minnesota.
That was some good stuff.
Bring Your Ass. It's available. I guess Minnesota has their own 209 Dave Garcia that they go to for stuff like this.
Man, hey, if De'Aaron said "Bring Your Ass," man, come on, man.
That'd be the hottest selling hoodie we ever had. If y'all want to continue, you can. I mean, there's an argument about offense versus defense. You're looking at the teams that are in the conference finals right now and how each of them, we haven't even referenced it. Lizzie brought it up earlier. Boston made a move. Like Boston, part of the reason the Boston looks so solidified is because how well the Kristaps Porzingis trade has worked out for them. Now, the concern with Kristaps Porzingis is manifesting itself right now. There was always a fear of him getting injured. He got injured, and they're hoping, he's not going to be around for game 1 tomorrow. We already know that. There's reports that he's hopeful to be available as the series progresses. I'm not going to discount Indiana. They are not as good as Boston, but you have to be better than Boston 4 times. If you could shoot 70% 4 times again, yep, you're probably going to beat the Boston Celtics. Can envision them doing that, but like you said a minute ago, that's the way that they play. Porzingis is vital to them winning a championship, though. Rudy Gobert in Minnesota. Siakam in Indiana, Kyrie Irving in Dallas, and all of the exceptional players that they picked up
Kyrie
at the trade deadline.
Let's not forget who Kyrie was when the Mavericks went and got him.
Absolutely.
You forgot the biggest one for the Celtics is Drew Holiday.
They went out and got
absolutely.
Drew Holiday.
Yeah, I did forget that one, and I focused on Porzingis, but you're 100% right. Like,
yeah,
all of these teams went out and made massive moves to get them into the position that they are.
And the one that you just said at the end may be closest to what I'm talking about. And mind you,
I don't think we've given Dallas enough credit today for what they did. Like, Oklahoma City was the darling.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone loved them.
Well,
and Dallas took them out.
And mind you, I'm not necessarily saying, like, if I had a list of deals I'd be trying to get Zach LaVine might not even be top 3. Right? Like, it's not at the top of my list or whatever. But it's all cute right now, and like this is great. Like, look, Luka and Kyrie, like, this is a great situation. Did we forget who Kyrie was when they traded for him, or who he was perceived to be?
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty close to what people are talking about this guy in Chicago, without all the extra baggage. Kyrie was probably worse in a lot
In
of
terms
people's
of baggage?
baggage,
That is way
baggage,
worse.
injury history. He didn't make as much money, but he was going to need another contract when he came back. All this other stuff, like that's pretty close to. And Dallas went and did it. They went and did it.
Yeah, I'm still the point I was going to make before is I never say make a move to make a move. I say make a move because you're not good enough. Make a move to take a step to get better. That's what I think you do. I think no matter what, as long as Kyrie Irving steps on the court, the Dallas Mavericks are better. I just can't say that about Zach LaVine throughout his career, that the teams that he steps on the court for get better when he gets there, or get better when, or are substantially worse when he's injured. He just is what he is. He's a like a volume scorer that gets hurt all the time and makes a lot of money. So I get what you're saying, but I think some of these other players, like again, I would put Zach in the Porzingis category. Porzingis, when healthy, has flamed out in multiple spots in New York and Dallas. Like he's flamed out and didn't help get a team over the hump. So for him to be part of something that's going really well, okay, you surrounded him with like a great supporting cast, and he's not 1A, he's not 1B, he's not even really 1C. He's somewhere in that list, but he's pretty far down as far as like the level of importance for a team when you have, even guys like, Al Horford to back him up, but also Derek White and Drew Holiday to go with your two superstars. So I don't know. Like I agree, the Kings need to make moves, and I've been saying it the whole time. Like if you can't see that this thing isn't going the right way, then like you need to like clean your glasses or something, because it got to a point where you could see them plateau, and it wasn't at the end of last season. Last season was great, but you saw it super quick this year where you're like, this is not the same team. This does not look the same. Things are going wrong. By the time you get to December, you should know who your team is. By the time you get to January, you should be mapping out how you're going to make your team better or take a step back. And by February, whatever, 8th, like you got to have deals done if you're looking to make your team better and compete. And that's what these other teams did. And that's where the Kings, in my opinion, like they came up short. Like you need to make your team better at all times. You should be looking at all times for ways to make your team better. And the Kings they didn't even make a marginal move at the deadline. They didn't do anything. I mean, in season, the only thing they did was like they traded for Philip Petrusev. Does anyone remember that?
I do. Yeah.
Like outside of that, you signed Juan Toscano Anderson there for the 2 10-day contracts, and then the Jones kid you brought in, and you gave him a couple of 10-day contracts, but there wasn't a lot else.
So the other thing about this too, James, that I feel should play a factor. Now, I may not be dealing with reality in this one, but once again, like I was saying during the break, we're not privy to the results of any deal, any signing, any draft pick. If we knew the results, we'd all be great at this, and so would NBA execs. We don't. Everything is a chance, is an educated guess, right? When you do that, you look at the process of getting there and like making the decision. If Monty, say for instance, well, just because that's the guy we keep talking about, Monty went and traded for Zach LaVine and it didn't work. That's not a fireable offense to me. We're in a situation where we're seeing other teams who went after it, go after it. You took your chance to get after it and make a move. And number one, I'm not going to necessarily fire you because of that, because that's what I asked you to do. I asked you to do something, to be aggressive. You were aggressive. It didn't work. That's not a fireable thing. The other thing about it is I feel like Monty has a lot of cachet and a lot of built up equity with what he's done as a general manager with this team. He's drafted at a high level. He's traded at a high level. And when you talk about Malik Monk, he is signed free agents at a high level for the most part. I think if anybody has the room to be able to withstand a missed trade, it would be Monty McNair right now. That's the way I look at it. They may not be reality though.
Okay, so I'm going to clear up a little bit of that. Number one, Monty, if he would have traded for Zach LaVine and Zach LaVine would have broke his hand, like, or whatever it was that happened. No, he went in for ankle surgery, right?
Yeah.
If he would have gone in and done that, and the Kings wouldn't have had him all season, they would have got to the roster. First of all, he would have got fired at the end of the year, and secondly, he would have got fired for a trade that he didn't want. And that's where my biggest point would be. I agree with you. Monty should have the cachet to go make the big deal. He should have the cachet to go trade Tyrese Halliburton for Domantas Sabonis. He should be able to do that trade again if he needs to. If it's Keegan Murray to get a star player, whatever it is that Monty, he should have the cachet to do that, and he should have the allowance to do it. And if he makes a mistake, he should get fired. But if you go out and you make a deal that's not your deal and doesn't feel right to you, and you keep saying no to because you don't think it's a good basketball decision, you can't fire the owner, and he's going to fire you, and he's not going to take the blame for what just happened. He's going to act like nothing happened. He made a mistake. I had to go do what was right for the franchise. That's what's going to happen in that situation. There's not going to be an accountability after the fact that makes sense to anybody, or is it give some sort of punitive damage to the guy who actually wanted the deal to happen and made the mistake himself. It would be all on the guy who actually has the title to make that decision, and not the guy who is pushing the buttons and saying, make that move. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It absolutely makes sense. But if you stand pat and you keep waiting and waiting and waiting for this basketball move that you're waiting to manifest itself, and they're a playing team again next year, you're probably getting fired for that too.
Probably. Yeah. But I would rather, if I'm a general manager, I would rather go down swinging with a resume that doesn't cripple a franchise once I'm gone than one that does.
But that ain't going down swinging. That's going down looking.
No, because you can make moves that are your moves, but you do have to make moves. That would be my point. You have to make moves. If they do the same thing again, you just throw your hands up and say, okay, what are we doing here? Because again, we talked about this last week. The Mike Brown situation needs to be taken care of now, because this is the exact same situation we saw with Michael Malone, where a guy like Rudy Gay says, yes, I'll sign an extension on November 18th, and on December 12th or December 14th, whatever it was, you fire Michael Malone, the coach he signed up to play for. And then you end up with basketball hell, where everyone feels betrayed and confused and not wanting to be there anymore. This is a moment. If we're going to run it back and we're going to preach continuity and we're going to do all these things, then actually put your money where your mouth is and do what you say you're going to do, and don't just make it lip speak. And then, why is everybody talking about Michael Malone again? Well, because we see it. We've already done it once. We the blueprint is there. The blueprint for success is always out there. You can always look at the Denver Nuggets or the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Dallas Mavericks and their trades and say, oh, that's the blueprint for success. But the blueprint for failure is also all around you, especially
10 years ago.
Okay.
Michael Malone was fired by the Sacramento Kings, or Vivek Ranadive, however you want to frame it, 10 years ago. We think Vivek is still the same owner he was 10 years ago. If we're being, shout out TC, if we're being real with ourselves right now, we think there's a likelihood that Vivek Ranadive repeats that mistake. And by the way, was that Vivek Ranadive's mistake? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I say he was listening to basketball people then.
Basketball people were making the decision. People. Who was the basketball people making the decision?
That was your boy Pete.
But who always carries the brunt of that?
Hey,
Vivek carries the brunt. No, what I'm saying is we either got to pick. Basketball people are making basketball decisions, or Vivek is just this heinous individual who hasn't learned anything over the last 10 years. We got to decide which one it is, because we're talking out both sides of our ass right now. What are we doing?
No, because
what are we doing? This was 10 years ago.
Yeah, but the same exact thing is presenting itself again.
How?
It is. How? You have a coach who has the ear of the team, a coach who's actually won and made it to the playoffs, and a coach who's about to enter into a lame duck season.
And Monty said we got to get this addressed. No question about that. This has to get addressed.
Yeah.
All right.
No. I'm just saying, like,
God,
hey,
if Michael Malone's name never ever comes up on this show again, I'll be thrilled. Or on this radio station in this city. If Michael Malone's name never comes up as anything other than the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, I'll be perfectly happy. It's 10 years ago, December 15, 2014, and we talk about it like it was yesterday. Now everybody just sit here in silence.
Hey, basketball people drafted Bagley over Luka.
Well, you know whose fault that was.
Hey, but look, no. Basketball people wanted Jay Ivey over Keegan, allegedly.
That's what I heard.
The basketball people wanted Jay Ivey, who's actually a fine player.
He is a fine player. I like Jay Ivey a lot.
Just like, I hate to point this out, but who hired these basketball people? Just wondering. Just asking for a friend. Who hired Pete D'Alessandro? Who hired Vlade Divac?
Well, that's not like
who hired Monty McNair? Are we
there's
not
no-
in the onion peeling mode here?
No, which will bring it all the
I'm
way
sorry,
around.
doesn't Pete still have a job?
This is Monday. How do we do this
Pete,
on a Monday?
No. Doesn't Pete have a job?
I think he
Pete
does.
has a job in the National Basketball Association.
Somewhere.
So he sabotaged this stuff here. And no one cared. They were just like, it's cool.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
hire
him
Pete.
over
He's a
here.
good dude.
Yeah, let's hire him over here. It's all good. Which this is, James, to bring it all the way around is I would listen to myself. If we gonna peel the onion all the way back, I've listened to these guys long enough, right? Where's that got me? I'm still in trouble. I'm still getting blamed for everything 10 years later. I might as well go with my gut.
Yeah.
The one that I got right, they don't even give me credit for. I said Keegan Murray in a room of Jay Ivy's.
Allegedly. Allegedly. It's just wild how that always works. Let's just go completely against what fan sentiment is and make sure we attach Vivek's name to it. Man, dear Vivek, there are people working against you. My goodness, man. I had a very intelligent question for James Hammond. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I do. We were talking about Zach LaVine just because, James wanted to reveal, who Oz was. But is your ideal swing for it, is that Ingram? Is that Brandon Ingram? Or do you even have it?
No,
we know OG, Siakam, those are all gone.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon, he's on a list. Like, it just depends. Like, basketball's circumstantial. Like, we have no idea what's going to happen in the next, 4 to 5 weeks. Like, who's going to become available? What's going to be the name? Who's going to say, hey, I'm not super keen on being here, or hey, I'm not super happy about the way the playoffs went, and I want player X, Y, and Z.
Hey, you
not
wouldn't
on
take this painkiller shot in your ribs, so
roster next.
Right.
Yeah, so I think that we get to a point where you do kind of look at this and say, what is your list, and who becomes available from that list, and how many different trade scenarios do you have? How do you get to a deal that makes sense for everybody? How do you do it very quickly? How do you not get skipped over this time? How do you close the deal and make sure it happens? It's not easy. And that's the thing that I would point out. I don't think that Monty and Wes have sat around doing nothing.
Absolutely not. And we tried to outline that earlier.
I don't.
They had a shot at OG. They had a shot at Siakam. They're not sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah.
And I feel like those guys, I think not to go back to Zach LaVine, but he has years on his contract. And I think finding a guy who doesn't have the leverage of free agency ahead of them will help. It's the Rudy Gobert had years on his deal getting acquired by Minnesota. They had, obviously you want it to work quick, but it's not like if it failed after the first half season It was like, oh God, do we keep Rudy or not? Do we have to sign him to $200 million? What do we have to do? They knew what they were getting into, and they were willing to take that risk. It might be easier if that player exists to have a guy that doesn't have that looming, which I know takes out BI.
Well, look, and then I'll stall out Monty a little bit as well, because we're not privy to these conversations. So this is a possibility as well, where maybe the basketball people are like, all right, man, you want Zach LaVine? Fine. We'll do it live. All right. This is what it's going to cost you to have him. And then like, oh, I didn't know. To Rory's point, I didn't know I have to go into luxury tax for all this. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. It could be as simple as that. It could be as simple as maybe to your original point, the man who signs the checks doesn't want to pay that amount, even though he likes the player. He may not want to pay that type of money for that type of guy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I think, Kenny, that's the point that I would make, and it's one of the reasons why I keep telling people, like, look, Vivek is willing to pay. It's not that he's not willing to pay, because he was willing to pay for LaVine, like straight up, like he wanted that deal. I'm just saying. You can say what you guys want. I'll say what I want. Like he was willing to pay, and there's been other situations where he's been willing to pay. Like, but there are other situations that are not basketball, fully basketball related, or on the court player related, where he hasn't been able to. Well, he hasn't been willing to pay, and that's sometimes as big a problem as anything else.
Yeah, Mo Harkless is not luxury tax worthy.
Nor is Shavano. Paid
the
way too much.
The new
for
Magic shooting guard.
That'd be great. Come on, Orlando. Let's do it. Go get that buddy healed. He'd be great for you. All right, cool. 4 hours and we accomplished nothing.
Well, we know what a front runner is.
We do know what a front runner is, whether people like it or not. We definitely know what that is, and there's probably more of those in the league than there aren't. But I'm excited for the conference finals to get underway tomorrow. And I guess we'll try to fix everything again tomorrow. So that's all I can tell you.
That's it.
Tune in. The Insiders beginning at 10 a.m. We'll run it back. You want more sports coverage? Stick around. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, son.
Vamos. Yeah, Lord. Good God. It is ridiculous.
Oh, they're on ESPN. I thought they were on Prime.
Yeah, I kept looking up like it says next on ESPN. I'm like, all right, good. All right, y'all. We got to go.
Sorry if I said the name.
No, we're just
that made it even better.
No, we having fun.
We'll see you guys.
If anybody
tomorrow.
can say
Rory.
it, you can say it.
Yeah.
Maybe even I don't know, but Ham is connected enough. If he's comfortable saying it, then it's good.
Dr. David, we don't even have one. I gotta get these sent out to a lot of different people. So no, we don't have those. Though I can see a scenario where you're wearing it and you like hunch down and it like I don't know. Goodbye, everybody. Y'all are